Good morning, everyone. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of the proposed expenditure for the 2025-26 and other related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee is due to report to the Senate on the 31st of March this year. The committee has set the 20th of February of this year as the deadline for senators to submit any written questions on notice. The committee has also set the 10th of April of this year as the date for the return of any answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate has endorsed the following test relevance of questions at the estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a public interest immunity should be raised, and which I will incorporate now into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement claiming that information or that a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to articulate the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. Please ensure that all mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your microphone as the default and unmute when speaking. I also want to remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for parliamentarians to treat all witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat. I remind everyone in the gallery they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with any witness at any point during today's hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee's hearings are requested to provide an electronic copy of those documents so that the Secretariat can distribute them to the committee. Now, today's committee proceedings will commence with representatives from the Department of Defence. I would like to now welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, who is representing the Minister for Defence. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence. Good morning. Sure. And Admiral David Johnston, AC, RAN, Chief of the Defence Force. Good morning. Good morning. And good morning to all other officers who are here in the room. Now, Minister, did you have an opening statement?
No, I don't, thank you, Chair.
Secretary, did you have an opening statement?
Chair, I do.
Okay, and then Admiral, I'm assuming you have an opening statement too? Okay, I'll start with you, Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Senators.
I'll provide a short update on defence development since we appeared before you some 2 months ago. Since we last met, Defence has delivered the final tranche of M1A1 Abrams tanks to Ukraine, and the government announced a further $95 million of military support, including a $50 million contribution to the prioritised Ukraine requirements list. This brings Australia's total military support to Ukraine to more than $1.5 billion. In December last year, the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister committed to deepening bilateral cooperation with the United States during the 40th Australia-US ministerial consultations in Washington, DC. In Washington, the Deputy Prime Minister also met with the US Secretary of War and UK Secretary of State for Defence for an AUKUS Defence Ministers meeting, where they discussed ways to further strengthen AUKUS and reiterated their shared commitment to the long-term success of the partnership. The Deputy Prime Minister also travelled to Japan, where he met with his counterpart and announced the new framework for strategic defence cooperation, which will ensure greater defence alignment between Australia and Japan. And closer to home, the Deputy Prime Minister participated in the first ever Australia-Indonesia-Papua New Guinea Defence Ministers meeting, an important forum that will boost our regional security cooperation with two key Indo-Pacific partners. In our immediate region, we have seen a greater People's Liberation Army Navy, PLAN, presence than in recent years. We expect this to continue. We have consistently raised the importance of China providing greater strategic transparency and reassurance about its activities in our region. These developments emphasise again the need to safeguard Australia's security and national interests by strengthening our own sovereign capability. To achieve this, the government has announced reforms to strengthen and streamline future acquisition and sustainment activities through the creation of the Defence Delivery Agency. Since the announcement, the whole of government Defence Reform Task Force has been engaging with staff, industry, international partners and union representatives as it prepares a detailed implementation plan for government consideration. Last week, the government announced its response to the Independent Defence Estate Audit. The audit provides a comprehensive, evidence-based assessment that demonstrates the scale of renewal required to ensure the defence estate can meet our operational and capability requirements now and into the future. Importantly, the audit presents an opportunity to rebalance the estate and prioritise resources in supporting efforts in the north. Divestment of sites identified in the audit will occur in a manner that is sensitive to our people and their families and to the organisations and community who support us. Implementing this program of consolidation and divestment of defence properties will ensure that our people and critical capabilities are where they need to be to defend Australia and our national interests. We have also seen significant progress on boosting ADF capability here at home. Since the last hearing, Defence, with Lockheed Martin Australia, has begun producing guided multiple launch rocket system missiles at the new facility at Port Wakefield in South Australia. This is the first and only facility of its kind to produce these missiles outside Lockheed Martin's US facility. Late last year saw the MQ-28A Ghost Bat successfully engage an aerial target with a live weapon. A further investment of $1.4 billion has been announced to bring Ghost Bat into service. Looking forward, the 2026 iteration of the National Defence Strategy and Defence Integrated Investment Program is well underway. These strategies will build on the 2024 National Defence Strategy, taking a structured approach to considering the risk in our strategic environment and the capabilities required to respond to them. I thank the committee for your time, and with your indulgence, Chair, pass to the CDF.
Thank you. Thank you, Admiral.
Chair and Senators, good morning. Admiral David Johnson, the Chief of the Defence Force. The ADF has hit the ground running this year, staying operationally active and ready in our region and at home. Throughout the end-of-year period, approximately 450 people were assigned to operations at home and abroad. I thank them for their service. We have started the year with Army deploying personnel to the Joint Australian Training Team Philippines, reinforcing our defence ties with one of our close regional partners. 2 Navy Anzac-class frigates, the Toowoomba and the Warramunga, have departed Australia on deployments across Asia. Additionally, 2 P-8 Poseidon aircraft are currently conducting operations based in the Philippines, including joint support for HMAS Toowoomba. Toowoomba and Warramunga will maintain Australia's maritime presence in our region. This is a clear signal of our commitment to a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific where sovereignty is respected. This matters greatly in a region where great power competition is evident and increasing. While it remained more than 200 nautical miles from Australian territory, the deployment of a People's Liberation Army Navy amphibious task group in the Southwest Pacific at the end of last year was a notable example of China's growing willingness to project its military power in the Pacific and closer to our shores. As the Secretary pointed out, we expect deployments like this will continue. I want to reassure you we are alert to this reality. Along with our allies and partners, the ADF continues to monitor military activity in our region. We are ready to respond when required. Here at home, we have responded to requests from the National Emergency Management Agency to help states and territories during disasters and emergencies. Our people have supported both the Victorian Emergency Services and the South Australian Emergency Services to respond to the recent bushfires, providing access to our bases and facilities, as well as provisions to keep first responders on their feet. We also supported the New South Wales Police Force after the tragic Bondi Beach terrorist attack with counter-uncrewed aerial systems equipment and training and specialist planning support. The ADF continues to support the Australian community when needed. Looking ahead, this year brings with it a calendar of large-scale exercises where we will put our alliances and partnerships into action. Both Navy and Air Force will host their flagship international exercises, Exercise Kakadu in March for Navy and Exercise Pitch Black in July for Air Force. Following the success of our largest ever exercise, Talisman Sabre, we expect Kakadu and Pitch Black will draw a significant turnout of countries, their people and capabilities. We will once again participate in Exercise Rim of the Pacific, the world's largest international maritime exercise hosted by the United States. Exercise Keras Woomera, our largest bilateral exercise with Indonesia, and Exercise Yamasakura with both the United States and Japan. As the Secretary said, all of this will take place in the same year we develop the second National Defence Strategy and the next Integrated Investment Program. When our first NDS was released, it set a challenge for the next 2 years: enhance our integrated and focused force. We have responded to that challenge and along the way reflected and learnt from conflicts, changes and developments both regionally and globally. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Admiral. Okay, and I should ask both yourself, Admiral, and Secretary, happy to table that so we can circulate a copy to the committee. Excellent. All right. Senator Cash, I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Secretary and Admiral, for your opening statements. In the first instance, since we last gathered, has the strategic environment deteriorated?
Senator, I think the government's view is that it continues to be very complicated. I think Mr Miles has said that he believes that since the last strategic assessments were made, since the 2024 judgments, our strategic environment has continued to deteriorate.
Can I get you to expand on that in terms of continued to deteriorate? What have we actually seen?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. So I think the change between 24 and 26 is that we've entered into a period in which the international system is likely going to be defined more by the exercise of power than by norms and rules. We think that the international rules-based system, the norms and rules that have underpinned that system, remain central to our interests, and the task before us is to preserve and renovate that system, not dismember it. It's why we've been so concerned, for example, by the erosion around the prohibition on territorial conquest. This is the foundation stone of the rules-based order, if you like. It's the core to the UN Charter, and if we see a world emerge in which state territorial integrity and state sovereignty are subject to major powers seeking to change borders through force, this is why we talk about an environment where that's deteriorating. And I think we've seen that some of those trends have intensified and broadened in 2026. Now, it's not just the fact that the norms and rules have become more challenging. We've also seen the growing use of trade tools, the decline in global integration in relation to trade. That's a contributor to the fact that we think the strategic environment is becoming more contested. And of course, we are also seeing the emergence of new technology, which is developing at a pace that's outpacing the ability of states and the international community to regulate them. And so I think that's also a growing concern for us when we think about the strategic environment. Just on the development of the new technology, can you just briefly take us through where that has now got to? Well, it's I sometimes say to my staff, working on defence strategy these days is like pretending you're an Aztec scribe writing a prediction of the future with Cortez just 3 days off the coast. We don't actually know, I think, the extent to which artificial intelligence and related technologies will transform the strategic environment. Yep. There's a lot said by these technologies, a lot said by their creators who will want to create market value for their companies. But I think at a minimum, our view is that artificial intelligence and other forms of disruptive technology do have the potential to transform Australia's strategic environment, in particular to transform how militaries use these technologies. And part of the problem of the international system, characterised more by strategic competition than by a sense of common norms and rules, is that AI and other disruptive technologies are likely to be a tool of that competition rather than to be a source of international commitment to regulate them and control them. And so that's the risk. For the Defence Department, that imposes a dual obligation. We need to ensure that we're working with our international partners to manage the risk of these technologies. But we also need to, but we can't only afford to just focus on the risk side. We also need to think about how do we ensure that we adopt these new technologies to ensure that we have defences against their use against us. So that's going to be an important part of how we think about technologies in the future. Thank you, Mr Jeffrey. Can I get you to provide a detailed assessment of Defence's monitoring of the Chinese fleet in the Philippine Sea in terms of what were its movements over the summer and what you believe the intent
of those movements were.
Senator, just geographically, you're talking about the West Philippine Sea, which is the Philippine designation of sometimes also called parts of the South China Sea. Is that
yes,
where
please.
you're referring
yes.
to? So look, more broadly, in the South China Sea, we continue to see an expanded footprint of Chinese military and related security activity. It's not just the Chinese PLA Navy, of course, it's the Chinese Coast Guard and the Chinese Maritime Militia. You also see frequent use of Chinese fishing fleets as a way to assert Chinese claims to the territory in the South China Sea. We've seen this expansion of Chinese military and related activity really since the period of around 2012, 2013. That has coincided with, as you know, China's claim to the seas and territories within the South China Sea, sometimes referred to as the 9-dash line. As you know, the Australian government doesn't take a position on these claims. There are competing claims in the South China Sea. Our position is rather that these disputed claims need to be resolved peacefully, free of coercion and consistent with international law. We continue to support robustly ASEAN leadership on the resolution of these disputes through a code of conduct negotiation with the Chinese government. That discussion is ongoing. The Deputy Prime Minister has supported those discussions in the context of his participation in the ASEAN Defence Ministers meeting in the last few years. But I think it's safe to say we remain concerned about the unresolved nature of these disputes, the fact that there are a range of countries that continue to face a strong degree of coercion in relation to their claims. Yep. And again, the importance of focusing on how these claims be resolved peacefully, consistent with international
Just moving
law.
on then, but similar ground. What are the risks to the threat environment currently of the CCP's assertive live fire exercises and the blockade simulations of Taiwan?
Well, I think we have judged that because of these tactics that you refer to and because of the increasing presence of military assets in the South China Sea, militaries from a range of countries are coming into increasingly frequent proximity. This is one of the world's busiest international shipping routes. Yep. And it is also a territory that's crucial to the national security of the claimant states in the region, in maritime Southeast Asia, and of course to China. So our view has been, and our concern has been, that this combination of factors creates an environment that is where the risk of miscalculation and inadvertent escalation is elevated. And that's why we think it's very important that there be a robust process to resolve these disputes consistent with international law. You know, there are a range, it's not like this is a mystery. There are a range of examples in the region, in Southeast Asia, and indeed in Australia's engagement with the region, for example with Timor-Leste, where we have resolved disputes over boundaries and territories consistent with international law, using those international mechanisms to resolve them peacefully and to the satisfaction of both parties. There's ample precedent for this to occur, and I think it's the long-time government position that that the claimants to the South China Sea engage in these dispute resolution mechanisms.
Moving closer to home then, but in that same context, in previous estimates we have spoken about grey zone conflict and the changing nature of strategic competition. Is the threatening of tariffs in retaliation for returning the Port of Darwin to Australian hands an example of what is meant when experts say that strategic competition increasingly is using a whole of statecraft lens?
I think that the definition, Senator, is that grey zone tactics are an attempt to pursue strategic goals, sometimes coercively below the threshold of conflict. We see that the use of grey zone tactics has become more common in the international environment, and it's become more common both by state actors and non-state actors. It's aided by the proliferation of technology and interconnected information systems. And this is related as well to what we see as a more contested and more conditional trade space where states resort to economic tools as a form of coercion. This is not limited to one country. As you know, Australia has placed great store in the idea of global economic integration and interdependence, the theory of comparative advantage, being able to focus on what you're good at, being able to import what you're not, and that it'll be outsource what you're not. And this, I think, has been part of what we would describe as an incredibly hospitable strategic environment for Australia's development over the last 30, 40 years. However, that unfettered process of globalisation, I think, is becoming much more challenged. The consensus around it has largely broken down, and the use of states to resort to trade tools like tariffs is becoming more of a feature of our environment.
And just on that, Minister, and the use of, obviously, the threatening of tariffs and retaliation for returning the Port of Darwin to Australian hands, or as was stated, the use of trade tools. Is that the conduct of a friend or a competitor?
Senator, I think we've had...
Senator, let's just start off the day on a positive note. All right. Thank you, Minister. You have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you, Senator Cash. The approach that we are taking to the bilateral relationship with China seeks to establish a very calm and steady approach to that relationship, and dialogue for us is part of that. We consider that that is central to having a stable and a constructive relationship with China. We are clear too that there are we must approach this in a way that is consistent with our national interests. We have been clear, for example, that China is embarking on the largest conventional military build-up since the Second World War, and as the Secretary, Mr Jeffrey, CDF have already spoken about, that is occurring without the transparency and reassurance that we would hope for. And as Mr Jeffrey has indicated to you just now, that increases the risk of miscalculation or unintentional escalation. And those are things that are concerns and that we continue to work with counterparts.
Secretary or Mr Jeffrey, what is the status as at today of the repurchase of the Port of Darwin? And in answering that, can you just take us through what Defence's role is in that?
Senator, we'll defer that question to the relevant department. Defence is contributing and supporting where required in relation to that work, but we're not leading that work.
So contributing...
The Department of Infrastructure.
And
Senator.
Supporting. When you say... So does Defence then, given it is the Port of Darwin, given its strategic location, given the announcement by the government for strategic regions, that it is committed to the repurchase of the Port of Darwin. So Defence's role is contributing and supporting. Do you, as the Department of Defence then, understand what the current status is of the repurchase?
Senator, I am participating in internal discussions, departmental consultations with colleagues, and so yes, I'm up to speed with where the work is at.
So are you able to tell us what is the current status of the purchase? Because that is something that we have now been pursuing at a number of estimates, in particular given the commitment by the government to facilitate the repurchase. So are you able to tell us, I mean, you've said it's within your knowledge, what is the current status?
Senator, I wouldn't go into that. This is work that we're doing to provide advice to the government on how we execute on the Prime Minister's direction. But it would be premature to go into the details of that work.
Could I ask then, is Defence involved in any national security assessments to support the sale? Not going to what the national security assessments may or may not be, but is that one of Defence's roles?
Senator, again, I don't think I'm going to go into the detail of what we're providing and how we're providing it, but we are working closely with the team that's leading this work.
What advice has then been given to the service chiefs in relation to the repurchase?
Senator, I have advised my colleagues in Defence about the status of the work happening at the intergovernment level. At the
intergovernment level. And when you said you have advised your colleagues, who are those colleagues?
My three-star military colleagues and my Band 3 colleagues in the department, and of course the Secretary in the CDF.
Yep. Okay. Has the Defence Minister sought briefings on the matter?
I'm sorry, Senator?
Has the Defence Minister sought briefings on this matter, the repurchase of the Port of Darwin?
We have discussed the item with our portfolio ministers.
With portfolio ministers?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Can I ask, have the service chiefs provided themselves any briefings to the minister or ministers?
The service chiefs?
Yes.
I'm not aware, Senator.
Secretary?
Sorry, Senator.
No, that's fine, Secretary.
I think that advice would on this matter would, the service chiefs may have particular, bits of information that would feed in, but the advice to the whole of government process would be collated and provided through Mr. Jeffrey's team, to the whole of government group that's working on this.
Just on that, Secretary, the whole of government process, my initial questions were, what is the status? Unable to provide that to this committee because the status is undertaken by Infrastructure and Defence provides the contributing and supporting role. In terms of that whole of government process, in terms of the repurchase, can you just take us through what that is?
It's a normal
You're talking about the government process, about how we work.
Yeah, well, you refer to a whole of government process. You're part of that because you are, as you say, contributing and supporting. Yeah. You're contributing and supporting the Minister, or are you contributing and supporting the Department of Infrastructure? Who else is part of this whole of government role?
Well, again, I think those questions are best directed to the Department of Infrastructure, but it is an interdepartmental committee.
It's an interdepartmental committee,
and as common as pretty common a feature of
yes, they are.
Federal government that's led by the Department of Infrastructure. They will invite stakeholder agencies, those agencies that will be important to contributing to advice to government, to ensure that the Prime Minister and the government more broadly is getting holistic advice. When
was Defence first invited to participate in the interdepartmental committee?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. Yeah.
Okay. Prime Minister and Cabinet, we also put questions to them in relation to the repurchase of the port and of Darwin. We asked them whether or not there was an election commitment tracker. I've been in government, I do know what an election commitment tracker looks like, and they were unable to tell us whether or not there was even tracking of this. Is Defence itself aware of whether or not the commitment to implement this is actually being tracked?
I'm not aware. I'm not aware, Senator.
Okay. One more question. Look, I will come back to this because I do have another series of questions. Just in relation, Mr. Jeffrey, too, has the Defence Minister or ministers within the portfolio sought briefings on this matter. Can I get you potentially to take on notice when the briefings were provided and in what manner?
Yep, take it on.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair. I will return to this line of questioning.
Yeah, that's right. We'll come back. Thank you very much. I'll go to Senator Ghosh and then Senator Shoebridge. Senator Ghosh, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officials here today. My questions relate to the Defence Estate Audit and the government's response to that. The Defence Strategic Review emphasised the importance of the defence estate in the context of defending Australia, and I just wanted to understand, from your perspective, what role the defence estate plays in that defence and in keeping Australians safe.
Thank you, Senator. If you can just give me a moment. Senator Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. Thank you for your question. The Defence Estate Audit was undertaken as a recommendation in the Defence Strategic Review, and the recommendation is then reflected in the terms of reference that the independent reviewers, Jean Mason and Jim Miller, were given to do this important piece of work. They were asked to make recommendations to ensure that Defence's estate is best structured to support the force posture, force generation and resourcing of defence in response to Australia's strategic circumstances in line with the Defence Strategic Review, and particularly to consider the infrastructure and priority investments, the capability and operational planning needs as defined through the Defence Strategic Review, and to assess if Defence Estate, as it was in being as they undertook the review, reflected our contemporary needs. The terms of reference are in the published report that was released last week. So in our view, this is very much a part of Defence's, supporting Defence's implementation of the Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy priorities.
So some of the reporting about this review and then the government's response to it has emphasised or suggested that the decision is based on financial factors or money rather than that posture or other considerations. Are you able to address those criticisms?
Certainly, I think I've seen that in the response. This was a deeply considered piece of work. I think it's valuable to reflect, and I know the Deputy Prime Minister did last week, that after the government received the report, which has responded to the terms of reference set by government, the Deputy Prime Minister directed Defence to undertake more detailed analysis and to understand the implications to implement the report, and that formed Defence's advice to government on how to proceed. So this is very much an independent report that has delivered 20 recommendations that are designed around reshaping the defence estate to meet our future strategic needs, and to recognise that investment in the estate has always been challenging, and a large unused estate with many legacy sites that are unpopulated, underpopulated, and in need of quite substantial investment to be able to operate in a contemporary way, doesn't support the investment the government had prioritised in the Defence Strategic Review and National Defence Strategy for our future force posture and structure. In my view, the independent review and the government's response to it, and now our task to implement it, really aligns our estate and infrastructure investment with those priorities for the future.
And I think that answer reflects really that this is a difficult area that has been neglected by previous governments and hasn't perhaps received either the attention or the reforming zeal that was required. Can I ask, in terms of Northern Australian bases, how does this review and the response affect our capacity in Northern Australia?
Thank you, Senator. It's a very important point that of the 20 recommendations the independent audit makes, only one deals with divestment of sites. I think that's where most of the focus is. But it also acknowledges, and our broader national defence strategy priorities acknowledge the critical importance of the northern bases. In the current integrated investment program, $14 to $18 billion of planned investment in those northern bases is scheduled and now in delivery, as is important investment in the southern training bases. So of those sites, 68 recommended, 67 agreed for divestment. They are not those sites where we undertake critical initial and training, continuum training, or where we operate or generate capability from in the whole. But your first point is right, and this isn't a new point. The independent reviewers make this point, but I can assure you it's part of my lived experience as the estate capability manager. Sustaining a very aged estate is challenging. We have historically underinvested. Many of the points the independent reviewers make in this report and reflect here were also made in the 2015 Defence Strategic Review. There are many similarities in their recommendations to an important force posture review undertaken in 2012 by former Secretaries Rick Smith and Alan Hawke. I spoke with both of those gentlemen. Alan tragically has now departed. In the forming of this work, so these are long-standing challenges, and it does reflect that a very large estate, 3.8 million hectares in many, many parts of Australia, difficult to manage, and that we do need to focus on those priorities for the way that the operating force lives from the south to the north.
Thank you, Ms Perkins. I heard a number in relation to the investment. Are you able to just elaborate on that number and perhaps break down what components comprise it?
And that's a point we've discussed in this committee a few times. So the headline figures, as the Defence Strategic Review has been embedded for us in our priorities in the 2024 National Defence Strategy and Integrated Investment Program, are these, and I can talk to some parts of that. $14 to $18 billion over the decade to 2033-34 for Northern Base upgrades. That includes significant upgrades really in the span from Exmouth in the west to Shoalwater Bay in the east, and the Cocos Keeling Island investment. So upgrades to RAF Base Learmonth to lengthen and strengthen the runway, increase fuel holdings and increase the ability of that base to operate. Continued investment across the Northern Territory, completing investments in RAF Base Darwin and Tyndall, and upgrades to the Robertson Barracks in Darwin. Important work in Cairns that will support the future littoral manoeuvre capability of the Army. Important work at RAF Base Townsville that support the Apache helicopter fleet and so on. So that is a really large program of work for our future operating capability. But there's additional investment for enterprise infrastructure upgrade. I mentioned the training force. So some of the work I'm really excited about in the years ahead. We had completed a wholesale upgrade to HMAS Cerberus, Navy's initial training place, and we are soon to commence similar work for our Blamey Barracks, Kapooka and RAF Base Wagga, the places where we train our Army and Air Force recruits. So how and there's another substantial body of work for the logistics network across Australia. So those prioritised infrastructure investments in the north, but also in the south, are aligned to the future strategy and the capabilities that we're investing in for the Army, Navy and Air Force, where they'll train and where they'll operate. And I should mention actually two incredibly important ones, and actually that take up most of my time, the priority infrastructure investment for our AUKUS pathway at HMAS Stirling, and important work the CDF mentioned to support the guided weapons and explosive ordnance enterprise. The new facility at Port Wakefield, where we will have the initial capacity to assemble and manufacture, was an outstanding project delivered through Infrastructure Division using a First Nations contractor. They did a phenomenal job. and the Minister for Defence Industry just in the last few weeks opened some new explosive ordnance storage at the Orchard Hill facility in Sydney. So the infrastructure investment's significant. It is all over the country and it is aligned to the National Defence Strategy.
In terms of the estate audit for a moment, are you able to just summarise the process that the audit or that sat behind the audit that then led to its recommendations?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So we appointed the independent reviewers, or the government appointed the independent reviewers, Jan Mason. Jan had been a former Managing Director of Defence Housing Australia and a Deputy Secretary in the Department of Finance, and Jim Miller, a former Chair of Victoria, at the time Chair of Infrastructure Victoria too, extremely knowledgeable people in this space. They were supported by a Defence Secretariat. I want to thank Jim and Jan and also Dan Fankhauser and his team who led this work. They undertook an extremely rigorous process of review supported by the department, and just in the headlines of that, they visited over 70 sites around Australia. They undertook consultations with 50 officials within Defence. They did a detailed analysis using, we have quite advanced data on the state of the estate. We maintain an extremely good sense of the knowledge of what's on sites and the material state of things. They engaged with officials in states and territories and other interested stakeholders. And they did some important work to cross-level their thinking and finding with work that we were undertaking in support of the Integrated Investment Program. So one that Jim mentioned last week is in supporting development of the IIP, we do quite a bit of planning and analysis around the current and future needs of the estate and the importance of sites to generating capability. So they were cross-levelling what they were seeing with the work Defence was doing to support where we wanted and needed that future investment to implement the government strategy.
Now, I'm sure you would have noticed this, that much of the attention following the release of the government's response and the audit has focused on divestment. Are you able to just summarise for us or provide the key rationale that the audit leads provided for recommending divestment of sites?
Yeah, and they're quite explicit about that in their report, and the report is not a long read, but it's a really good read. In undertaking that work and consulting deeply with Defence on our needs, they were of mind to understand how a site was contributing to Defence's strategy and capability generation needs, the cost of running a site, and I think this is a really important point. Many of these sites, even if they are lightly populated, not populated, aren't cost-free to me as the estate capability manager. We have obligations and continue spending money on these sites. And with a mind to understand how we could refocus on our strategic needs. So in the rationale, and I think importantly, and they say this in the report, the capacity to generate revenue is valuable. The capacity for us to reduce our spend on these sites over time is as valuable. And so there was quite a bit of analysis around that with the support of Defence that we've since validated. The other really important principle is that we consider within our overall force posture, our presence in location. So in most of the metro and regional areas, Defence's force posture won't largely change as we implement this report or undertake these divestments. And the principle would be, how could you generate that capability elsewhere in the same metro or regional area? And where did we have unused capacity in other parts of the estate? So in many cases, you'll see two sites side by side or nearby where there's underused capacity, and that'll be the premise on which we move forward, is that we maximise the use of more contemporary facilities while we divest those lower value facilities.
And does that rationale also apply to the partial divestments that are contemplated?
Thank you, Senator. I mentioned earlier that the Deputy Prime Minister asked Defence to undertake a detailed analysis of the report and its implementation to just verify the assessments. And that was very important work over the last 2 years, supported by senior representatives of the Navy, Army, Air Force and all our groups and services to make sure that we had really thought about what was on those sites, what units, what capabilities, and to verify what we might need to replicate elsewhere or could accommodate elsewhere. That work informed the conversation we had with government about where, on deeper analysis, there was a critical capability that would be challenging to move or more costly than the revenue that it might receive, and therefore the government in its deliberation agreed to retain one site, the Pittwater Dive Annex, and to partially divest 3 sites. And that is a capability argument Defence made about how we would sustain that capability at HMAS Penguin, at the Warradale Barracks in South Australia, and there's one other and it'll come to me. But yeah, they were Defence analysing and maintaining, supporting a capability and a cost argument. Yep.
Just a step through process again. We've discussed the process that the independent audit went through, or the auditors went through, in order to produce their findings and their report. Are you able to just step us through what the government did in preparing its response to that report from a process perspective?
In the normal manner, we established a team in Defence, the Estate Transformation Division. Mr Peter West is leading that division as we implement this work, and brought together a team. This was one of the recommendations of the report, to analyse and prepare for implementation. That is a team built from our existing property experts in Defence. We do acquisition and divestment of land quite regularly. One of the interesting points is we've already divested 3 of the sites recommended in the audit, and another 2 not recommended in the time that we've done this work. As I said, we've worked with our colleagues across Defence who are the capability experts, and we've engaged closely across government with our colleagues who have important expertise to bring. Important point here in the government's decision, the Department of Finance, who are the property and asset managers, will undertake the divestments. They've been deeply involved, as has the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and the Department of Infrastructure and others, so that we are assessing this across the Commonwealth for all of the things you'd want to. And in the normal way, having developed that work, we took that to government for decision last year. And the government response as released last year represents Defence and our colleagues in government's advice to government and the government's decisions.
In terms of Finance's role in this process, are you able to just briefly summarise what their role in relation to what Defence's role or Defence Estate's role will be, and then just give us an outline of the timeline to divestment and that. Well, basically, if you just step us through that process.
Certainly, yeah. So, as the Deputy Prime Minister and the Assistant Minister for Defence announced last week, the government's agreed in principle all of the 20 recommendations. Defence's role will be to lead implementation of all of the recommendations, and that's set out in the government response in the published version. On the divestments, the government has directed that Defence will continue the divestment action for 6 sites where divestment is already underway and the sites are vacant. That work is in train, and I can step through that. And so of the 67 sites, 6 Defence will divest. 12 are leased sites. We have a lease. Defence will manage the process by which we plan for transition and end leases. And the subset of that, and somebody will be doing the maths for me, the Department of Finance will lead the divestment of the bulk of those sites. I should note 10 of those sites are also vacant. So Defence will be focusing on the transition planning and change management and support for our people who are working on 43 sites that are inhabited. Department of Finance, as Defence readies sites by moving people and capability, we will transition the site to the Department of Finance and they will lead the divestment process. I think in their evidence last night, they will be working through, they're developing that process now. Defence and the Department of Finance under government direction have an agreement about how this will operate. There will be some shared accountabilities around transition and due diligence activities which are normal in the sale of property, and how together we will work through the environmental investigations, the heritage considerations and so forth.
Thank you. I'm trespassing on the Chair's indulgence, so I'm going to put two questions to you just briefly. Following on from that process, where does the money go? And then some of these sites are not occupied, but some are. What's going to happen to existing users and tenants in these facilities?
So an important part of the government's decision and announcement last week is that the proceeds of sale, minus the costs of divestment or recreating capabilities elsewhere, will be returned to the defence budget and the investment program. How we will work this with Department of Finance is, as sites are divested, we will account each year in the defence budget for the return of those proceeds for future defence investment. That's a very important point. In the sites that Defence are continuing to lead on divestment, we have a high level of confidence that a number of those will be divested this year, and we are about to or are in the market to work through a market process, and I would call out the Penrith depot and the Londonderry transmitting station. And you mentioned the timeframe. The timeframe...
actually, sorry, my question was focused on tenants and users.
Yes,
so I did ask a previous question about timeframe, but just in terms of what's going to happen, what's the process in relation to existing tenants and users on those sites, and how are you managing that?
So we've already started a comprehensive consultation program with defence staff on site, APS, ADF and other third-party users. We have many, more than 100 community groups, veterans groups and so forth resident on those sites. In the days since last week's announcement, we've undertaken, I would say now, something in the order of 5 or 6... Eight online sessions for defence. I led 2 of those last week, and we've probably had in the order of 8,000 defence staff engage in those sessions. In the course of the next 2 weeks, we will continue online sessions and in-person sessions at those sites. That will be to start consulting and engaging on what the transition program and change management program will be. In the published materials, there is an indication for each of those sites at a high level what that transition plan is. Sitting beneath that is much more detailed work. In some cases, that's very clear. In some cases, there's a bit more work to do, but we'll be focusing in the first instance on those things that are more straightforward in the vacant sites. We wrote or phoned or have engaged, I think, with pretty much now all of those other users of sites. I've engaged with all my state and territory counterparts. Mr West has engaged with all of our other users on sites. We've undertaken initial briefings with peak veterans organisations and the RSL, and those engagements will continue. And in the next couple of weeks, we will commence some community consultation at sites. So that consultation will be detailed. As I said, it's a lot to go through for 67 sites, but where there are people, there is a plan that was part of the analysis on what that relocation will look like. The government's direction to us is to work with some haste to move where it is able to be done so within the next 2 years. So we will start that transition planning in earnest now for the relocation. Some of those sites will require the replication of some elements of capability or facilities. Obviously, that might take a little bit longer, and that'll be part of the broader transition plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms Perkins. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thanks, Senator Ghosh. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, yeah. Thanks very much, Chair. While we've got you there, Ms Perkins, can you remind me again how many sites are proposed to be sold?
So the government has agreed to divest or partially divest 67 sites. Of that 67, 64 will be divested in whole and 3 will be partially divested.
And you said that obviously there's costs of remediation, costs of removing defence assets from the sites, there's the costs of sale itself, is that right?
Yes.
Yep. Can you just give me a breakdown on what the expected gross return from the sale of the sites is? And then maybe we can step through a couple of those
Certainly.
costs.
The broad estimate of, based on market valuations undertaken by the independent audit and with some revalidation in 2025, is $3 billion.
Okay. And the market valuation, they obviously weren't being sold as defence sites. Were they being sold on the assumption that that would be rezoned to maximise commercial returns?
Senator, the Department of Finance will be leading the divestment activity and the approaches to market. But as the Deputy Prime Minister said when he announced the audit and its implementation last week, the principle will be to achieve full market value to maximise returns to the defence budget.
And there was no consideration given to those leading this divestment strategy about maximising public return. So, for example, they weren't asked to say, well, perhaps this would get, can you test what the public return would be for retaining it for a veterans group or using it for public housing? That wasn't part of, they weren't testing what an alternate case would be for retaining it in public use, were they?
As I've described, the terms of reference were focused on aligning the estate to Defence's strategy and future force needs, yes.
So the question was, did Defence need it? Yes, no. If Defence didn't need it, then how much can you get for it? That's pretty much it, isn't it?
Yeah, the independent reviewers responded to the terms of reference.
And these are parcels of public land that have been in Commonwealth ownership, some for well over a century, but there was no consideration of whether or not there might be an alternative public use. And I've given you some. Retain it for veterans, use it for public housing, have it for public parkland. That wasn't part of the consideration.
The future use will be part of the divestment process that will be led by the Department of Finance.
Yeah, but that's all. The future use is what returns the greatest market return to Defence from sale. That's what's going to determine future use, isn't it?
That has been the government's announced position, yes.
All right. So $3 billion in gross sales. Now that includes some, what I would have thought would be extraordinarily valuable properties. Victoria Barracks in Sydney, or Victoria Barracks in Melbourne. Now I think about it, Victoria Barracks in Brisbane. Multiple waterfront sites in Hobart, large sites in Adelaide, which are already being eyed up for potentially thousands of private housing units. Many people I've spoken to and who have just contacted my office said, where did the $3 billion come from? You know, some of these sites are incredibly valuable. When was the valuation done?
So as the independent reviewers were undertaking their work in late 2023, they worked with the Commonwealth Government's property advisor, JLL, to undertake indicative market valuations. We've undertaken some additional due diligence on that. I would say that there's some really important issues that inform real estate valuations of this kind, and the due diligence that the Department of Finance undertake will assess and confirm this. Heritage overlays impact property values, contamination impact property values, but this is the work of experts who have assessed those sites and provided market valuations in the normal manner.
Well, what notional value was attached to Victoria Barracks in Sydney?
Senator, in the published version, in the independent leads forward, some of the information has been redacted for commercial sensitivities. I'm not going to talk to the individual valuations of sites at this time. That will be work that the Department of Finance will now engage on in due diligence as sites are taken forward to the market.
Well, if you want to take a public interest immunity claim, that's fine. But I'm going to ask you, just for a number of high-profile sites, what was the valuation the estimated valuation that the Commonwealth get for selling Victoria Barracks in Sydney, Victoria Barracks in Brisbane, and Victoria Barracks in Melbourne, each of those individually. What was the value?
Well, I'll take that on notice.
All right. Now, you say $3 billion for the gross sale. Then there are, you mentioned a number of costs, remediation, relocation, and obviously, you know, the real estate agents and lawyers get their cut. Can you articulate what those were?
The overall figure that we took to government is approximately $1.2 billion in transition costs.
All right. And can you break down what they were by way of remediation, legal fees, real estate agents cut, relocation?
I'll take that on notice. As you'd appreciate, across 67 sites, that's individual figures for each of those sites across a number of activities.
At this stage, by all means, give me the individual figures for the sites on notice. Appreciate that. But at this stage, I'm after the global figures for those things.
I might take that on notice. We can absolutely break that down.
And so we get, after selling 67 parcels of public land, some of them incredibly emotionally important, historically important, we get $1.8 billion net. That's the estimate. Is that right?
Correct.
How long is it expected to take, this divestment project? What's the horizon for sales from 1 to 67?
As the Deputy Prime Minister has said in his engagements in the last few years, in the last few days, we have been asked to move rapidly. Mm-hmm. A number of these sites have been divested and will be divested in the short term. But the government recognise, and our lived experience is, some of these sites will take some time to divest.
Yeah. And that, Ms Perkins, speedy for defence doesn't necessarily mean speedy for the rest of the world. What is the time frame?
The government has directed that we commence the sales process within the next 2 years. Mm-hmm. Many of these will be large and complex activities, and as the Department of Finance undertakes the divestment activity, they will be working with the market on those solutions. Yeah,
but I mean, you must be thinking about the revenue. So to commence in 2 years, you must have some idea of what the time frame for the total sales, the estimated conclusion of this project is. When is it?
I think the important point to make in terms of Defence's role in implementation is that I am focused not in 2 years but today on the transition arrangements at the sites where Defence people and capabilities reside, such that I can hand those sites to the Department of Finance. Yeah. And for the 6 sites where Defence will continue divestment activity, that we move as rapidly as we can. As I said, it will be my goal. I am confident we will conclude at least 2 of those sales this year and a number next year.
So in actual fact, all of the upfront costs, the relocation, the rehabilitation, that's likely over the next so many years to actually mean that this project is going to be a deficit project for Defence. Over the next few years, you're going to be spending more on relocation, rehabilitation, lawyers, real estate agents than you're going to get on the divestment project over the next few years. That's the realistic. It's actually going to cost Australian taxpayers money over the next few years to lose public assets to private real estate developments. That's the truth of it, isn't it?
Senator, no. The way that we certainly the guidance from the independent reviewers and the work we've done with the Department of Finance is to make this self-funding. There is some initial funding available in Defence for kick-off activities. A number of sales were completed in the last year, which will also contribute to the activities that we'll need to undertake in the first instance, and that that as properties are sold, those funds will come back to support the divestment activity.
How much is it costing the budget this financial year?
We have $5 million in the budget this year in Defence.
And what's the expectation next year in terms of the budget impact?
Look, I'd take that on notice, but I would say that we have in the IIP unapproved program over the forward estimate $75 million earmarked to support this activity, but with the agreement that the Department of Finance, as sales are concluded, will return those proceeds to the defence budget.
So in the short term, you're setting aside $75 million from other parts of the defence budget to sell this public land. In the short term, that's what you've got set aside?
Yes.
Yep. So I come back to my point. In the coming budget years, this is actually going to cost. There'll be less money available for defence as a result of deciding to sell off 67 highly priced sites.
With a very important caveat, the cost to sustain these sites, particularly the 16 sites that are currently vacant, will be a savings. When those sites transition and we no longer provide services on those sites, we will reduce pressure in the sustainment budget and the overall spend on these sites.
All right.
Just last minute there, Senator.
All right. Well, I'm going to a different matter, but I might just introduce it at the beginning. When I looked through the initial budget papers and then the updated budget papers for this financial year, I was looking at the nuclear-powered submarines budget expenditure, and in the initial 25-26 budget, the nuclear-powered submarine project had an approved project expenditure of $18.56 billion. Then in the half-year update, the initial expenditure, the initial budget for 25-26 for the nuclear-powered submarine project had a total approved expenditure of $15.448 billion. Then in the half-yearly updates, that increased to $18.56 billion. What's the $3 billion of additional expenditure on nuclear submarines that popped up in the first 6 months of this year? Admiral Johnson, can you shed any light on the $3 billion change?
Senator, good morning. I think the CFO is coming up to be able to answer those questions, and of course some of them are relevant to the Australian Submarine Agency as well.
It's just surfaced like a second-hand Virginia in the budget.
Once we get the answer, I'll have to move the call around. I'll come back to Senator Cash. So let's just...
Thank you very much.
Hang on, we'll just get this answer and then we'll...
Yep.
And then I'll hand you the call.
Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer, Department of Defence. Senator, could you just repeat the numbers again for this year that you were talking?
Yeah, so if you go to table 64 on the original budget, the total was $15.448 billion. Go to table 54 on the half-yearly update, and it's $18.567 billion. You have to add the two numbers together under approved project expenditure. Someone must know where the $3 billion is going.
Sorry, the additional estimates table, what was the table reference?
Do you want the original? Which budget are you looking at?
No, this is the latest one.
Well,
the mid-year update, as you referred to.
The mid-year update, table 64, page 100 to help.
Yep. So table 64 in the portfolio additional estimate statements includes approved funding. So I'd say the movement between the 2 years has been that there has been additional submissions, cabinet submissions considered by government.
It's not 2 years, it's 6 months from the budget in 25, the original budget for 25-26.
All right, can we just let the witness answer, because I'm going to move the call around, otherwise you'll have to wait till you come back.
In the interim, there has been, between the two budget updates, there has been cabinet submissions have gone to government. Government has approved additional funding for the nuclear-powered submarine program that was previously provisioned as unapproved funding within the Defence IIP.
Well, what was the $3 billion? Is it money going to the US? Is it more money going to Rolls-Royce? $3 billion, just...
I would have to take that on notice, but that question would be best directed to the ASA. I'm giving you the high-level view of how that movement has occurred and what caused it. The detail would be best directed to the ASA, Senator.
We'll have to come back to you a bit later, Senator. Senator Cash, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have some very brief questions on the role of the Special Envoy, Mr Gosling. Can you just clarify for me what Mr Gosling's role actually is, in particular as it relates to his relationship with Defence as the Special Envoy? But I understand he's not a member of the executive, but at the same time he is listed on the department's website and he signed the forward to the ADF parliamentary program.
Thanks, Senator Cash. It is the case that special envoys have been appointed by governments, including governments you were part of, to perform particular tasks, to perform outreach in relation to areas where they have special interest or expertise. Mr Gosling, as you'd understand, does have a deep connection to the defence portfolio. I don't think that these arrangements are unusual.
No, I'm just asking you about what his role is. I'm not saying it's an unusual arrangement. I'm merely asking you about the role. Does he receive parliamentary support from the department on correspondence or other matters in his role?
No, we've got some other questions.
Senator John Reid, Deputy Secretary Governance
Thank
in the
you, Mr.
Department. We don't provide regular support to Mr Gosling in parliamentary matters. We provide support in relation to the issues that the Minister's outlined is his specific special envoy responsibilities.
No, sorry, understood. Exactly. So the answer is, obviously, as a parliamentarian, he's a parliamentarian, but as the special envoy, what support does he get from the department?
Senator, if he is asked by the Deputy Prime Minister to attend an event, we might provide information about the event for Mr Gosling or his office.
Correspondence, if someone writes to him?
Senator, I have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of correspondence we've processed for Mr Gosling.
Okay. Does he receive briefings from the department?
Not regular briefings, Senator. There might be an issue on which the Deputy Prime Minister has asked him to manage, or maybe he's been asked to take a meeting. We might provide some information in relation to those things.
Can I just get you to take on notice just the number of briefings that have been provided to him and when? Are any Defence staff seconded to his office either as DLOs or personal staff?
No, Senator.
Okay. Has he requested a briefing on the sale of the Port of Darwin?
Not that I'm aware, Senator. I can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Right. I also would like to now turn to the Defence estate sale. So, does Defence have a figure of the number of reservists, ADF personnel, cadets and Defence officials who will be affected or displaced as a result of the sale of the 67 sites? And can I confirm it's 67 sites?
67 sites is correct, Senator.
Thank you. And just in terms of the estimate of the number?
Just give me one moment.
Thank you very much.
Get my folder back open, Senator, and I'll be with you. Yes, we do. So of those 67 sites, around 9,000 people are resident currently.
9,000 resident across the sites?
All those sites, and I'll give you the breakdown into those categories you just referred to.
Thank you.
There's around 1,500 permanent ADF.
Permanent?
That's about 2.5% of the permanent force.
Yep.
Around 1,650 APS members.
APS, public servants. Yep.
Yep. Around 3,200 reserves.
Reserves.
And 2,550 cadets.
2,550 cadets. Thank you very much. So Defence's fact sheets, if you go to your website, does say just under 10,000. So that is indeed correct in terms of the evidence you've just given. In terms of those you've just referred to, the cadets, the officials, the reservists, the APS, etc., who utilise the sites, when were they first notified that they would be displaced?
Last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday. How were they notified?
Last Wednesday morning, the day that the Deputy Prime Minister and Assistant Minister for Finance made the announcement, we undertook a range of staff engagements in Defence. That commenced with a message from the CDF and the Secretary to all Defence staff.
Via what form of communication?
It was emailed to all staff, posted onto our Defence intranet site and followed up with a quirky thing we do in Defence called a defgram, which is a key way we communicate internally. So across the course of the morning, we engaged all Defence staff that the report had been released, where to find the information on that support. We also started from Wednesday undertaking all staff online consultations that focused on the impact to staff. I led the first of those on the Wednesday afternoon, followed up on the Thursday. As Mr Wester said, we've done eight of those so far.
8 so far?
Yep.
Across Australia?
Yes. So they are online, but nationally this week we've been doing them in more refined geographic locations. We've also shared with all of the elements of Defence, the 3 services and the other groups, details on where their impacted staff are geographically and a package of communication for what we would call command-led engagement, so that each of us in leadership roles can engage with our people affected on that change. And we will roll next week into in-person engagements on those sites.
So can I just confirm then that the affected personnel, and as I said, I'll say the figure on your website, just under 10,000, first found out that they would be displaced realistically when they read it in the paper that morning before the actual announcement?
We timed the announcement to be before the government announced the review.
No, I'm talking about the newspapers when they published this. So they woke up in the morning to find out that they were being displaced. That's realistically what happened. An announcement may have occurred an hour later, 2 hours later, 3 hours later, 4 hours later. You may have sent them communications, but it was briefed out and nobody had the courtesy to actually tell these people who serve our country that they were going to be displaced. Is that correct?
Senator, I think that misstates the evidence that Ms Perkins has just provided to you. She's described to you very direct communications that have been provided to impacted staff. I think the government is very clear that one of our primary objectives in stepping through this transition is to support staff. I'm really pleased to hear Ms Perkins' report to this committee about the work that is underway to engage very directly, and the reassurance that is being provided to a range of different people, whether they are Defence employees, service personnel, reservists, cadets, other users of these sites, engaging very directly to ensure that they are supported and have the information that they need through a transition.
With all due respect, Minister, that does nothing to add to the point that I was making, and I'd get you to confirm it, therefore, that I am not having a go at Ms Perkins. She is outlining what the timeline was. The government briefed the story out. The story was published in newspapers across Australia. That morning when people woke up, or if they're like us, at midnight when they are checking the front pages of all of the newspapers as we do, they found out that they were being displaced. So, Minister, I ask you, therefore, do you accept that that is a courteous way to treat 10,000 or thereabouts people who serve our country, that they wake up to an announcement only to then have it formally announced and a communications process is put in place? Do you think that's courteous?
Senator, the government takes its responsibilities to the people who serve our country as service personnel.
That's not my question, with all due respect,
Senator,
Minister. Is that a courteous way of announcing this to these servicemen and women?
Minister.
I have the call. Thank you, Chair. Senator, the government takes it very seriously, our obligations to the men and women who serve our country in uniform and to the many public servants who work diligently within the Defence Department to support our defence efforts. We also understand deeply the relationship that many other Australians have with these sites. It is why so much preparation and thinking has been done, not just about day one, but about days 2, 3, 4, 5, 30, 365. the days which follow this announcement to support people through this transition. It's an important transition. It responds to advice we've received about our changing strategic circumstances and the need to ensure that our defence assets are aligned with our capability requirements. But that doesn't mean that change isn't challenging, and we are deeply committed to ensuring that people are supported through that process.
With all due respect, Minister, and this is my personal opinion, I find the answer you've just given quite demeaning, given the time frame that has been outlined by the official at the table. You say you care. Was any thought then given by the government on the impact to, as the Defence website says, around 10,000, just under, that would be affected by this, that they actually, in the early hours of the morning, when they found out that the site they were working on and the life that they knew was about to be displaced because the government was undertaking a fire sale, did the government give any thought to the fact that maybe it was better to let them know as the affected people, given you so deeply care, to use your words, rather than briefing it out to newspapers to have it announced there?
Senator, I don't accept your characterisation as a fire sale, and I think that is a unnecessarily cheap approach to what is actually a serious and strategic policy conversation about how to align the assets that Defence holds and uses in support of our national security interests.
Are the men and women of the Australian Defence Force your most important asset?
That announced the outcome was made by the Deputy Prime Minister just after 10 a.m. last Wednesday, and Defence communications were provided to staff ahead of that announcement. I reiterate the point that this will be a long change process, and Ms Perkins has spoken to you about some of the work that Defence is prepared to do with affected personnel and a range of other stakeholders to support them through that transition.
Is that why the Defence website now does direct affected individuals who woke up to this announcement, as opposed to, in my language, having the courtesy of the government letting them know before they read it in the newspaper or online? Is this why that you've actually had to direct the individuals to a list of hotlines and services, including Beyond Blue and several bespoke defence services?
Senator, of course supports are provided, and a range of supports are provided to Defence personnel. We seek, as a government, to ensure that people are supported through every aspect of their employment.
How many phone calls has Defence received on the hotlines since the sale was announced?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Are you monitoring them to ensure that you understand the impact?
Yes, we are, and I'll describe that because I think it's valuable. As I've already described this morning, we've undertaken 8 online virtual sessions where staff, the format has been to provide a detailed briefing supported by my colleagues in Defence People Group, who are our change and support experts, and question and answers. We've captured all of those question and answers, and we've been analysing those to understand where staff concerns are and to add that to our proposed approaches for support during transition. We have a central defence hotline for all services called 1800 Defence.
Is that 24/7?
It's not 24/7, but it is a phone and email capacity, so that gets us overnight. And we will be able to give you statistics on the calls they have taken. And as you said, we have, as we usually do in any significant change in defence, reminded staff of the supports that are always available to staff, and we do retain data on confidential services, but the number of people accessing those services. So that is a number we can get for you.
Thank you, Ms Perkins. Can I also then get you to take on notice how many hits you have had on the web page as well? When you say you provide phone and email capacity, I think you then said, and I don't want to paraphrase you, so if I've misheard you, please correct the record, that gives you that capacity overnight.
Yeah.
So in terms of if I'm at 9 o'clock at night needing to talk to somebody because I've read this announcement and obviously it's affecting me, who do I speak to then?
So all defence, so I'll break it down. 1800 Defence, which is a phone number but also a web capacity, is the way all defence people can communicate when they have a service delivery need, and that's everything. And many of our people start there, and that team can direct people to the right part of Defence for a Service. All people in Defence, ADF and APS, have access to a number of additional support services through our Employee Assistance Program. The reference on the website you referred to is a way to refresh and remind people how to access those services, and that is email and phone referrals to that service.
Minister, when this was announced, the Minister for Defence said his priority wasn't the revenue and it wasn't housing. Can I ask, what was the priority? Given in particular the evidence, I would almost put to you that it was the media and managing the announcement over our warfighters and their families.
Senator, the priority, as has been communicated in answers to many questions this morning, is aligning our national estate with our strategic interests. We received advice by way of the Defence Strategic Review that suggested that that was not the case, that there were a range of sites that were underutilised, not fit for purpose, and that what was needed was a clear-eyed approach to what is required for our national defence. As a consequence of that advice, an audit was commissioned that went through this in a very detailed way, and as Mr Perkins indicated to the committee earlier, there was then subsequent analysis undertaken on the recommendations put to Defence by the audit. This has been a long, serious, significant piece of policy work, and it is, of course, really important that the Defence assets are aligned with the objectives in our National Defence Strategy.
When you say it's been a long and serious piece, when did this begin?
I'll ask officials to talk you through the timeline.
Thank you, Minister. As I mentioned this morning, the direction to undertake an independent audit of the estate was a recommendation of the Defence Strategic Review delivered in 2023. Their work was undertaken in the latter part of 2023, and the report was handed to ministers in the 23rd of December, I think, 2023. My copy came wrapped in Christmas paper from the Secretariat. As I mentioned this morning, after initial considerations, the Deputy Prime Minister directed Defence to undertake detailed analysis of the recommendations to develop a fully detailed implementation approach. That work continued over 2024 and 2025, and we returned to government in the latter part of 2025 with Defence's recommendations. The government has considered that and led to the announcement last week.
Just in terms of, Minister, can I ask you, what is Defence's greatest asset?
Senator, the Defence frequently describes its greatest asset as its people.
Correct, absolutely. On this we are going to agree. In that regard, can I ask, prior to the announcement, can you take me through how the people in particular that have been affected and will be displaced, how their views were taken into consideration?
I'll have Ms Perkins talk about some of the work that was undertaken through the audit and any subsequent work undertaken by Defence, but I'll reiterate some of the advice I've already provided this morning. We acknowledge the very deep connection that our people, our families, serving personnel and former ADF have with the establishments where they live and they work and they train. It's why the arrangements that Ms Perkins has stepped you through have been put in place, and it is our intention to work very closely with these communities as we step through this very important transition.
Only issue I have is that everything you're saying is post the announcement.
Add to this evidence by speaking about some of the work that's been undertaken.
Thank you, Minister.
Can I just
I do have a... Yep.
Sorry, just if I could just ask one question.
Sorry, did you want to hear about the work that had been done in response to Minister Cash's question, or that was
You
not
hadn't completed
you're not actually interested in the answer?
You hadn't completed your answer?
Ms Perkins has additional information to provide about how Defence has approached this today.
And can I just say, Ms Perkins, given time, can you limit your answer to the sale of the 67 sites?
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, the independent audit leads consulted with around 50 people within Defence across the services and groups as they developed their work. And in the analysis that Defence undertook before returning to government on an implementation approach, the services and groups were a core part of understanding that. There's two principles that have been really important as we've planned for transition from these sites. The first is that wherever possible, we will retain people within a posting locality or a regional or metro area so that the disruption is limited to a place as nearby as possible, and that we will use the natural posting cycle to make these changes. So our ADF members are typically on a site for a posting period, and then they will move to, it is a very normal part of service to move from location to location. And we will seek wherever possible to use the posting cycle as the natural break in which those people transition from that site. That will, of course, be a different experience for our APS members. And again, I'd reiterate the principle that we relocate them to a site nearby where they currently work, and we work with them through the change process to understand the impacts that might have around things that matter to them. And what we're already hearing, that will be transit times, it will be childcare arrangements and things of that nature, and that's the support we'll be leaning into as we plan transition.
Do you want to just jump in and ask? Can you
Just one.
Yeah, there was some clean-up
I just
questions.
want to address the particular concerns in relation to the sale of the Swan Island Golf Course, which is next to a highly secure facility on Swan Island. In fact, it's guarded by the military. You cannot enter Swan Island unless you have specific permission. I'm not going to go into the details, but we all know that this is a highly secure and sensitive facility. How on earth could this government contemplate selling off land adjacent to this facility, which could potentially go to anyone, including foreign buyers? I have to say, as someone who's represented the Geelong and Ballerine region, the Defence Minister represents Geelong also, it is a disgrace. And Fort Queenscliff, one of the most historic bases in this country, which guarded Port Phillip from 1860s. What on earth, Minister, are you thinking in selling off assets like this?
Senator, I've explained already the framework, which is that we've received advice that the Defence estate is not aligned to our national defence objectives. You've raised a number of specific sites and specific questions, and Ms Perkins can talk to you about the approach with each of those sites. But I will say to you,
let's go to Swan Island.
Senator, you know the drill here. Let the Minister answer,
sure.
and I will be moving the call along. So,
let's go to Swan Island. How are you going to stop the Chinese from purchasing?
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
I wonder if I could
Are the Chinese able to purchase this land? I mean,
thank you,
come on.
Senator. Thank you, everyone. Just a moment. Minister, can you conclude your answer, please?
Thanks very much. Of course, we intend to observe the heritage arrangements that do attach to many of these sites, and Ms Perkins can talk about how that will be accomplished. She's already indicated to you that Department of Finance and the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water have already been engaged in some of the work around this. And I will allow her to speak to questions generally around national security. I think you will and should understand, Senator Henderson, that there are some limitations about what usually is discussed in these public forums around national security questions and
that's
sites
why I've been very sorry, Minister.
And
that's
so
why I've been very
chosen
careful
to
with my
discuss it
words.
in this forum, but there'll be limitations on
That's
what
why I'm being
officials
very
can speak to
careful
you
with my
about.
words in relation
Thank
to
you,
Swan
Minister.
Island.
All
Can
right.
I ask that question to be addressed? How is the Swan Island facility going to be appropriately protected when you are proposing to sell off land adjacent to that facility? You haven't even made it clear that this won't go to foreign interests. I mean, this is sending shockwaves through our nation, including in Victoria. So, Ms Perkins, please explain how you are going to protect our national security when you are proposing to sell off land adjacent to the Swan Island facility.
And then we'll move the call along. Ms Perkins.
Thank you, Senator. Starting with the Swan Island Golf Course, the point I'd make as a headline is it's already a publicly accessible golf course. And in the approach to market...
Controlled by the military, though.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Let Ms Perkins finish, otherwise I'll move the call along.
In the approach to market that the Department of Finance will lead, certainly part of our preliminary conversations will be where there are sites on the divestment list where there may be a security requirement to understand that there is the capacity to build that into the conditions of sale. That would certainly be our intention at a number of sites that are adjacent to existing and continuing defence capability. And I would note, of course, that that would include foreign investment provision. So that would be how we would intend to respond to the security needs of the existing capability at that site, adjacent to that site.
All right,
You cannot go...
I'm sorry, but we'll have to move the
just as
call along, so we'll come back to the opposition a bit later. Thank you, Senator Henderson. Thank you.
It's not a publicly accessible
Thank you. You don't have the call, Deputy Chair.
So you've got to correct
Senator Whittaker.
So you've got to correct your evidence.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. You have the call.
You cannot mislead this committee.
Given that... Good morning, hello. Good morning. Given that we've established that people are our most important asset in the Australian Defence Force, I also have some questions about the Defence Estate announcement that was made and particularly how it will impact our defence personnel. So I wonder if you could take us through the plan for consultation going forward with all of those categories of people that you stepped out in your earlier answer to Senator Cash. So what kind of consultation will occur with them and their families over the coming months?
Thank you. And Senator, I might start with cadets because I haven't addressed cadets yet. The cadet workforce is incredibly important to us. It's a really important program and we're very focused in the transition planning around how we engage and support those cadets and families in what the transition will be. Last Wednesday on the day of launch, my colleague, Chief of Personnel, engaged with the cadet network and we've messaged extensively into that network and that will continue in the weeks ahead. The cadets are quite specific in this plan in how we support them better as a youth program. And we'll be engaging with units and families on where we propose to move them. For a number of existing cadet units, there is a really firm plan in Geelong. A new multi-user depot will be their home. In northern Tasmania, the plans for a new multi-user depot in North Launceston will be the relocation point for a number. But what we're also really considering for the cadets, and this will be a consultation, is working with community groups and schools on more appropriate community facilities that are contemporary and better suited for a youth program. We've had some good success in this model in the last few years, relocating from the Kyneton Drill Hall to the Gisborne Secondary College through a lease arrangement. Similarly, we've moved cadets from the Warrane depot in Tasmania, which has been sold to Homes Tasmania, to a leased facility out near the Hobart Airport. These are contemporary facilities that they're really happy in. So we've got a lot of flexibility here to find solutions in community that keep cadets close to where they parade now, and that's what we'll be working through with them in the period ahead. For the rest of our population, I've described already, I think, the outreach that's already occurred to ADF, APS and reserve members. Some of the sessions last night were quite late into the night so that in WA reserves could dial in when they're parading. That will continue over this week. In addition, command-led conversations will now be occurring around the intent of the reforms and how that will happen. And starting from next week, we will start on-site consultation at each of the sites with people on them. I think I described that number earlier as 43 sites. That'll take a little while, obviously. And in those consultations, Mr West and his team will be supported by Defence People Group, who are our change and people experts, and the service or group whose people are there. So senior leaders representing Army, Navy, Air Force, Defence Science and Technology and so on and so forth will come to site and talk with staff about what that transition plan is. In some cases, it's clear and published. In other cases, we will be working with those teams to help them understand the planning work that will still need to occur. So those conversations start from next week. Yep.
That's great to hear. Where any of, I assume, many of these personnel have a posting kind of cycle at a particular place. So how will you manage relocations with those posting cycles?
Yeah. So as I said earlier, it is our intention to, wherever possible, use the natural posting cycle to affect the change, and that's a rolling cycle, obviously. As I've said, there's about 1,500 permanent ADF currently serving on those sites. We do absolutely understand that over the period of time where we'll start moving from these sites, there will be some requirements to move. We have a well-established process for moves outside of that posting cycle were that necessary. We'll seek to minimise this disruption, and then we provide the additional supports for removals, housing and so forth. I've already spent quite a bit of time with my colleagues in Defence Housing Australia on that, and we feel well able to support that.
And just to confirm, do you expect there to be any job losses following on from the divestment of these sites?
No, there are no job losses planned. We can accommodate all of these people at alternate sites, and that includes our contracted workforce.
That's very, very good to hear. Could you talk us through perhaps a little bit about how the divestment of these sites might help our serving men and women in the Defence Force?
Thank you, Senator. As I've described this morning, this work was very much undertaken to support the Defence Strategic Review and our National Defence Strategy, and to maximise our capacity to invest in the future infrastructure and facilities we need to support our people and the capabilities we're delivering for the future ADF as outlined in our integrated investment program. That's a substantial investment, but the cost of sustaining the legacy estate is substantial. And the headline figures of what we anticipate saving in the annual sustainment and the investment that would need to be made to continue to operate at these sites. I think the Deputy Prime Minister described last week in the order of $2.5 billion into the future. We've got really good numbers on what it costs to sustain these sites each year, and I would rather invest that money, particularly on the vacant sites, into where our people are living and working today.
Senator Whittaker, Admiral Johnston, I might just add to that answer, if I may, for you. Of course, the strategic review and the National Defence Strategy reinforce the importance of Northern Australia and having the appropriate infrastructure. It is critically important that we have the facilities in place to be able to do the work that is needed to protect the country by operating ADF capabilities from our northern infrastructure. So making sure we have the capacity and priority to enhance that infrastructure helps our people by giving them the tools and the equipment and the enabling support they need for the tasks we're asking of them.
Thank you for that. So it sounds like there's quite an extensive plan for consultation for both permanent force, APS members, reserves and cadets. I'm wondering whether you've undertaken any consultants with RSLs or other veterans groups?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Commencing last Wednesday, yes, Mr West met with the National President of the RSL on Wednesday, and on Friday we undertook an initial briefing with ESORT, with bringing together the peak veterans organisations with the Department of Veterans Affairs. Those engagements are planned to continue in the weeks ahead. I also mentioned that we are planning community consultations at affected sites, and we will invite stakeholders and interested parties, which would include veterans and veterans groups, to those engagements in the coming weeks.
Okay, great. Just a couple of brief questions on heritage on some of these sites. Or do you want me to wrap up, Chair?
Yeah.
All right, I will wrap up.
No, thank you. I'm just mindful Senator Roberts has just popped in. He's got a few questions before the break, so
Great.
I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whittaker. Now, Senator Malcolm Roberts, I'll give you the call till 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again today. Good morning. My question, well, we've heard today that people are important, and that's reassuring. My understanding is that in the ADF, mateship and trust are strategic importance. They're strategically significant. And we'll go to safety and trust. I'd like to get to questions that relate to the way that the ADF has mismanaged the suicide of leading aircraftman Andrew Armfield and failed to provide him with the support he needed after his first suicide attempt in June 2011. Are you aware that the Royal Commission transcripts dated 6th of March 2024 and a ministerial background brief from the Deputy Chief of Navy, Commodore Ray Leggett, to Minister Matt Keogh in October 2022, copied to Vice Chief of Defence Force David Johnson and Chief Defence Force Angus Campbell, warned of negative media risk if Mr Armfield's story became public?
Senator Roberts, of course, it is very difficult for us to talk about the individual circumstances. As we have explained to you before, we can talk around the support that we are doing to improve suicide awareness, our proactive response to reducing the prevalence of it in the force. Mr Armfield's circumstances were very much a part of the Royal Commission on Defence and Veteran Suicides, but for officials to talk on the particular nature of his circumstances, there is very limited that we can say without his authority to do so. But if it is helpful for you to have officials come forward and just explain how we are responding to the type of circumstances that Mr Armfield experienced and what we are doing to improve our response to it, I'd be very happy to do so.
So I'll ask again, because, and I'll point out that Mr John Armfield has been involved in developing these questions. We got the data from him. He's happy for us to talk about it.
Senator, that might be true of what he's provided to you, but that's not an authority that we have from him.
So I'll ask again, are you aware that you were copied as Vice Chief of Defence Force on the Royal Commission transcripts?
I am aware of Mr
Thank you.
Armfield's transcripts, yes.
Given that ministerial brief, do you accept that sworn Royal Commission evidence by then Vice Chief of Defence Force yourself, claiming you were unaware of Mr Armfield's situation, was incorrect, as he had been copied in?
Sorry, Senator, I'm just not clear on your question about which part do you mean that was incorrect?
The ministerial brief to Minister Matt Keogh in October 2022, given that brief, which you said you got, do you accept that sworn Royal Commission evidence by yourself, claiming that you were unaware of Mr Armfield's situation?
My comment to you was I'm aware of the transcript of Mr Armfield's evidence after the Royal Commission had occurred. I would have to go back to my own testimony of the evidence to be able to answer that question for you.
Because it's claimed that you were unaware of Mr Armfield's situation, but you were aware.
Now, Mr Armfield appeared directly prior to me appearing as a witness, so I heard his evidence. I would have to check what the circumstances of that question are. So I heard the evidence that Mr Armfield gave because he appeared immediately prior to me on the morning that I appeared at the Royal Commission, Senator. But if you could allow me to go back and clarify the question you're asking to make sure I get the accurate response to it.
That's fair enough. At the time of leading aircraftman Andrew Armfield's first suicide attempt in June 2011, was DIGPERS 1626 a mandatory policy requiring a risk management team? And is it accepted that no risk management team and no crisis management plan were ever established by Dr Suresh Babu or Wing Commander Peter Davies?
Senator, you're asking me particulars or details of that set of circumstances. We would take them on notice and do our best to answer them for you.
Okay, I appreciate your desire for accuracy. Do you accept that by failing to comply with that mandatory policy, Defence removed structured oversight of leading aircraftman Andrew Armfield's care and therefore failed to discharge its duty of care regardless of treatment occurring in a civilian hospital?
But, Senator, again, I'm not in the position to answer the detail. I just don't have sufficient knowledge
So
of it.
come back.
I would look at it, but I would restate the importance and the amount of work that we have done to address suicide within the Defence Force, and that with veterans after. There are considerable initiatives, and we have learnt from each one of these tragic circumstances about how we need to change our policies, the awareness of our people, the proactive environment that we can provide in order to minimise the circumstances of suicide occurring. So that was a tragic set of circumstances, and we are doing our best to learn from them and to change the environment to prevent suicide occurring within the force.
That's a nice, broad, fluffy statement, and it's honourable, but I'd like a specific answer to that question. If you could give it to me. I accept that you're putting yourself in a difficult position if you just answer off the cuff. So we'd appreciate the question on notice. Why did Defence redact Freedom of Information material under sections 47E and 47F relating to statements by Flight Lieutenant Carlisle Miles, Commodore Fiona Southwood and Colonel Matthew Freeman, when an FOI review later revealed those redactions concealed false and subjective statements portraying Petty Officer Armfield, that's the deceased's brother, and he's also the complainant, as dishonest or mentally unstable. Some of those statements were emailed 11 times to 14 commissioned officers, thereby damaging his professional reputation and shaping a false narrative to protect Defence.
So, Senator, again, I'm sorry, I just
Question
don't
on
have that knowledge,
Okay,
but
thank
we will
you.
take it on notice.
Why did the Inspector General of ADF Assessment Report 2022 identify that Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Freeman conducted a fact-finding investigation without the required investigator qualification, acted with bias and exceeded his terms of reference by commenting on Mr Armfield's mental health? That's the brother.
Sorry, Senator, what is the question within what you've just presented?
Why did the Inspector General of ADF his Assessment Report 2022 identify that Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Freeman conducted a fact-finding investigation without the required investigator qualification, acted with bias and exceeded his terms of reference by commenting on Mr Armfield's mental health? That's Petty Officer Armfield.
So if your question, Senator, is why did the Inspector General of the ADF come to that conclusion, that is best, of course, presented to the Inspector General rather than to the department.
I'd like to know if what he said was true and you're aware of it.
I would have to take that on notice.
Thank you. What authority or qualification did Commodore Bannister rely upon to decide that Mr Armfield's allegations of criminal conduct, supported by ADF legal advice and reviewed by senior external lawyers, were not referred to police or prosecutors?
Again, I will take it on notice, Senator.
Petty Officer Armfield reported alleged breaches of Commonwealth law on the advice of an ADF lawyer to Commodore Fiona Southwood, Warrant Officer Navy Andrew Bertonson, Captain Anne Andrews, Chief of Navy Mark Hammond, IGADF and the Defence Ombudsman. All were provided the evidence. Process and policy was followed. If each officer deflected or claimed it was not their remit, who exactly does an enlisted sailor, soldier or aircrew report allegations of criminal conduct to within the ADF?
Senator, that is one of the areas where we have extensively sought to enhance the options that are available to individuals of how they report. Some of them, as you are referring to, would be up through their leadership chain, but we have ensured that there are independent options that are outside of an individual's unit or command structure, so that in those circumstances where they feel more comfortable reporting externally, they have multiple options, whether it is to military police, Inspector General of the ADF. We now have a centralised reporting mechanism where reporting can be made that is separate to the command chain. So we have ensured there are multiple pathways available to people when either they believe that reporting that they may have made to their leadership is not being enacted on, or where they are uncomfortable with reporting in that environment and they wish to be able to report external to it.
So what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Admiral Johnston, what I'm hearing is that mandatory defence suicide management policy was not followed, that oversight failed, and you've made changes since, and that serious concerns raised by Petty Officer John Armfield, the deceased brother, were known to senior defence leadership and possibly yourself, while being denied under oath elsewhere. Is that correct?
Senator, that's not what I said with respect.
No, I wasn't saying what you said, what I've heard, what I've interpreted.
No, I didn't comment on the individual circumstances of the case, but did explain
That's
what
correct,
we have done. If your question is around that set of circumstances, I will need to take it on notice.
Okay, if you could take it on notice, please.
Yes, Senator.
And I accept your correction there. We've heard that reputationally damaging material was withheld under freedom of information, that flawed and unqualified investigations occurred, and that allegations of possible criminal conduct were not referred despite legal advice. Is that correct?
Senator, again, I do not have that detail. I would have to come back to you.
Thank you. Notably, the only person referred to law enforcement in this matter was the whistleblower himself, who was acting on the advice of an ADF lawyer, and none of the officers whose conduct is now in question. Could you confirm or correct that, please?
I would have to take it on notice, Senator.
So what I see, Admiral Johnston, is questions? Is that I don't see this as support for a whistleblower. It's avoidance. It goes to the heart of institutional integrity and accountability. And I look forward to your answers to questions on notice, because the public deserves the truth. Your officers and your enlisted people deserve the truth, Army, Navy, Air Force, and they deserve justice. Anything less confirms that protecting the institution still matters more than protecting those who serve it. And that's what I've seen, being blunt, for the last few years in Senate estimates. The senior brass of the ADF is not standing up and providing the leadership.
So, Senator, I hope you have seen significant evidence that, as we have already canvassed this morning, that people are critical to our capability, that the work we are doing through implementing the Royal Commission recommendations within Defence has a significant priority for us. The structure of support and the environment and culture that we are seeking to build, both within the Defence Force and more broadly across Defence, is highly supportive of our people. There are circumstances, and the Royal Commission was clear, where we have let people down, and we have acknowledged that, and we have put significant effort and priority around doing everything that we can to change those circumstances.
Well, all right, we're going to wrap up now. I think get to morning tea.
Admiral Johnston, I look at the report from the inquiry into honours and awards, and a clear recommendation that Defence put in place a more objective process, and that was nixed by the government. So I still don't see that desire for accountability and truth at the top of the Australian Defence Force.
Happy to come back to you a bit later on today, Senator Malcolm Roberts. All right, on that note, we're going to break for morning tea. I'll see everyone here about 11:15. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, Senator Shoebridge, I'll start off with you. You have the call.
Thanks, Chair. And I've got some questions that start at the Joint Aviation Systems Division. And who's best to answer these?
Senator, what nature of questions might help answer your question?
Well, we might start by saying what's the role of the Joint Aviation Systems Division within CASG, or currently?
Morning, Senator. Chris Deeble, Deputy Secretary of Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. Joint Aviation Systems has responsibility for rotary wing capability for Army and for Navy. We've got two separate branches within that. They also do training
Just hang on a second.
Sorry,
hang
Mr.
on. Just the microphone.
It might be working, but I think all of us are having trouble hearing it. A bit of hubbub in the room.
Again. Sorry, Mr. Deeble.
Yeah, so what is the role of the Joint Aviation Systems Division within CASG?
Joint Aviation Systems Division within CASG is responsible for rotary wing capability for Army and Navy. They also support training systems, including pilot training for defence writ large, and they have other capability, ancillary capabilities supporting aviation systems within defence.
Right. And by rotor, within the Army, we're talking largely about the helicopters?
Within Army, it would be the helicopter fleet, and also within Navy, the helicopter fleet.
Until recently, who was the head of the Joint Aviation Systems Division?
Major General Jeremy King was the head of Joint Aviation Systems Division.
And when did he cease in that role?
Jeremy left the service at the end of last year. I think Chief of Army can describe more specifically his departure. He ceased working in CASG at the end of last year.
Ceased working in CASG for the Joint Aviation Systems. When at the end of last year? 31 December? Or?
I'd have to go and check that specific date. I don't know whether Chief of Army has any specifics.
It's okay. It doesn't have to hold.
Senator, I don't have the specific date, but we can certainly get that for you.
Well, the end of last year, his contact details are still on the Defence website. So if I went on to Defence and I'd have a look, his contact details are still on Defence website. It must be very recently that he left. You worked with him for decades, Lieutenant General Stewart. You must remember when he left the Army.
So Major General King ceased military service in Service Category 7, which is full-time service, and transferred to Reserve Service Category 3 on the 5th of January 2026.
All right. What role did the Joint Aviation System... when was Major General King... When did his work start with the Joint Aviation Systems Division?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice more specifically. My understanding is he would have had at least 2 to 3 years in that role.
Yep. And before that, he was in Army Aviation, was he?
I believe I would need to check. Sorry, I'll let the Chief of Army.
Before that, he worked in Army Headquarters.
Army Headquarters, yep. Now, in the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a lot of activity, particularly involving Army Aviation. There was the decision to scrap the Taipans and to bury the Taipans. What role did Major General King have in that decision to scrap the Taipans and to bury the Taipans?
Major General King would have been informing the decisions based on the sustainment of that capability into the broader defence and Chief of Army in particular.
Yep. Now, in 2023, there was a decision to replace the Taipans with 40 Black Hawks that are made by Lockheed Martin. I think that's a $2.8 billion purchase contract. Was that right, Mr. Deeble?
I believe I would need to check, but I think that's in the order.
Major King was involved, obviously, in that decision.
Sorry, Senator, it might be helpful. So Major General King, then Brigadier King, was employed as the Director General Platforms in Army Headquarters, which was mainly focused on vehicle programs.
On which?
Vehicle programs.
Well,
so the previous government's decision on the acquisition of the Black Hawk helicopters, but then Brigadier King didn't have a part in Army aviation planning or decisions at that point. Certainly in his employment as the head of aviation systems in CASG, he was responsible for the execution of those decisions.
All right, the execution of the contract, the $2.8 billion contract to buy 40 Black Hawks from Lockheed Martin. He was involved in the execution of that.
Yes.
Yes. It's my recollection that Major General King, I recall in informal interactions I had with Defence, was critical in responding to some of the issues around the Taipans. His knowledge was critical for responding to some of the issues, and the decision to remove the Taipans from service. He was critical in that, or played an important role in that decision making, didn't he, Lieutenant General?
Senator, Major General King's advice as a subject matter expert was absolutely part of the decision making. He was not a decision maker, of course.
Now, he left Defence on the 5th of January, having gone from Joint Aviation Systems Division, the head of that, which was oversighting the Lockheed Martin contract and Army Aviation. We're now in early February, barely a month after. Where does Major General King now work?
Major General King works for Lockheed Martin.
Yes. How is it that you don't even have a month cooling off between being the head of the Joint Aviation Systems Division, managing the Lockheed Martin contract, the part of Defence that is making these critical decisions about platforms, including Lockheed Martin's Black Hawks? How is it that there's not even a month cooling off between moving from working for Defence to working to the world's biggest arms manufacturer in an area directly related to where you were in Defence? How do you not even have a month off? Is that consistent with conflict of interest policies? Is that consistent with Defence policy?
Senator Shepherd, I can speak to your question about conflict of interest, and from both a Defence perspective and from I can't speak on behalf of Lockheed Martin, but the policies, relevant policies in regard to both perceived or actual conflict of interest have been followed here.
Well, actually, I don't even think it was a month off, because in January last month, Lockheed Martin made their announcement. In fact, here it is, 12th of January. Wasn't even a week. He goes from the centre, the head of a key part of Defence, managing the Lockheed Martin contract, making decisions about acquisitions, including Lockheed Martin products, and not even a week he steps out of that into working for Lockheed Martin, the world's biggest arms manufacturer and a huge client of Defence. Are you saying there's no policy in Defence that would prevent that this was lawful? Is that your position, Lieutenant General?
Senator, what I just offered to you was that the policy as it pertains to conflict of interest have been followed.
Is there no cooling off period, Admiral Johnson? You're the Chief of Defence. Isn't there at least a cooling off period so people don't go from immediately applying all of the knowledge they had inside Defence to working for a Defence contractor, particularly a Defence contractor who was intimately connected with their work in defence? Is there no cooling off period?
Senator, there are clear policies on conflict of interest management in now retired Major General King's circumstances.
He's hardly retired.
There are obligations on him. As part of this process, Defence also sought undertakings from Lockheed Martin to assure ourselves that they would comply with the conflict of interest requirements, particularly around the roles that Major General King had previously performed, and assurances were received from Defence around the management of those conflict of interest areas.
What were the assurances, and were they given in writing? And if so, will you provide them to the committee?
So the assurances from the company were provided to us. I'm not sure of the circumstances. Others might have the detail on that element of a Senator.
Well, were they in writing?
Senator John Reid, Deputy Secretary, Governance. If I can just take back a step, yes, assurances have been provided in writing. You asked a question about the policy and how this fits within the policy. There is, consistent with the APSC guidance policy in the department around this, it requires that prior to acceptance of any post-separation employment, the individual is required to notify Defence. Major General King did that. Prior to the acceptance of any offer, an individual is required to fill in a conflict of interest form. He did that. That was reviewed by Mr. Deeble as his manager. He submitted a second conflict of interest form once he had been offered the role by Lockheed Martin, which went into detail about the arrangements that Lockheed Martin were proposing to put in place and the things that the Major General King was proposing to put in place.
Well, you see, whatever the assurances are, this is what very recently former Major General King said in the press release from Lockheed Martin. I'm eager to leverage my extensive program leadership experience and commitment to customer success in leading Lockheed Martin's efforts in Australia and New Zealand. He was being absolutely clear about this. He was going to leverage what he knew, his contacts, his defence career, with barely a week off, to maximise the profits for Lockheed Martin, the world's biggest arms manufacturer. Did anyone have to sign off on this?
So, Senator, under the provisions in the Defence policy, both conflicts of interest were reviewed by Mr. Deeble as Deputy Secretary CAS and were submitted through my team, through the integrity team, including the undertakings that were made in writing by Lockheed Martin.
Sorry, submitted through to the integrity team. Did anyone have to sign off on this? Literally going from gamekeeper to poacher in less than a week. Did anybody have to sign off on this? Did you approve it, Mr. Deeble?
Senator, I reviewed the conflict of interest. I also reviewed the agreement with Lockheed Martin with respect to Major General retired Jeremy King recusing himself from any of the projects that he had been under his management in the past. At the point that he notified me in the October timeframe last year that he was potentially being considered by Lockheed Martin, I assured that he put a conflict of interest in. That occurred in the early November timeframe. That ensured he was not engaged in any contractual activity related to Lockheed Martin through the remaining period of time, and any of the projects that he had a role to play as the head of Joint Aerospace Systems, he is recused from for 12 months.
CDF, when members of the public look at this and they see someone who's been the head of a key capability, in this case the Joint Aviation Systems Division, responsible for making decisions about multi-billion-dollar contracts with Lockheed Martin, managing multi-billion-dollar contracts with Lockheed Martin, and they see someone step out of that from the uniform and in less than a week take a job with Lockheed Martin, that doesn't just miss the pub test, that brings defence into disrepute, the public service into disrepute, because they see people leveraging their very recent experience to maximise corporate profits, in this case for the world's biggest weapons manufacturer. Don't you see how this looks to the public and see how it stinks in the eyes of the public, this kind of behaviour?
Senator, there are very clear conflict of interest processes that manage where those conflicts may occur. They were followed on this occasion.
You're fine with it.
Major General King, retired, has extensive experience brought over his career, not just the latter part of it, which moving to defence industry and allowing an individual of that calibre to continue to contribute to our nation is to our benefit.
Contribute to our nation.
All right,
He's
Senator.
contributing to Lockheed Martin, a foreign defence contractor and the world's biggest arms manufacturer.
The time that you have is now. We'll have to move on. Now we'll move on to Senator Cash.
Senator Henderson will kick off
Senator
here.
Henderson. All right, Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. I want to pick up on my questions about the defence property fire sale. And Admiral, I wanted to ask you, I raised serious concerns about this appalling sale of 67 properties. But I want to focus on the sale, firstly, of Swan Island. How on earth can the facility at Swan Island continue to do the job that it does when the government is proposing to sell off, and Minister, if you could just... Sorry, I know the Admiral does not need assistance because I'm asking him this question as the head of the ADF. Admiral, how...
I wonder if you could simply ask your question rather than providing commentary.
I will provide commentary as I see fit, Minister. Admiral, how on earth can this facility be protected? How can it be contemplated that this be sold off under circumstances where we have a very high secure facility on Swan Island, when people cannot even access Swan Island without going through security gates, getting ADF permission? It is not a publicly accessible place without consent in advance. Sorry, I'm asking the Admiral this question, Minister, so can I ask you to address the concerns that I have in relation to Swan Island?
Sorry, I think the Minister wanted to add something. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Senator, you characterised this again, as did Senator Cash, as a fire sale. This is not a serious approach to a serious policy question. And I'd encourage you to think about the stated objectives of the reform, the clear advice that the government has received about the need to align the defence estate with our strategic objectives, and the clear reasons why the government is proceeding in the way that we are.
Admiral.
You are now inviting or asking officials to provide you advice, and I'll pass to CDF shortly, about specific sites. I would just gently encourage you, Senator, to think carefully about what is appropriate for discussion in forums of this kind. It is not always the case that our national security is assisted by detailed discussion about sensitive security capabilities in a public forum. And as you know, and I understand your party supports this, we are attempting to establish a committee where we can have more detailed discussion in a classified environment. But I'm just gently encouraging you to think about what officials may say in this forum. But I'll pass now to CDF to answer your specific question.
Minister, just if I can respond and just move to the Admiral in terms of the question that I asked the Admiral. If this is such a sensitive if this is such a sensitive sale, why are you proceeding with it? And I do not need to be lectured in relation to the importance of Swan Island. So, Admiral, if I could, and the Admiral does not need your assistance in answering this question, Minister.
Senator,
Admiral,
it's quite common for ministers to answer questions.
All right, there's a lot of discussions going on. Can we just get back to questions and answers,
Admiral,
please,
if
everyone?
I could ask you to address my deep concerns about the safety and security implications of selling off land adjacent to this facility on Swan Island, which I condemn in the strongest possible terms, and I absolutely condemn Mr Miles, for this decision.
You know, Sky News is just upstairs if you want to condemn parliamentarians, or you could ask questions. Is there a question for
Yes, you have tried. You're running a protection racket.
Correct.
Yeah, this is a very serious issue.
Senator Henderson.
This is a very
Senator
serious
Henderson.
issue.
All right, okay.
Security.
Okay. Thank you. Stop with the yelling, everyone.
If I could ask,
No. Hang on.
If I could ask you to address...
Senator Henderson, can I ask you to withdraw the comment you made to the minister, please?
What comment?
Just withdraw what you said.
No,
just
I'm not going to
earlier.
withdraw that
Okay.
comment. There's
We're
nothing
going to
inappropriate.
suspend. We're going to suspend briefly and have a private meeting. Thanks,
Gee,
everyone.
This is very...
Now, Senator Henderson, you'll have the call again.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm just going to revise what I put to the Minister. And I just say, Minister, obviously I raised concerns about the way in which you intervene when I was asking...
Let's just get back to asking the question.
Yeah, Admiral, the question. So if we could just return, Admiral, to the concerns that I've raised about the sell-off of this land adjacent to the facility on Swan Island. What is being done to protect that facility in light of how it may possibly be severely compromised?
Senator Henderson, I won't speak, as I know you don't anticipate I will, to the functioning of Swan Island, and the less said about it, frankly, the better in
yes, I understand.
most environments.
Yep.
Each site, as part of the disposal plan, of course, will have its unique characteristics. There are different buildings, there are different types of facilities, they exist in different communities. So there will be a bespoke plan that accommodates the key interests, including local community feedback and that of stakeholders. If I might ask, Ms Perkins, of course, is the appropriate expert about how that will occur, but I'm confident that will occur in this facility as it will in other facilities. All have particular requirements that are going to be a core component of the way they are disposed.
Admiral, before we just go to Ms Perkins, just in relation to the 67 properties, was this a recommendation of Defence to sell off these properties?
Senator, I think Ms Perkins has outlined that the conduct of the estate audit arose from the Defence Strategic Review, and that task was given to an independent audit team who provided a report direct to government or to ministers.
So the recommendation was made by the independent team. Was this recommendation supported by Defence? Have Defence provided government with advice in relation to these sales in terms of has it been supported, this recommendation, by Defence?
I'll let Ms Perkins talk to that particularly. She has managed the process, but certainly there was consultation through stakeholders inside both the ADF and the Department of Defence as part of that process.
So you're not able to say whether this, what I would call a fire sale, which has caused deep upset, of course, right across this country, which has alarmed so many serving ADF men and women and veterans, you're not able to say whether that was a recommendation of Defence?
Senator, what I would say is that making sure we have a fit-for-purpose estate that is able to support ADF people in the mission that the government has prioritised for it is our absolute priority. There are some difficult decisions that need to be made to make sure that we can expend the best funding support and enhance the facilities that we need, and we're very much behind making sure our people have what they need.
Ms Perkins, do you want to add to that just briefly, because I've got quite a few questions?
I think just to back up the CDF's comments there, the independent audit recommended in their report to government divestment of 68 sites. The analysis Defence undertook and our advice to government was what has led to the decision to divest 67 sites and partially divest 3 to maintain capability. So Defence did provide that advice to government based on our analysis of the capabilities at site.
So I want to table a number of documents. So I refer to the Defence Minister's post on his social media. We're selling defence sites like this, where he's depicted a dilapidated building, and I would say that that's highly misleading, because I'm also going to table Victoria, and I'm just holding this up just so we can see what's been tabled. This is Victoria Barracks in Sydney, and I'll table this. This is Victoria Barracks in Melbourne, another magnificent historical building.
Are we tabling or are we showing it as props?
And this is, no, I'm just tabling this document.
Thank you. I think we've got a point of order. I know, but we've got a point of order.
And this is Fort Queenscliff.
Sorry, Deputy Chair, I've got a point of order. Sorry, just Deputy Chair, we've got a point of order.
Sorry, can I just clarify? documents are able to be tabled, but as I understand it, we're not allowed to hold things up as props in these hearings.
No, I'm just tabling the documents so that they can be seen.
I think that might be right, but let's just keep moving conversations along and let's have questions, please.
So amongst those properties being sold are some of the most significant historical sites in this country. I'm also going to table an advertisement that I'm running for an urgent community meeting to save Fort Queenscliff.
Well, we can just get to your socials, but that's all right.
No, it's not a social. It's actually an advertisement which is being run in the local Ballerine Times. So this is advertising a community meeting, an urgent meeting this coming Sunday at the Queenscliff Recreation Reserve. I'm calling on all local residents to attend. Anyone who cares.
We get a copy of that, Senator?
Yes, I've got a copy. I'm very happy.
Right.
Here it is
okay,
here.
thank you. Thank you. We don't need props. Thank you.
So this is a community meeting that I'm holding because, Admiral, I will put on the record again, when I was the member for Corangamite, under our government, Defence also came to our government wanting to sell off Fort Queenscliff. So this is nothing new. This is nothing new, but our government withstood the pressure to sell off this historic site. And as the former local member, and of course as a Geelong-based Victorian senator, I am appalled by this proposal. How can the history of our country, how can the respect for our veterans be preserved when we sell off so many of these sites that can never be replaced? So I will table that community meeting. Again, I'd love as many people as possible, and I will be posting it on my socials shortly, Chair, so as many people as possible to attend the community meeting in Queenscliff this Sunday. I'm also tabling an article in the Herald Sun, Veterans Furious as Defence Bases and Historic Golf Courses Put on the Market in Government Fire Sale. And this article, which was published online...
Are we tabling that?
Yes, we are tabling that.
Because it just helps witnesses if they've got copies of...
And this article refers to...
Beg your pardon, Minister?
I'm wondering if Senator Henderson had a question.
Yes, I'm tabling documents which I'm able to do.
It's a preamble to a question, but let's just get
so
to it.
I'm wanting to also raise concerns, and I'll direct this again to you, Admiral. RSL Australia is urging the federal government to pump the brakes on the devastating sale of defence land, which puts our defence heritage and many critical sites at risk. And that article I have tabled. So, Minister, I would say to you, do you understand how devastating this fire sale is for our veterans, for our serving ADF men and women, for our defence heritage, for our history? Do you have any understanding of how short-sighted this is? And in the region that I represent, which of course is also represented by the Defence Minister, Mr Miles, I would say very loudly and clearly, how could Mr Miles do this? This must go down as one of the worst decisions made by the Albanese government since you were elected.
Senator, I will do my best to respond to what's been quite an extended preamble that's run over many minutes now. I'll start with the point I've made a number of times today. I think to characterise this as a fire sale cheapens what ought to be a serious discussion about national security and national defence interests and the steps that need to be taken to secure those. I have made the point in this committee previously, ministers regularly make the point, that the previous coalition government was warned about the deteriorating strategic environment and yet did not do the necessary work to stabilise and establish the arrangements that were necessary to respond to that. And those shortcomings in the previous government extended to workforce, to capability, to a range of things, but they also extended to a proper examination of the extent to which the estate was fit for purpose. This is one of many things we are doing as a response to the Defence Strategic Review, which was an incredibly important piece of work and laid the foundations for the National Defence Strategy. That in turn provides the groundwork for a rebuilt IIP and a range of other interventions to ensure that we have a focused force that is able to respond to our strategic circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
That is the context for the work that is being undertaken. Of course, we understand that these places are of significance to people, but we are very clear that these are necessary decisions to set Defence up for the future, and we intend to proceed through this transition with sensitivity.
I'm not sure the best person to answer this question. How many reservists do you expect will leave the ADF due to difficulty to access nearby bases, particularly during a cost of living crisis? Further travel means further pressure on families. So if I could seek that answer to that question.
Thank you, Senator. As I've said earlier, in the people currently serving on the sites planned for divestment, it's a little over 3,200 reserves. One of the principles in the transition planning for moving sites is to relocate to sites within a geographic area. We are conscious that for some of those sites, those distances will need to be managed, and that will be part of the transition planning that we do. We don't have an estimate at this point, but we will be working very closely in the consultations that occur in the weeks to come on how we replicate the service that those colleagues render at additional or alternate sites.
So in other words, all these sites are being sold off and there is no solution in sight.
Senator,
so Defence has no concept about how these cadets, these reservists, these serving ADF men and women are going to be relocated. It is pie in the sky, I would put to you, Ms Perkins.
Senator, as I've said earlier, there is quite detailed planning already taken and published in the materials made available last week on the identified location for the majority of those sites, and that is the start point. For some of those sites, there is also identified future investment. One of the recommendations of the independent auditors was maximising use of existing estate, and more joint and multi will provide a large part of the planning that we're doing. But for every site listed for divestment in the published materials, the transition plan and the proposed alternate site is listed.
So what's the actual cost of relocating nearly 10,000 personnel?
As I said earlier this morning, our estimate for transition and divestment, which includes many things, including relocation, replication of capabilities on alternate sites, is in the order of $1.2 billion across the 67 sites.
Sorry, just say that figure again.
$1.2 billion.
And does that include the remediation of every site?
Yes, it does.
It does. And so what's the cost of remediation?
I took on notice earlier today that we would break down that $1.2 billion into the categories of estimated spend.
So have you done that work?
Yes. I would describe the analysis that Defence has undertaken as detailed and site by site. And as we now move into the implementation and transition phase, I've got a headline number for you, but to break them down into the categories, we'll do that on notice. But also I would stress that the Department of Finance, as they undertake the divestment process, will be working together on the due diligence that is necessary to go to the market for sale. We will be testing our preliminary assumptions around particularly environmental assessment and remediation work as part of that process.
So can I ask, just to be clear, what is the cost of losing reservists because of the fact that they lose their home? This has not been estimated at this point, but do you have any idea what that cost is and how many reservists will be lost?
Senator, as I've already said, our transition planning will be designed around relocating all members to an alternate location within a broader regional or metro area.
And so where are the Air Cadets in Geelong going to go?
The plan for the Air Cadets in Geelong is a new multi-user depot that is planned in Geelong, and that will co-locate both the cadets currently parading at Newland Barracks and training Ship Barwon and the Air Force cadets.
Sorry, I think Senator, I think Admiral was trying to jump in there for a moment.
Senator Henderson, I just wanted to take the opportunity to reinforce the importance that we have on ADF reserves and cadets. You talked to some of the potential consequences of what might happen from the closing of some facilities. I think you'd recognise there are also benefits to both of those communities by making sure the facilities that they are working in are fit for purpose, contemporary, do not have some of the security and safety risks that we have in the current estate because of the scale that we are managing. So I think by making sure our facilities suit the needs of the contemporary cadets and reservists, I would hope there's an attraction outcome from it as well.
And how many cadets do you expect to lose because they can't access their local facility, and often they will require their parents to drive them? I mean, this is devastating for cadets as well.
Senator, as I gave evidence earlier this morning, we've already started outreach to cadets and will work very closely with units and their families. It is our intention to retain them all. As I described this morning, there are a number of planned pathways for relocating cadets to other sites. I've just described a multi-user depot solution. And
so just in Geelong, where is that multi-user depot
So we will be working through the plan of developing a multi-user depot. This has been a model we've been developing around the country. We also have one planned in North Launceston. But
so have you got a location for the multi-user depot?
That will be part of the transition planning that happens
That's
now.
just an idea, but there's nothing in concrete.
That will be part of the planning that we work through in the normal ways. More broadly for cadets though, as I've mentioned earlier today, we will be exploring and have already identified within close geographic location to current locations, opportunities for community and school-based leases. This has been a very successful transition we've made in a number of locations.
Okay, so if people are the most important asset to Defence, how have you not estimated how many might leave the service? And to be clear, has this prospect of service members withdrawing even been considered? So, for instance, cadets at Queenscliff, where are they going to go?
As I said, we will start the consultation with all cadets, but including that, so I understand there's in the order of 32 cadets that parade at Queenscliff, and work with that community to find them a new location to relocate.
Ms Perkins, you have made this decision without consulting with anyone. That is the key point here. No one has been consulted. You haven't even done the work to establish how many reservists and cadets you might lose at a time when recruitment into the Defence Forces is critical. There's been no consultation, Ms Perkins.
Senator, your question assumes a loss of cadets. I think Ms Perkins has indicated that the approach seeks to retain cadets, and indeed as CDF has indicated through the development of more fit-for-purpose facilities. It may be that we are able to provide a more attractive offering for people who may be considering becoming part of cadets or indeed participating in reserves. I think that the government entirely understands the significance of both cadets and reserves, and this plan is consistent with supporting those continuing activities.
Last minute, Senator.
Thanks very much, Chair. Minister Miles said on Sunday Agenda on Sky last Sunday, that of the 67 sites, 3 had already been sold. So much for consultation. Can you explain to me how those 3 sites were sold in apparently 4 days between the announcement of this policy and his interview with Andrew Clennell?
Thank you, Senator, for your question.
And which sites are they?
Yeah, absolutely.
How much were they sold for?
Terrific.
If you could give all details in relation to those 3 properties that have been sold in a miraculous time of just 4 days.
As I think we've made clear earlier today, of the 67 sites agreed for divestment and the 3 that have already been sold, many of those sites were already on the divestment register prior to the independent estate audit. And as we implement, as we've said earlier today, those sites that were already underway for divestment, Defence will continue to divest and the Department of Finance will take the rest.
Just to the 3, because I've only got this last question. Just to the 3 sites, please.
So working with the government, we continue divestments in train. The 3 are the Haberfield Training Depot in Sydney. That sold in 2025 for $44.54 million.
What date did it sell and to whom did it go?
I can take that on notice. It was in the early part of 2025. It was a public auction. That material will be available online. RAF Garbett in Duckworth Street was a small warehousing facility that sold for $2.1 million in the 2023-24 financial year. And we concluded the sale of the Amarillo apartment site on Magnetic Island for $859,000 in financial year 2024-25.
And just to complete my question, who purchased those sites? When did the bidders find out they were for sale? Were they open to public tender?
Yes.
Yeah. How can they be part of the 67 sites sold when in fact they were sold prior to the announcement? It just seems extraordinary that they were included in the 67 properties if they were already sold.
Well, importantly, in accepting the independent reviewers' report to government, they recommended the 68 sites, which included these. So they've sold after the independent reviewers finalised their work, but before Defence's analysis and the government decision. There are another 6 sites that we've been working on divestment that are listed in the independent audit report.
And what sites are they, please?
The additional 6 that we are continuing to divest. Just give me a moment and we'll find that for you. They include often quite small sites, but the Maribyrnong site in Melbourne would be a good example, and we might just take that on notice. I'm sure we'll find that.
Well, could you come back to us, perhaps?
We'll have to come back.
Could you come back
We'll come back.
because we would like to know that information this morning.
As to the nature of the sales, Magnetic Island occurred in 2 parts. The rear part of the site Defence had owned was rather pristine bushland. The Queensland State Government, we transitioned that site to the Queensland State Government. The Amarillo apartment site was an open market approach and was purchased as a real estate transaction. The Haberfield Training Depot was an open market sale of 21 residential lots, and they were mostly bought by people seeking to build homes on those lots. I don't have the details of the purchaser for the RAF Garbett site, but we could provide that on notice.
All right, thank you.
On that today.
Thank you. All right, now Senator Whittaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I also have some more questions on the Defence estate audit and the divestment of properties relating to heritage. So, according to the Defence estate audit, Defence maintains at least 130 known museums, history rooms and displays. Can you confirm, according to the audit, what proportion of those are currently accessible to the public?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, 80% are not easily accessible to the public, 20% have some level of public accessibility.
Only 20%, okay. It's been noted that some of these sites contain historic landmarks and in some cases significant history for our Defence Force. And so I'm interested in how the government, the department, plans on protecting this heritage and this really important history for our Defence personnel and veterans.
Thank you, Senator. We'll be attending to history and heritage in 2 key ways. Obviously, for many of these sites, there are heritage designations at a Commonwealth and state level. We have mapped all of those, and as we transition the sites to the Department of Finance, we would anticipate that those things must be honoured, and there are existing protections in Commonwealth and state legislation for those heritage designated places. Beyond that, the Government has directed that Defence develop a detailed history and heritage plan to support the divestment activities. We've started that work, and it'll include a number of important elements. We will be working with those 139 museums, rooms and collections you've described to provide some expert support around curating and supporting, managing those collections. We'll be working with the Australian War Memorial and other important institutions like the Shrine of Remembrance for support around those important collections. There'll be an important body of work with large collections. Some sites have, you'll notice when you visit Defence sites, large pieces of retired equipment, planes, tanks, things of that nature, how we treat those. And we'll be working on implementing a plan that commemorates those sites. When you go through the transition plan, there is, for instance, important descriptions of the Point Cook Museum and how that is both heritage listed and an important display. So we're working, as I said, with important national institutions and with the Defence History and Heritage Committee so that we have a site-by-site plan and a plan to manage the existing collections.
And so just to be really clear, sites like the Victoria Barracks in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, Fort Queenscliff, Point Cook, that have some of these heritage listed buildings, those buildings won't be knocked down. These sites are not at risk of being destroyed in any way.
They have long-standing heritage listings and very clear treatment under the legislation of how they must be preserved.
I think it's really important that we be clear about that those sites will be preserved, because I think there's quite a bit of misinformation around being peddled in these communities as a bit of a scare campaign, and I think it's really important that we be upfront with people about what the intention of this is. Do you think that there will be a chance for the public to access these sites further with these sites being divested? Senator, I've listened to you in silence, so I would appreciate the same courtesy. Noting in your answer to my first question, that the vast majority of these sites are currently inaccessible to the public, do you see that this is an opportunity for the public actually to see this really important heritage and this really important history following this work?
As we've said earlier, the process by which the divestment will occur and the future use will be largely managed by the Department of Finance. Those heritage overlays are important. The work that we're going to do on the history and heritage plan to support our movement from these sites and to hand the sites over will guide that. We're working very closely with the Department of Finance, but these are important sites, and it is important for the Australian community, the veterans community. We understand that connection. I've certainly spent most of my adult life in and around the Defence Estate, and preserving that history and heritage and commemorating the service on those sites will be an important part of the way forward.
I'm really pleased to hear that. Do you expect that there will be some engagement with local heritage organisations?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's already started. And I might ask Mr West to talk to that. So we're going to do community engagements, but we've already started the outreach, particularly to those. Most of these museums are run by veterans and interested community members who operate on those sites, but you've been doing that work already.
Yes, as Peter West, First Assistant Secretary of State Transformation. As part of the consultation process following the announcement, we have been reaching out to museums and organisations. I have spoken to the organisation at Lancer Barracks, Fort Queenscliff, and a number of other organisations as well. We're going to be engaging with them, and we're going to be working with them and retaining some expertise to ensure that we appropriately catalogue the collections, ensure that we understand the heritage values that we need to protect, and work with them. Obviously, as Ms Perkins has already mentioned, a number of these buildings where these organisations are situated are heritage listed. There may not be alternative better uses for them, so we will certainly with those organisations explore whether there's an option to keep those organisations operating on the site as part of the sale process.
That's great. And to some of those kind of the collection of items that you mentioned, Ms Perkins, in a lot of these sites, I imagine there might be an opportunity to work with the War Memorial and the Shrine of Remembrance, that kind of thing, to find new homes for them?
Yes, that's absolutely part of the History and Heritage Plan is what in those collections is significant and might transition to another collection. I would add to your list Maritime Museum. So,
sure.
That will absolutely be part of the plan, yeah.
Great, thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Excellent. Now, Senator Waters, I'll come to you.
Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, Minister, Admiral and others. I have some questions regarding the legal action that more than 2,300 women have joined alleging sexual abuse in the Australian Defence Force. Has the Commonwealth made an application to exclude serving Army members from joining the class action for systemic sexual abuse and harassment?
Senator Waters, Admiral Johnson, Chief of the Defence Force, others will talk to what are the legal questions that are part of the class action that is occurring. But from my perspective, I anticipate all of the people, that is all three services, and the women who are identified in the time period that are covered by the class action at the moment are able to exercise their legal rights.
Thank you. Well, could I get the detail then on whether that application to exclude serving Army members from the class action has been filed?
Senator Fran Rush, Chief Counsel Defence, it's not correct that the Commonwealth is trying to exclude any service. As the CDF has mentioned, it is our intent to ensure that all service members who are entitled to participate do have their opportunity to do so.
Okay. Was an application ever made that may have been withdrawn to that effect?
No such application has been made, Senator.
Okay. Is it the case that the Commonwealth has applied to remove any incidents alleged to have occurred while women were deployed overseas?
Senator, the question there is actually a question of what the existing law says. What is the subject of the proceedings at the moment is an understanding as to whether the existing court decision would apply such that the Sex Discrimination Act would not have extraterritorial effect. So there's no such application. It's a question of existing law.
And is the Commonwealth progressing that question of law through that case?
Both parties are progressing the question before the courts.
Okay, but you have not applied to exclude those folk, although the natural result of such a determination could be to exclude those folk.
Certainly the question is open between the parties in the proceedings. It will be a matter for the court to make that determination, Senator.
Okay, so who initiated that determination?
That's actually as part of the existing proceedings as they transition from the Human Rights Commission to the Federal Court.
Okay, but presumably it was the Commonwealth that raised it rather than the survivors saying they weren't eligible.
Oh, it's been a question that's been before the Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission actually made a determination of it before it was remitted to the Federal Court.
Okay. Has the Commonwealth applied to exclude women where they already have a claim on foot being pursued in a different legal forum?
Senator, that's not been the basis of any assertion application, and I think CDF's talked to the position about the position of the department in terms of participation in the class action.
Okay, thank you. If the determination is made by the court that women who've served in any part of the ADF overseas are excluded from that class action, how many victim survivors would be excluded as a result of that determination?
Senator, I don't think we could determine that at this point in time. That will be a question we will need to assess. You'd appreciate any deployments overseas are not necessarily the only basis upon which consideration of the class might be assessed. The members of the ADF are within the class or based on the current proceedings before the court, so deployment of itself wouldn't have that effect.
Okay, but you're not sure the numbers.
We don't know the
would be
we don't
affected.
know the numbers at this point. No.
Whilst the Sex Discrimination Act doesn't explicitly apply outside Australia, is it correct that the Defence Force Discipline Act and related defence manuals do apply offshore?
Certainly, policies have that impact, Senator.
Okay, so are you contending in your arguments to the court that incidents that have occurred offshore should be excluded from the class action?
We are not making any observation about that at the moment. The question will go before the court and then we will plead as the situation presents itself.
Okay, so you're not actively suggesting that military sexual violence that occurs overseas shouldn't have repercussions?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay,
and I think CDF relayed that.
Thank you. Now, women currently serving across all facets of the ADF have reported workplace harassment and bullying following the class action, including threats against joining that class action or comments suggesting that they would only join the class action to get a promotion. What action has the ADF taken in response to those claims of harassment?
Senator, I've made it very clear and that communication through our leadership group that we expect that women are able to exercise their lawful rights. I've made a statement similarly that participation, if that is what women choose to do in the class action, is not a test of their loyalty to the ADF. Our women are a critical part of the defence capability. I do expect them to be able to exercise that right, and that's the clear message that we are sending to both men and women in the ADF.
Okay, through what means are you sending that message?
So we, to the extent, and the class action does make communication a little more difficult in terms of the messaging that we can provide to the workforce. I've made that statement publicly in terms of a message that has gone out to the entire force when we first became aware of the class action, and we continue to reiterate it in the appropriate forums wherever we do so.
Okay. What information and or support is the ADF providing to potential applicants to understand their rights and what joining the class action would involve?
Senator, I might answer that question first, but I think we're at an early stage in the proceedings where we are working with the plaintiff firm around communications. You might be aware the Federal Court Practice Note actually requires engagement through the plaintiff firm to do that. So we are working out what that level of engagement would be in terms of individuals. At this point in time, it is not defence is not communicating with individuals in relation to their individual circumstances.
And Senator Waters, you're obviously asking these questions in a sensitive way, aware of the fact that these questions do go to an ongoing court proceeding. There are some limitations on what Ms Rush can share with you about the approach, because while the matter is before the court, there are obviously some constraints on her and indeed defence generally.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you, Minister.
Can I just add, Justine Greig, Deputy Secretary People. So Ms Rush talked to the legal support. We've been working hard to ensure members understand other supports. So in particular, the Sexual Misconduct Prevention and Response Office is a key part of that. And we have ensured an understanding there of the proceedings that are occurring, as well as other support mechanisms that are regular in terms of our welfare and wellbeing for our ADF members.
Thank you. Perhaps on notice, please, given the time constraints, could you provide me with the number of personnel in that Sexual Misconduct Prevention and Response Office and what proportion that is compared to the entirety of ADF membership? Thanks very much. Can I move quickly to historic non-disclosure agreements? I'm aware that the ADF no longer uses NDAs in settlements, but there are many former ADF officers who signed NDAs before that change in policy. We did ask you, my colleague Senator Shoebridge asked in December, how many women were gagged by those older NDAs, and at the time you weren't able to put a figure on it. Are you able to do that today?
Senator, I can talk to what we do know, and I think we are still in a position where we don't have historical records to support that, and I think that was the evidence I gave in the December hearing. I don't think our work to date has been able to give us any more clarity of the numbers.
Okay, has there been any effort made between December and now to
We have historically looked at this, and I don't think that we've got any more detail to offer at this point.
Okay, at the December estimates, my colleague invited, I believe it was you, Minister, as well as yourself, Admiral, to publicly commit to not enforcing any existing NDA if a victim survivor wants to speak out. I believe you took that on notice. We don't have a response yet, so I'd like to give you another opportunity to make that commitment.
Senator, I would have to check the transcript, but my recollection of the evidence I provided was that we would look at that on a case-by-case basis with the individuals involved. You will be aware that some of those NDAs, of course, are at the request of the parties involved rather than from defence, but my recollection is the commitment I gave was that were an individual to seek to have any of the clauses of an NDA reconsidered, we would work through that constructively with them.
Okay, so if they ask, you'll think it through. Will you commit to not enforcing those NDAs if a victim survivor requests that?
My answer is, as I gave you, we would work with each one of those individuals. You're asking me for a very broad statement. I think we would work constructively, sensitively, in a way that recognises the well-being of the individual to find the right answer with them.
Can I just thank you for that? Can I ask whether or not this matter was raised with either Defence Minister Miles or Minister Keogh? I'm not sure whether that would have been your role, Minister, or your role, Admiral, but was this question of not enforcing historic NDAs, should the survivor wish that, raised with either of those ministers?
Senator, I can confirm that the Minister, certainly Minister Keogh, is aware of this issue and is. We are speaking to him about that question around whether or not there's been advice around enforcing NDAs. That would again be a question that was subject to the individual circumstances.
Okay, so you have raised that with Minister Keogh.
Minister Keogh is aware of the requests that have been made.
Okay.
Through the Senate committee. Yeah.
Okay. Can you make a public commitment that under your government, the Department of Defence will not be permitted to enforce any NDAs contained in any settlements, payments or other agreements relating to sexual assault, harassment or discrimination? That one might be for you, Minister. Are you able to make that commitment?
I think the CDF has indicated the approach that the ADF would take in relation to those questions. I'm obviously, it goes to a commitment to working through it sensitively and having regard to the well-being of the individuals involved. You are asking for a blanket approach. I think the CDF has offered an alternative which is responsive to the sensitivities of these issues, the importance of these issues, and is aligned with the government's intention to ensure that women can be confident that when they engage in defence or in the ADF that they are treated well, respectfully and can be safe.
Minister, can you commit to ensuring that any victim survivor who wants to tell their story of abuse in the military will not be stopped from doing that?
Senator Waters, the CDF's talked to you about the approach and my answer just now goes to it. We want people to feel safe to be confident in their engagement with our organisations. We believe that every person, whatever workplace they are in, has a right to be safe and to feel safe. That is our intention with the broad reforms we are pursuing within the ADF. And the CDF has explained to you the approach that he would take and the organisation would take in relation to specific requests from individual survivors.
Thank you. I'll finish up shortly, Chair. There's some reporting today by Associated Press that quotes Donna Manton, a survivor of military sexual violence who chairs the Athena Project, a group that supports and advocates for survivors. She is under the impression that, in fact, the Commonwealth is seeking to exclude serving Army personnel from the application, and we've discussed that earlier. Her view is that makes, and I quote, "it makes the victims feel unheard, unsupported and unwanted," noting the Minister's aspiration for people serving to not feel that way. Can I ask perhaps what will be done to clarify this, and can if it is indeed the case that an application hasn't been made to exclude personnel, why do you think some folk have that impression? And can the Commonwealth now actively make it clear that that is not your intention, and legally also make that clear through the case on foot?
Senator, I might talk to that issue. Certainly there's been no communication with Ms Manton. The class action that we're responding to doesn't have a lead applicant from the Army, which is probably the inference that she's drawing. But so it raises questions that we are looking before the court, which we've talked to just before. So that's all I can really offer around that. But certainly the way that the group is described and the period of service, as CDF's outlined, definitely does not exclude Army. It's just the nominated personnel do not include an Army plaintiff.
Okay, and for clarity, the lack of a lead applicant being an Army personnel is not grounds for the Commonwealth to seek to exclude Army personnel, is that correct?
Senator, I think, as I indicated to you earlier, some of the issues you are raising are before the courts, and officials have tried to assist because there is great public interest in that matter, and we understand the need to communicate as best we can. There are some limitations on what officials can talk to you about, and in particular drawing conclusions about how court may approach different aspects of the law is a challenging thing to ask officials to do.
I'm not asking the officials to stand in the shoes of the court. I'm asking them to clarify the position the Commonwealth has taken. And just picking up on your last comment, Ms Rush, the fact that there isn't a lead applicant from the Army, is that the basis for the Commonwealth contending that other Army personnel should not be participating?
Senator,
I'm just trying to understand the position
Senator,
here.
I think my evidence before, and certainly CDF's evidence, as I understood it as well, is that we do not contend that Army is not, women from Army are not part of the existing cohort that are the subject of the class action.
Thank you. That's the clarification I was seeking. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Now, I want to come to Senator Whitten, and then we'll break for lunch. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the brave men and women that put on a uniform every day and afford us the freedoms that we all enjoy, so thank you. I'd like to talk about sovereign capability in Australian manufacturing, if that's okay. Was Defence consulted on the impacts or effects to the supply chain resilience or small arms manufacturing when Labor was drafting the recent gun legislation?
Senator Chris Deeble-Depsek of Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. I'm not aware of any specific engagement with Defence, definitely not in the CASG context.
Thank you. We've heard from domestic manufacturers who are concerned that they're suppliers of parts for their firearms that didn't previously require a licence to manufacture may be caught under the broad definitions of what cannot be accessed digitally under the new laws. Has Defence considered the possible impacts to suppliers in their supply chains where they may no longer be able to manufacture firearms components?
Yeah, Senator Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. I'm not aware of the legislation changes you're talking about. If you could provide more information, we might be able to better answer the question. It's not been brought to my attention that there are restrictions that would preclude manufacture to support the ADF.
Okay, I'd be happy to
thank you.
Introduce you to some people. Thank you. So I understand that Thales outsources components of their firearm manufacture to other businesses. As a major defence supplier, could they be impacted, and has there been any communications in that regard?
We deal with Thales as a strategic partner of ours. They run our government-owned facility at Benalla and Mulwala. They produce other weapons for us as well. They've not raised these concerns with me specifically, Senator, but we'll make inquiries.
And Senator, Thales also provide, and CASG supports the small arms manufacturer at the Lithgow facility, and I haven't heard anything being raised by Thales or the supply chain in that regard.
Okay. So, given the domestic demand for firearms and ammunition has been severely depressed in the wake of the new gun laws, and that's what I'm hearing directly from the people that are involved, are you concerned that there will be a loss of domestic supply and manufacturing expertise from Australia? Yeah, look, maybe I might put that on notice because I'm not sure that you've even sort of considered it at this stage, so I don't want to just keep asking questions that you're not going to be able to answer.
Senator, we'd be happy to take that on notice, and we'll be able to work with Thales and the suppliers of those weapons with us.
Thank you.
To consider any of those issues.
Is there any plans for the ADF to invest in local manufacturing outside of the current businesses like Thales, to make sure there's a range of suppliers available for comprehensive tenders?
In relation to what specific capabilities, Senator, please?
Small arms and components.
I'm probably best to answer that question, Senator. We work with a range of suppliers for the weapons requirements under a number of Army-related projects. We buy the best of the capability for the ADF to ensure their lethality, that they've got world-class weaponry. That means that we will deal with a number of companies that would be able to support us in that regard. Sig Sauer, for example, for the provision of pistols. We work with a number of providers, in terms of testing the market and being able to ensure the best, most lethal capability and safest capability for the ADF.
Thank you. I know that as part of the Puck Mutual Defence Treaty with PNG, Australia will be providing 3,500 automatic rifles to PNG. Has a tender been put out for this supply, or is a tender being considered?
We're working through those 3,500. They would be manufactured in the Lithgow facility. That will provide ongoing manufacturing of that capability. It's the ACAR weapon, which is a Thales-developed weapon.
Okay, so it's not going out to competitive tender, it's just going to be...
Well, we'll be using our facility. This is a sovereign capability that we maintain, supported by Thales, who have been in charge of that facility for a number of years. They provide the Steyr weapon and have provided that to the ADF and other component parts for a number of our weapons, including Mag-58 and others. So the answer is that we'll be working with Thales, maintaining that sovereign capability in Lithgow.
Okay.
One of the objectives of that work we're doing with Papua New Guinea is commonality of supply chains, systems. It enables us to integrate better, support each other when we are in the field with our respective supply chains and maintenance and logistics support. So the commonality is actually a core part of how we will make the arrangements with PNGDF work well.
Yeah. Look, I guess I'm not opposed to that supply. my questioning is probably more around small Australian manufacturers, given that Thales is not small or Australian.
Senator, I'm happy to take this on notice. We'll come back and give you a more definitive answer with regard to Thales, the work that's undertaken, the supply chains that we tap into and the alternatives.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that one of the last available forging hammers in the country is held at, I don't know if I want to say the location or the company, but I can notify that offline. They're capable of forging large bomb casings for warheads and artillery guns. We've heard reports that this business is in trouble, and has the ADF looked to move any manufacturing to this forge to avoid loss of manufacturing capability if this business closes?
It's a bit hard to comment, Senator, on the company if I don't know what it is, but what I will say is that we are looking, and we are still in the middle of the tender process, to establish a 155mm forging capability to provide 155 shells to the ADF. That we're in the middle of the tender process, so I won't comment any more on that. That was a limited tender. Producing artillery shells and using the steel, that's a particularly high-end complex process, and we do have a couple of companies we are engaging on that front.
In Australia?
In Australia, yeah, that work will be done in Australia.
Okay. Look, all I can suggest is if you're not talking to them, please talk to them, because they are...
all right, if you wanted to provide me some details offline,
Thank you.
We'd welcome that. Thank you, Senator.
Given that they do have a capability that's probably not common, if they did close, how would Australia secure the equipment so it doesn't end up in the hands of adversaries or...
I can't comment on the hypotheticals, my apologies, and I'm not sure the company you're talking to, so it's hard to speculate.
Okay, I might send it offline.
Yep, lovely, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Given the global uncertainties of supply chains, would it be worth considering prioritising defence fast-moving consumables requirements by awarding a local Australian company businesses so we're not reliant on foreign suppliers, and, more disturbingly, ship owners to keep defence supplied with fuel, food and ammunition?
You go. Senator, supply chain security, supply chain resilience is a key focus for us. We're looking at this under the Defence Industry Development Strategy. When that was issued in 24, we were looking at how we strengthen those arrangements. Under this next Defence Industry Development Strategy, which will yet to be considered by government, supply chain resilience will be a critical issue. We're looking at that through a number of lenses that will help us better understand what we need to stockpile here in Australia, what we might need to still rely on through more resilient supply chains with overseas providers. If you're looking at some of the component parts, we don't, for example, mightn't have the ability to manufacture the metal for barrels. We're looking at all of those particular aspects to see what that might mean during conflict and what that might mean in terms of maintaining manufacturing and production capability here in Australia.
Yeah, I just as a comment, I just guess my main concern is there are no Australian flagged fuel tankers or Australian flagged container ships that I'm aware of, which could be seen as a problem.
Understood, Senator.
All right.
Thank you, Chair. I have another line of questioning, but I'm happy to wait my turn.
Yeah, we'll come back after lunch. Okay. Well, on that note, we're going to break for lunch. I'll see everyone back here at 1:45.
Thanks, Chair.
Enjoyed your lunch. We'll now recommence, and I'll hand the call over to Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I could continue with the line of questioning in relation to the defence asset sale. Minister, in terms of any potential impact on recruitment and retention, are you able to provide an assurance that no ADF member who is a reservist will be dislocated from their current unit location until a viable and appropriate alternative location is available to that ADF serving member?
Thanks very much, Senator. And I'll ask Ms Perkins to talk through the arrangements that are being made for reservists.
Thank you, Senator. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. Yes, it is the intention in the transition plan that people won't be relocated from sites until an alternative site is identified and prepared for their movement.
Okay, so that's an intention. Is it also a guarantee?
Senator, there are the number of sites I described earlier today from which we'll be moving people, where people are resident. I believe that number's about 45 sites.
Yep.
That is our intention. We fully anticipate that planning challenges will arise site by site, but we will need a place for our people to go, and that's the planning we're doing now.
And just in terms of those planning challenges, is one of the challenges that you actually do have to relocate someone, but there is no actual site for them to yet go to?
No, not at this stage. As we've rehearsed this morning, the published documentation last week for each of those sites indicates the plans. In some of the sites, there's a number of options, and so we'll be doing due diligence around which of those options provide the best outcome. We'll be doing that work, working closely with our ADF leadership colleagues and in the engagement that we're doing at site.
Thank you, Ms Perkins. The ADF permanent force inflow target for the last financial year, I understand, was 8,105. I also understand that this was, unfortunately, not met by more than 1,000 people. Has Defence estimated how these changes will further impact recruitment, the changes obviously that we've been discussing for some time today, going forward?
My colleague, General Fox, is coming to the table, who can speak to the first part of your question.
And Senator Cash, just as the Chief of Personnel settles in, I think just to be clear, the ADF grew by 2,500 in the last 12 months.
So that was okay. Can I just so just check the figures then?
If we can give you the figures.
Yeah, would you mind? Thank you, Chief.
Senator Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, Chief of Personnel.
Thank you, General.
At the end of financial year 24-25, our permanent and full-time headcount was 61,189.
Yes.
And in terms of the inflow into the Australian Defence Force, all avenues, it was 77%. In terms of raw numbers,
yes,
we recruited the most amount of people we've recruited in 15 years in raw numbers into the permanent Australian Defence Force.
So that's what I just wanted to check. So into the permanent flow.
Yes.
Force, yes.
Yep, thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Just in terms of the sites, many of them are being used and are crucial for the recruitment, the training and supporting our reserves and cadets. And as we know, in particular, say in Perth, many of them are in metropolitan areas. Retired Brigadier Ian Langford posed the question, how do you recruit and retain a workforce that is unable to serve in populated areas? Can I ask what your response is to that?
Senator, we undertake recruiting right across Australia. Whilst we have fixed recruiting centres in each state and territory, we have mobile facilities now as part of the new contract. We have a mobile ADF Careers Centre and a pop-up ADF Careers Centre. The pop-up goes into locations for up to 3 months at a time after consultation with the relevant council, and we have seen through the pop-up career centre increased applications from that region. The Mobile ADF Career Centre has visited a substantial number of towns across regions that may not have had a visit previously, and I'll get my colleague to talk to that very shortly. But we've also changed our approach to recruiting and still have some work to do here, but we are certainly receiving more applications through job boards than we actually are through certain recruiting centres. So we are doing work in terms of our digital presence more fulsomely to help assist with all regions across Australia where we don't necessarily have a presence in the community.
If I may, Senator, add to General Fox's response there. In the deep analysis we've done of the impact of these sites, there is only one recruitment centre where we'll need to relocate, which we have a plan for. And to the point you started with, it's important for the committee to understand that Defence's force posture around Australia and our representation in the major metropolitan areas and regional areas will remain largely the same. So we will remain a very visible presence in Sydney and Melbourne and Brisbane and Perth and Adelaide and Darwin and Cairns and Townsville and many other places. And that has been an important part of working through the independent review.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that. Can I just go back to those figures just to ensure that I've got the correct information? You did say you recruited more than we have in the last 15 years. Did you meet the target that you'd set, or was that still under the target?
No, we did not attain the 100% of the target.
Yes, I think you said 77%, was that correct?
All avenues of inflow, yes.
Yep, okay, thank you. I just wanted to correct that. I do appreciate that. Going back to the 67 sites, Minister, can you remind me, was that an election commitment that you would sell the 67 sites?
I think it was well understood that we were undertaking an audit of the defence estate.
So was it an election commitment?
I think I've answered your questions.
Well, I don't think you do. It's a yes or a no. Was it an actual election commitment that you would sell the 67 sites?
Senator Cash, the advice had been sought. It had been the subject of many discussions in this forum. It was well understood, certainly by parliamentarians, that government was considering the advice. This is a piece of work, as I indicated in my answer to your earlier questions, that has been deep, serious, structured, and has taken some time, and it's now moved to the next stage.
Okay, but again, you haven't answered my question, so I'm going to have to assume the answer is no. It wasn't an election. And if the answer is no, it's no. It was not an election commitment. Is that correct?
Senator, I've answered your question.
Right, so the answer is no, it was not. Well, how about this one? Can you point to a specific election commitment that you would sell the 67 sites?
Senator, I can assure you that Labor went to the election confirming our intention to establish arrangements for our national defence that were fit for purpose, that addressed the strategic environment that we face. And there are a range of things that we've been discussing with communities, with the public for some time. That included the work that we'd commissioned on the defence estate, includes the investments that we have made in improving recruitment and retention. It includes the investments in capability. We have been working in a very clear, considered, and we have communicated about this consistently since coming to government. I will say, as I said earlier, much of this is to address a period of dysfunction in the government that you were part of, where there were constant rotations in and out of senior ministerial roles in the defence portfolio. There was significant over-programming. There was a failure to establish the arrangements that are necessary, and our government is determined to remedy that.
It's a very long answer, and I still didn't actually hear a no, because my understanding is it was not an election commitment. Just in terms of the time frame of the sales themselves, we've spoken previously about 3 having already been sold. What's now the time frame in terms of the balance of the sites?
Senator, as we've described, the Department of Finance will be undertaking the divestment of the majority of sites. Defence will continue to divest those 6 sites that have activities underway. I can now just run through that list for you and the timeframes around them. The Londonderry transmitting site, we are working through a formal offer and anticipate that that site will be divested this year, 2026. The Perth multi-user depot, we will shortly appoint a real estate agent and the site will go through the normal open market process to find a proponent. Defence site Maribyrnong is a site we are in the concluding stages of a multi-stepped open market tender process. We intend to conclude the final stage of that in 2026 with the selection of a preferred developer, and we would anticipate that moving forward in 26-27. One of the sites is Pialago South. That is a site near the end of the Canberra runway.
Yes.
We will be working through the optimal divestment strategy there. We have had conversations with the ACT government over many years on their interest in that land parcel and where it fits in the Canberra East Broadacre strategy. The Stokes Hill site in the Northern Territory, we will continue to divest and we'll work through the optimum divestment strategy. And there's a site in Queensland called Strathmuir, which is adjacent to the Shoalwater Bay training area, and we'll work through that strategy. For the remaining sites that Defence is responsible for preparing to transition to the Department of Finance, we will be working over the next 2 years to be as mature as we can in planning and transition of sites to the Department of Finance. As the Deputy Prime Minister has said a number of times, we fully understand that some sites will be relatively straightforward and able to be transitioned over the next 2 years, and some sites will have more complications or more difficult challenges in that transition, and we will continue to engage with the government on that planning and the appropriate timeframes around those.
Just in terms of the 3 that have been sold that you referred to earlier today, in the finance estimates yesterday, the department gave evidence that they had no role in those sales. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator. Defence undertook those divestments. There is a step in all Commonwealth property divestments under the Commonwealth Property Framework where there is a consultation process with the Department of Finance and an approval by the Minister for Finance. That certainly happened in those cases, but Defence undertook the divestment action, yes.
Okay. And that is the same process going forward, or you said the Department of Finance, you will actually be divesting them to the Department of Finance?
Yeah. So for those sites I just read out, where divestment was underway by Defence, we'll keep those ones that I've just read into the record. The other sites, and it becomes maths at this point, 67 minus 3 minus 6, minus 12 that are leased sites. So some of the cadet units are leased facilities. We will manage the wrapping up of leases. And whatever that maths brings us to, which is a number that starts with a 50, and I'll do the maths shortly, the Department of Finance will manage the divestment of those.
Can I just ask, so in terms of, again, the estate audit, 3 have been sold. You've identified a timeline for some of them. For the rest of them, I'm assuming that could be in the future because there's no identifiable timeline yet. And some of them, as you say, have complications like heritage listing, etc. Defence knows who the owner of each site is?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of that, last Wednesday when you put out your communication plan, albeit after it was announced in the paper, but that's no reflection on you, that's a government decision, had the owners of all of the sites been informed?
Of the leased facilities, I'm sorry, Senator?
Of the fact that their site was part of the estate sale? or the estate audit?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I understand your question.
So there were 67 sites.
Yep.
You know the owners of all of those sites. As we've already discussed this morning, there's thousands of affected ADF men and women who woke up to that news and then they had the announcement. What about the owners of each of the sites?
Again, going back to the maths, I'm an arts graduate, so it might get challenging for me. Of the 3 that have already been divested, those transactions were concluded in 2023, 24, 2024, 25. So
separate then?
We haven't contacted them. I will take on notice whether we have directly communicated with the owners from whom we lease the other 12.
Yes.
All the rest of them defence zones.
Right, so there are 12.
There are 12 leased properties, yes.
Right, would you take that on notice, please, and just find out, A, were they notified on Wednesday? B, if they were not, why not? Have they been notified? And on what days and by what means were they actually notified?
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. That's 12 sites there. In terms of the $1.8 billion in revenue that we have seen referred to by the Minister as what this potentially will bring to the government, can I ask you, what's the funding profile for the $1.8 billion?
Senator, I'm not in a position to describe that yet. The work that led to that estimate, both by the independent audit activity and the follow-on defence verification, has taken an understanding site by site of a market valuation where that's possible. Some
of
sites,
the 67?
Yeah, some sites aren't really easy to value. So in the independent audit that was published last week, it describes in the final chapter where that work was done and where more investigation would need to happen. But it is a good market-tested valuation of the market value of those sites, noting that the government agreed to now partially divest 3, and that means that will obviously change the market valuation. And then we've also undertaken work at a site-by-site basis and then grossed up the anticipated costs of divestment. And their costs we're able to quite reasonably assess. We do this quite regularly. In my term in this role, we've divested a number of sites. And so that is that there are transaction costs and due diligence you undertake to prepare a site. We know that there will be environmental investigations and contamination remediation requirements. We've talked already about work that we have kicked off to assess and manage heritage and history. And there will be costs that we've built into our estimate, which is replicating capability elsewhere and the costs of moving and transitioning people. So as an example, on some sites, we will need to replicate higher security zone accommodation based on the work that might move there. We'll be doing some work around equipment that might need to be moved. If you go across all of the sites where defence people are, and that is 46 sites, and the work we'll need to do on the sites to be divested, that is the total number. I took on notice earlier this morning that we'll come back with the breakdown of what is movement, what is replication of capability, what is remediation work.
And just going back to our previous conversation in relation to when we think the sites will be sold, and you've set out a time frame for the first few sites, noting that 3 have already been divested. Is that over the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? I'm trying to work out where's that time frame for the $1.8 billion?
Yeah, so that and we'll be establishing that in the detailed work that's happening right now with the Department of Finance. For the sites that will transition to the Department of Finance, they will be managing that process, and we will have an agreement on how sites transition to them for that process. But the principle we'll be working through under government direction is that, and I heard my colleagues at Finance give evidence last night, they'll be engaging a strategic advisor, and the intent will be that the majority of sites are able to be released to market processes over the next 2 years.
All of them?
that will be what we'll work through based on that transition. So I've given you the timeframes on the ones that I'm going to remain responsible for. Department of Finance will be responsible, working with their strategic advisor, on how best to undertake that market approach. And based on how Defence proceeds in the important work of transitioning our people and capabilities to new sites.
Just in terms of 1.8 billion, and I know that you made a joke that you're an arts graduate and as such figures, but so perhaps Secretary, I could ask you, what is the total defence budget this year?
Defence's appropriation that excludes ASD and the Submarine Agency and the Nuclear Power Safety Regulator is 58.1 billion for the year 25-26.
58.1 billion. So just in terms of the 1.8 billion, what is that as a percentage of the defence budget over the same time frame?
Why don't we take that on notice, Senator?
Or is there a maths whiz in the room that could quickly pull out a calculator?
The point I would make and why I think it's important to take that on notice
Probably a 5-year-old child, to be honest with you all.
I've just
probably do that, I know.
I know. So I have to get out my calculator. We don't know what years that both the spend and the revenue.
No. And, look, and the point I'm making is that's exactly right. There's a lot of we don't know yet. The figure has been announced. People have got excited, in particular, sort of in terms of not being told about this process. But you're looking at a defence budget of 58.1 billion for this year, and then 1.8 billion over a length of period of time that no one can actually give me. Perhaps I could ask another question then. In terms of 1.8 billion, what does it actually get you?
About a fifth of a Hunter frigate.
Thank you. That is actually the answer I was looking for. Thank you. Actually, that was very good. Could you do the math as well for me? No, but that is actually the problem. The 1.8 billion. You're selling off all of these exactly. The 1.8 billion for all of the pain that you're actually causing, and all you're going to get is a part of.
Perhaps, Chair, I can respond
to our routine here. Thank you, Minister.
The implication of Senator Cash's question, which Senator Cash, I think, rather indirectly asks, what is our purpose and is it worth it? That is your question, I think, Senator Cash. And the answer is that we want a defence asset base that is contributing to our ability to defend Australia. It is the core principle that informed the work of the audit and informs the work that the government is undertaking now. You're right that there are, and Senator Shoebridge has made this point, that there are costs associated with divestment. There are also expected, nonetheless, to be a net return to the Commonwealth as a consequence of this process. There are also avoided costs associated with having an estate that is focused in the areas where we need it to be and is dedicated to the activities that we wish Defence to undertake. And Ms Perkins can talk you through some of the costs associated with sustaining assets and facilities that are not meeting that core goal, and that core goal being the ability to defend Australia and protect our national interest.
Can I just go to then, ASPI estimates that the sales of the Victoria Barracks in Sydney and HMAS Penguin alone would gross 1.55 billion. So if the total gross sales, which the Minister has put on the record, is 3 billion, and the estimate is 1.55 is coming from those two, how much does the entire economics of this fall down if one or two sites themselves don't proceed to sale? But worse than that, how much are the other sites actually worth?
Senator, I would start by saying we've undertaken, in support of the independent audit, market valuation. So the assess, and we've updated those prior to government decision making. So the basis on which the $3 billion is projected has a sound market basis to it. And we have quite a bit of contemporary experience in successful divestments, and I've shared some of those already. I just echo the Minister's point, though. The cost of sustaining the estate is large, and the cost of sustaining underused and degraded sites and magnificent sites with a significant heritage overlay is a substantial drain on my budget to sustain the estate. And the independent audit includes a figure of about $100 million a year that we would save in sustainment if we fully divested the sites listed. We have been continuing to refine that number. But the other important point they make, and that we've done analysis on, is that were we to stay on these sites, both to support people there and our legal obligations for safety and security and heritage, we continue to invest enormous sums of money in them. They are very expensive for us to operate, and they usually have relatively small populations. Where there are larger populations, the work being undertaken is primarily office-based work that could be done in less expensive to maintain populations, or are in such a degraded state we have to make some serious choices about them. And the headline around that is that we would project, about another $2.5 billion that we would need to spend to stay on those sites.
And is that remediation, or...?
That's just to keep them operating every day. So while the sale process will proceed and we have a high level of confidence around what we can get done this year and next, and I think a good, sensible evaluation of the market value, ceasing to operate from these sites will also ease the estate sustainment budget.
I'll come back to another line of questioning.
Yep. Just mindful of the time. I'll come back to you later, Senator Cash. All right. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. I had some questions of Mr Jeffries, I think, arising from the exchange with Senator Cash earlier today. He's still here.
Still here, Senator.
Yeah, Mr Jeffries, you were speaking about the change in the strategic environment for Australia as a result of certain forces and actions that have been happening in our region around the world. Do you remember that exchange?
I do, Senator.
And you said that there were disturbing changes to international norms, and one was that up until now, one of the core post-World War II norms that keeps us safe is the prohibition on territorial conquest. And because of certain actions, that prohibition is facing threat and challenges. Do you remember that exchange?
I do.
And I think you said that, if significant players in the world undermine that prohibition on territorial conquest, then countries like Australia, which rely on international law, are less safe. Do you agree with that?
I do.
And then I think you said that when nations use punitive tariffs to try and coerce other nations, that again, that's a disturbing international trend, and it makes countries like Australia less safe and the world less safe when countries are using punitive tariffs to try and coerce other countries. Do you remember that exchange?
I'm not sure that we use the word punitive tariff. I think I raised the idea of the consensus around globalisation giving way to a much more contested international domain around trade and economic integration. We worry about supply chains and that form of interdependence that we've all invested in over the last 30, 40 years becoming a tool of strategic leverage, and that informs that dynamic informs one of the it's one of the trends that we've identified and informs our view that the strategic environment is becoming more difficult.
Yes, so to use your language, tariffs being used for strategic leverage, deeply problematic. Do you agree?
I agree, yeah.
Now, if someone hadn't been sitting in this room and hearing the sort of groupthink in this room, someone in the general public had heard that exchange, which regime, which country on the planet do you think they would have thought the exchange was about? The regime at the moment that's most notorious for threatening territorial conquests and for using punitive tariffs. Someone outside this room who hadn't been caught up in the groupthink of defence, which country do you think they might have thought you were referring to?
Well, I think I was explicit. I think in relation to the prohibition on territorial conquest, I'm thinking primarily about Russia. That is the most egregious violation of that prohibition that we have seen in modern times. And we are worried that that becomes some form of template, and it's one of the reasons why I think the government has been so focused on ensuring we contribute to the support of Ukraine, because we want states to conclude that this type of violation is not only dangerous but is not going to contribute to your national security.
Yeah. Well, you see, I think people outside this groupthink space would have assumed you were talking about the United States and Donald Trump. But in actual fact, the only country you and Senator Cash mentioned in these exchanges was China. Mr. Jeffries, you would have seen, I am sure, President Trump's repeated threats to use force and repeated threats against Denmark and the people of Greenland to threaten territorial conquest for Greenland. You can't have missed that, can you?
Senator, I think President Trump, well, I'll let the Americans speak for themselves, but I think President Trump ruled out the use of force in relation to the question.
Well, I'll tell you what he did say. He said, the fact that Denmark had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean they own the land. One way or another, we're going to get Greenland. You say that's ruling out force?
Well,
one way or another.
Senator, I listened to the speech where he ruled out using force.
So one day he rules out using the force, the next day he threatens a military invasion. You seriously don't think that Europe and the world has seen threats from Donald Trump to militarily invade Greenland? That's your position?
I think, Senator, if I could, I mean, the Prime Minister has been very clear that the Australian government won't get involved in an ongoing commentary about comments from President
But you
Trump.
will about China
We do
or Russia.
We do say that the Australian government places a lot of importance on upholding international law. And I think that that's the fundamental...
So much importance, Secretary, that they've said not a single whisper about Donald Trump's repeated threats to use military force on Greenland. So much force Australia has that they've said not a word when there were threats made against Canada. So much force that Australia said not a single word when Donald Trump came out after having kidnapped the head of state of Venezuela and said, to quote him, "Your indispensable ally, I don't need international law." Not once, not one peep came out of Australia when our so-called indispensable ally has been trashing international law, trashing the prohibition on territorial conquest, and then using punitive tariffs to threaten his friends and former allies. Not one word.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to suggest to the Senator that I understand his interest in international relations, and I understand that you routinely attend the DFAT hearings, which occur tomorrow, Senator Shoebridge. I think the scope of your questioning really goes to broader diplomatic questions that are best directed there tomorrow.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate your input. I'm responding to the strategic environment discussion that happened between Senator Cash and Mr Jeffrey because Minister, you may not think it's relevant to defence, but I do, that our so-called indispensable ally is trashing international law, threatening his allies, even threatening military invasion of his allies. And I think it is relevant to whether or not we are so utterly dependent upon the United States for weapon platforms and others. You don't see the connection with defence?
Senator, the exchange that you referred to earlier in the day between Senator Cash and Mr Jeffries really went to her questions to officials around our strategic environment and what the response needs to be from a defence perspective. Mr Jeffries provided that context, but the focus here in this committee really is on the way, the contribution that defence makes to securing our strategic interests. The government is, in fact, very clear that we seek to use all levers of strategic power. Those include diplomacy, but it is not the case that those levers are all exercised from within this portfolio, and it's why the DPAT officials do appear tomorrow. Minister Wong appears tomorrow, and if you do want to ask questions about our broader diplomatic relations, that is the place to ask those questions.
So, Mr Jeffries, I agree with your assessment that the world is less safe now because nations are breaching the prohibition on territorial conquest, that nations are using punitive tariffs to try and coerce others. But the problem you face in the Australian Defence Force and the Department of Defence is the nation doing this most obviously in combination is in fact the United States. We are incredibly dependent upon the United States for the great bulk of our weapons platforms, and indeed you and Defence are trying to make us an interoperable unit of the United States military. Do you not see how the rogue behaviour of our so-called indispensable ally is making us less safe? And do you not think we should be trying to not double down on the United States but diversify our military procurement and make ourselves more independent?
Senator, I think as discussed with you earlier, I think the international system is becoming one where countries need to ensure that they rely not only on their treaties and agreements and the international system to ensure their security and prosperity, but they also need to invest in capabilities that give them the ability to defend themselves and to deter forced projection against them. That's the core recommendation of the National Defence Strategy that was released in 2024. And indeed, it will, subject to government consideration, continue in the Defence Strategy in 2026. And so, yes, we need to build a more self-reliant defence force, but of course we define that self-reliance in what we can do with our allies and partners, not in exclusion from them.
Yeah. Now, Secretary, it's not just the sort of conflicts outside the United States that Donald Trump is potentially getting Australia involved in. It's potentially conflicts inside the United States because of Australia's deployment of troops with the US military. Secretary, were you aware that last year, or at least last year, and maybe this year as well, there were Australian troops seconded to the US 11th Airborne, often called the Arctic Angels? Were you aware of that?
Senator, I know that we have a number of personnel embedded with and working with US units. I'm not aware of...
CDF, were you aware that we had two individuals, a WO2 and a sergeant, I could say their names, but I won't. One was from the Light Horse Regiment, one was from the Royal Australian Regiment, who were deployed. They were actually in Alaska at the time with the 11th Airborne Division's Arctic Angels. Were you aware of that?
Not explicitly, as I think the Secretary said, we have a large number of people who are doing short-term secondments, longer-term placements, Senator, but not by name or that location.
I've asked previously for details of Australia's secondments and deployments with the US, and we're told we can't get it because it's too secret. Do you stand by that position?
I think we gave you some details in the response.
Broad numbers.
Yeah.
But not details of where they were deployed, because apparently that's too secret.
We gave you the broad numbers that we had for where our people are in the US.
Yeah. But not accurate numbers are not there. But these two have gone on a podcast and spoken about their deployment with the 11th Airborne Division's Arctic Angels. You can tell a podcast, but you can't tell the Senate, because that's how defence works. CDF, did you know that that same unit was mobilised, given a stand-up order by Donald Trump in January of this year, to be ready to deploy into Minnesota to provide military force to enforce Donald Trump's ICE anti-immigration crackdown? Did you know that?
Senator, I wasn't aware that that unit had been put on a notice of that nature, but what I am aware of is that we, in all of our secondments, give clarity of the directions on the nature of involvement that our people would have, the application of Australian policies that continue even when they are placed in foreign units, whether they're in the United States or elsewhere. So we maintain that national control of individuals and the type of employment that they perform.
Well, were there Australians with the Arctic Angels, the 11th Airborne, when that stand-up order was given in January?
Senator, I don't know.
You take it on notice?
Yes.
Are there provisions in our secondment with the United States that expressly say that Australians won't be permitted to be used for those kinds of internal deployments by the Trump administration, in this case, to provide military force to assist the ICE crackdown on immigration? Are there express provisions saying Australians can't be deployed in that situation?
So, Senator, there are express provisions that provide the nature of employment they can. When circumstances arise in a military unit, as you described, that may be what I'd call non-routine employment. Our people come back and ask that question. So that's why I will need to check. The element that our people may have been involved in may not have been put on a notice, and the question or issue didn't arise to them. I'd have to establish the facts.
Well, is there does Defence have a blanket position that, of course, no Australian troops should ever be deployed internally by the US military to assist with ICE anti-immigration crackdowns? Is there a policy position that says no, never?
The issue hasn't arisen to my knowledge, and I would expect that it would if there was a likelihood of that employment arising for our people.
You would expect that it would?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That the individuals would seek to understand what our policy position was and what authority they had to participate or not.
What is our policy position? If the US President wants to use Australian troops that have been seconded in this way, is there a clear position that says, Donald Trump, you cannot do that?
So we require our people to comply with law as we understand it, to act in a way that is consistent with our national interests and policies. And you're inviting me into a hypothetical for our people there, but we would review that and provide a very clear position on what they were permitted to do or not.
Well, you're not providing a clear position here. Is there a policy position from either the Labor government or Defence that says no, never, Australian troops, if they are seconded to a US military unit, can never be deployed to assist inside the United States on ICE anti-immigration crackdowns? You don't know?
I would find it very difficult to say we would ever put our people in a position where they were employed in that nature.
But you won't say absolutely no.
Because, Senator, you are
because it's easy. If you could just say no, we think that's wrong.
Official, Senator, to speculate about a hypothetical operational situation that has not arisen.
Minister, you say it's hypothetical, but this very unit was given a stand-up order.
May I answer your question, Senator? The CDF has indicated to you that he will take on notice your earlier questions about the circumstances you particularised. He quite properly said that he would need to establish the fact base to answer your question. You are now inviting him to speculate about hypotheticals. That is not a reasonable way to approach the official.
Well, Minister, I'm now going to ask you if the Labor Party has at least some form of policy where they would ever stand up against Donald Trump. And is it Labor Party policy, is it the position of the Labor government that they would never permit Australian troops on secondment or deployment with the United States military to be used to support Donald Trump's ICE anti-immigration crackdown? Do you at least have that degree of political independence?
Senator Shoebridge, your position has been consistent, as I understand it, for about 20 years about the Australian government's and Australia's relationship with the United States. You don't support the alliance. You don't support the activities that are conducted between our nations. You don't accept the role of the United States as an ally for us or its role in our security arrangements. The government is really clear about how we seek to establish and prosecute what we perceive to be our national interest. The CDF has explained to you that there are a range of protocols that govern the way that personnel who are deployed into US military environments must behave consistent with our national interests. I'm confident that that is something that the CDF is focused on and that Defence is focused on. Your invitation to speculate about a range of matters is not one I intend to take up.
You know, Minister, it would have been
Thank
so
you,
much
Senator
easier to
Shoebridge.
just say,
Thank you.
no, we'd never let that
you've
happen.
Had now's expired. I'll
But
move the call
that's Labor.
around. Senator Whitten, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. During the last Senate estimates, I asked questions regarding the effects of offshore wind turbines on defence radar systems. The construction of offshore electricity that is mostly manufactured in China and owned by foreign companies would seem to be a matter of national security interest. Would you agree?
We'll just get the right people to come up for you, Senator.
Senator, I'm sorry, can I ask you to repeat your question?
The construction of offshore electricity infrastructure that is mostly manufactured in China and owned by foreign companies would seem to be a national security interest. Would you agree?
Senator, as I think we canvassed at the last hearing, the issues you're talking about are largely managed through the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Defence is consulted closely as they've developed plans for offshore wind farms around Australia, and in those consultations we work with our colleagues to understand and seek to mitigate any potential impacts for defence and defence operations, and that's really the core of our role. And we work very successfully as siting decisions are made to limit impacts to the places we operate and our really important, particularly maritime and air exercise areas around the Australian coastline.
In the last estimates, I also referred to a document that was part of the FOI. I'm pretty sure you're aware of it. So in that document, the department made it clear that they had not been included as a stakeholder, and that, and I quote, the declared area overlaps almost entirely with a portion of the West Australia exercise area, WAXA. If the proposal progresses, this will require consultation with defence stakeholders to ensure both operational impacts and marine environmental impacts are managed. My understanding is that all types of marine radar are affected and there is no current solution. So has anyone in the department looked into the effects of offshore wind turbines on marine vessels?
I'll start, and Mr. Sarah might speak to the consultation that did occur. So prompted the normal consultation between departments.
I'm really quite deaf, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sitting too far back.
It's okay if you yell.
I have a connection of the two tables where my chair is.
Thank you.
That correspondence you referred to then, triggered the consultation. And as I've said, the consultation is about how we mitigate those effects. So we are aware of the impacts of turbines on navigation systems and other systems. And as I said, our goal with DECU is to demonstrate our need so that siting decisions can move those offshore wind farms away from where we operate. That's been the goal of the work around the coastline.
Okay, thank you. So you are aware now that they do cause interference?
Yes.
Yep, okay. And how long have you been aware, do you say?
Look, I'm not the expert on the technical aspects. Certainly our teams who do this work bring engineering skills, and they consult very closely across the Australian Defence Force with our capability managers and operational planners to ensure that we are investigating where we operate and the types of activities and capabilities we operate to really capture those technical requirements that are important to Defence that will go into a broader piece of advice back to DECU.
Okay. I'd like to table a document that was part of a submission to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water on the 28th of April 23. Sorry? I believe, yeah.
Which one was it? Which one?
Oh, that one, sorry.
Yeah. I think we'll have to give a copy to the witness so they know what you're referencing.
So on page 4, at the bottom of the second last paragraph, and I quote, the department has said wind turbines could interfere with radar at the Williamtown RAF base and have asked for a 46 kilometre exclusion zone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, sorry, that's what it says here. We absolutely negotiated and provided advice to DECU on the siting of the Hunter or the Central Coast wind farm. We were mindful of operations at both RAF Williamtown and the flying we do offshore there. I would need to take on notice precisely the advice on what that exclusion zone was. I wouldn't want to get that wrong for you.
Okay. Would there be a map of that sort of thing that would be publicly available?
Yes, quite possibly, yeah.
Yep. Will the department ask for a similar exclusion zone from the West Australian exercise area, the WAXA?
Look, let me take on notice the precise advice that we've worked through for the WAXA. But we have been working, as DECU have done this work around the coast, and we routinely ask for siting choices and exclusion areas to preserve our operations and our exercise areas. And I'm not aware of that not being accommodated to date.
Yep. And I'm guessing on top of just exercise areas, general security of the coastline?
So where our internal consultation usually goes is, what do we do from that site or in that area? So it'll be an exercise area, but it might also be flight patterns. It might be, the case of RAF Williamtown, that's both an important base for us. It's also an important civil airport. And we are absolutely minded of, our transit pathways and so forth in a maritime environment. So they're the kinds of consultation we take inside Defence. I would say, though, there's usually a pathway whereby we can coexist and plan and future-proof defence operations against the important energy infrastructure.
I've referred to the US Department of Defence's map of the wind exclusion zone that covers the east coast of the US in past. I think I gave you a copy at the last estimates. Currently we don't have a similar map for our West Australian coastline or probably the whole coast. Is the department considering mapping areas of the West Australian coastline and or the rest of Australia to produce a similar sort of map that you would held exclusively for security and exercise areas?
Senator, what is certainly published is our current footprint, which includes exercise areas around the coastline. That is available and on our website. And we are very mindful in our current and future operations about understanding how we manage security impacts adjacent to defence sites. I think there's substantial differences in Australian force posture and US force posture. And as I said, we've been working now as this particular proposal around offshore energy evolves. And we'll continue to do that work with partners in government.
Thank you. Would the building of the wind farm in Geograph Bay be a risk to defence and not the wax areas? I understand it is an aircraft exercise area, but is it also surface or subsurface training?
Air and maritime. It's an air and maritime domain. Yeah.
Yeah. Would the impacts of that being built there impact surface or subsurface operations?
So our goal in providing defence input and advice on siting would be understanding what those risks might be or how you can mitigate them through siting choices.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks a lot, Senator. Now, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time this afternoon. I've got some questions about procurement. In last estimates, I asked you 7 questions on notice, and you've not responded to 5 out of those 7. And I was just interested why.
Afternoon, Senator Pocock. I think those are currently being considered coming through the system, but I can't answer at this point in time, but I can answer any of the specific questions you have.
So, Mr. Diebold, so what I take away from that is that they were given to the Minister's office for clearance and they're sitting
They're
with...
currently going through the clearance process, Senator.
Okay. When did the department complete those questions on notice?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. You surely knew, though, that this was the date of estimates, and I assume got them to the Minister's office with time.
Senator, we've been working closely. I'll refer to John Reid.
Senator John Reid, Deputy Secretary Governance. We've been working across the department to deal with all of the questions on notice we received in December. We had 184 in the department and another few hundred in the portfolio entities. We have, I think, as at this morning, tabled about 118, 119 of the 180, and we're working on getting the remainder tabled as quickly as possible. Some of them just required a large amount of effort, and obviously with Christmas stand down only a few weeks ago, it's been difficult, but we are confident that we'll get the remainder tabled as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Thank you for your work on that. I want to move to some questions on the MSP agreement, which I understand is due to come to an end this year, and see renegotiation of this agreement I think is a great opportunity to improve capability but also improve retained economic benefit, and we've had a back and forth over the last few years about that and the opportunity to give Australian companies greater access to the agreement. So I'm interested what work is being done to ensure that the next MSP better captures the need to build sovereign capability here in Australia and actually ensure that Australian companies aren't missing out on work.
Senator, you're exactly correct. We have 2 arrangements. The DSS arrangement, which provides for specific expertise on a short-term basis, and the major service provider arrangement, which allows us to actually provide integrated work packages to support projects and other activity to occur. We've been looking at the MSP arrangements, working closely with the MSP providers as currently stands and industry more broadly, including small to medium enterprise, trying to understand how to best reshape the MSP to be able to deliver several things, including best tapping into the resources that are available to support defence and also making sure that they represent better value for money. That includes consideration of small to medium enterprise.
Thank you. And when will that be delivered?
We're looking at going to market this in the first half of this year and establishing the new arrangement in the latter half of next year. We have bridged that period of time with the extant arrangements while the MSP arrangement as it currently stands has been finished. Those arrangements and the integrated work packages that currently exist will continue until their completion at this point in time.
So you're extending for the 4 consortiums until this work is done?
Correct.
Do you envisage there being more than 4 when the new MSP is?
We're looking at all of those constructs. When we go to market, we'll be assessing how the industry responds and assessing a range of factors, including how they're going to demonstrate better value for money. We want outcomes-based contracts in the majority of cases to achieve better value for money for defence. We'll be looking at the rates that companies in the MSP context and what we're calling the Defence Capability Support program arrangements, how we get best value for money out of those. It will need to be a combination of some of those larger companies that currently provide MSPs and small to medium enterprise across both of those arrangements. I'll just throw to Rachel Kuzma, who heads up the FAS Commercial, for any additional comments.
Yeah, Rachel Kuzma, First Assistant Secretary Commercial. I think it's really important to us to ensure that we engage really thoroughly with the market about how to best achieve outcomes in this space. So the intent is to actually do some really intense industrial engagement with people that are in the market, both at the SME level and others, to ensure that we have a package of work that actually best supports defence and it provides value for money.
And what's the market telling you about the existing arrangements versus what they would like to see in the future?
I think we're having mixed engagements at the moment. Some people really like it, some people don't like it, of course. It depends which side of the score you're on. I think the thing that we're trying to drive is how do we get better responsiveness for value for money and how do we get better responsiveness for defence's needs? So we're really focused on how do we grow our capability and how do these partners that we select and we rely on actually do that with our SME base through the life of the program.
Okay. Well,
so we're getting different advice, we're getting different kind of options and things to consider on what we can improve about the arrangements that we had in place.
Okay. Well, I'd urge you to consult widely because obviously the 4 consortiums will love the current arrangement, but what I'm hearing from almost all Australian businesses that I deal with in this space is that the existing arrangements, the 4 consortiums, have largely prevented the development of a sovereign sort of defence base. And so I really think this is a great opportunity for change and to actually step things up as we go forward. So thank you for your work on this. I wanted to go to the ANAO's annual major projects report on the Department of Defence's acquisition, which was released late last year. And I found its findings pretty startling, given where we're at. We're forever hearing about increased tensions, geopolitical issues. And then we read of the 21 projects considered, just 8 were running on time. And the average delay is around 2 years, and the total delay across all projects is 404 months. I'm interested, maybe to you, Secretary, firstly, how is this good enough, and how have we arrived in a situation where it's just not one or 2 projects, it's the vast majority of projects are running behind?
Well, Senator, I mean, of course, we're making endeavours to improve the quality of the delivery that we do, and there have been some improvements which I'll ask Mr Deeble to talk about. There are a couple of projects which have some quite substantial slippage with schedule, and those do distort the overall statistics. But some of the initiatives that the government have put in place, the projects of concern work, the work that the Minister for Defence Industry has been doing with those particular projects has led to improvements in the relationship between the department and the companies that are delivering those products, and certainly the government is holding both the department and the defence industry partners that we have to higher standards in terms of improving our delivery. But there's much more work to be done, and I'll ask Mr. Deeble to just talk about some of the not just the challenges, but some of the things that we have achieved that I think are quite worth commenting on.
And I think, Senator, schedule is an issue, and we're working through those. I'd just like to talk about a couple of aspects of this. 20 of the 21 projects are what we call acquisition category 1 and 2. They represent the most complex of projects, ACAT 1 in particular, 7 of them, and 13 ACAT 2 programs. So within the MPR review, there's significant complexity that we're talking about that we have to manage. 16 of those projects are with CASG, my organisation. 5 of those sits with NSSG. There is a mix of commercial arrangements that need to be considered in that context. So 5 of those projects are FMS projects where we're working with the US and their industrial base to deliver those. We have 3 government to government, so these are cooperative programs within that, and there's 13 other contracting types, mainly direct commercial sale, where we're the contracting agent and working with that. There's 9 projects of concern and projects of interest, 2 projects of concern and 7 projects of interest. So we are looking at these projects and applying additional work, and in particular the work that we're doing with projects of concern and projects of interest is really important. On page 13, and I apologise, I left the MPR back on my desk, but I can summarise that pretty well from memory because this is important to my business and improving the business. It summarises cost, schedule and capability outcomes. You're exactly right, it describes the 21 months average delay to the programs, but as the Secretary opined at the start, one of those projects, the CMATS project, is responsible for 23%, I believe, of that 404. It's over 97 months that's late, and that's being managed as a project of concern. The other area that is reported on is the finance. This MPR, as per previous recent MPRs, identified that all of the changes that have occurred from a funding perspective have either been standard budget adjustments or budget variations and or additional approvals by government which add to scope. I think there is a description in one area of the MPR that describes 4 key projects that have been subject to those scopes, and that would include the Hunter program, the Joint Strike Fighter program, the Growler program, and I think there is one other program that fits within that regime. They're responsible in their own right for $35 million of additional money that has been approved in that context. The area that we have seen improvement is 97.7% of the capability is being delivered. 1.2% of that would be in serious doubt, 1.1% of that has some risk associated, and we're working through that. But the area of significant change is how do we improve on schedule. We have a number of different things that we're doing there. Clearly, out of the National Defence Strategy in 2024, it stated that our current approaches to acquisition and sustainment weren't going to be fit for purpose. Our ability to respond to the rapid evolving threat needed to change. We needed to adopt more agile ways of delivering the outcomes. So we've been working on those programs. To improve the current schedules, we're spending a lot of time on uplifting the schedules in every one of the projects, making sure that they have a sound basis, critical milestones, assessments can be made, and we're adding more tools to assist the projects in managing those projects. As identified in the MPR, we've done a lot of work to actually improve risk management. and risk and schedule delays go hand in glove. So we're uplifting in that regard. We're applying across the program many different ways of approaching more agile delivery. So continuous capability development and delivery. The application of more agile approaches to that is speeding up the way in which we deliver, and consideration of minimal viable capability, getting a fit-for-purpose capability to the field more rapidly than we would otherwise do. But that will require us to take on more risk. So again, risk appetite. We're doing a lot of work now in upskilling, and we've established the Defence Learning Academy, where we're focusing primarily initially on project and program management and commercial skills. They go hand in glove with the way in which we better manage projects and deliver on those projects within funding profiles, within schedule and within capability. So we're very focused on cost, schedule, capability, and the new approaches, more agile approaches into the future, will have to definitely focus, as we're delivering in more agile ways, on cost, schedule, getting warfighter capability more rapidly, and then considering minimal viable capability and how we manage that.
Thank you, Steve. And I'm really pleased to hear that. I don't know if one of the things you touched on there was risk, and from what I've seen over the past few years, I think that seems to be an issue, not just in this department, but across the public service, where there isn't really an appetite for risk, and so we're constantly playing it safe, and that leads to all sorts of perverse outcomes. So I sort of welcome that and wish you well with that. Secretary, you
talked... There's a role for parliamentarians too, isn't there?
But just double check.
There's a role for parliamentarians in understanding what risk, what a risk appetite actually means. If the parliament's appetite for risk is zero.
Oh no, I welcome the government bringing on the ambition in many areas. But Secretary, you...
Just last question, Senator.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
You mentioned about making people more accountable. Could you maybe give me an example of how your senior leadership is being held more accountable on procurement delays and cost overruns?
Yeah, so certainly, Senator. So we have put into performance agreements clearer expectations of meeting schedule, cost and pursuing minimum viable capability. Our ministers and the CDF and I have also made it explicitly clear to all of the group heads and service chiefs that they must look for minimum viable capability rather than the exquisite capability that would be highly desirable by the capability managers and the end users. And minimum viable capability, I think, is becoming embedded in the department as the default setting in terms of developing capability proposals. And also, the government has made it very clear that its initiative to work towards the creation of a defence delivery agency is very much driven by the idea of having a national armaments director with much more authority to deliver the program as he or she decides is the most appropriate with all of the constraints, and we will be giving the National Armaments Director and the Defence Delivery Agency the autonomy and the budget autonomy to be able to make more commercial decisions about program delivery, and that work has been kicked off by the government. A task force is underway, and we've been. The first phase of that will occur on the 1st of July this year, with the idea that the full arrangements would be in place on the 1st of July 2027. So that is, from my perspective, a key initiative to empower delivery managers to take a commercial approach and a risk-based approach to delivering capability to cost and schedule.
Okay. Thank you. I've got some further questions.
We'll have to come back to you a bit later on, Senator. All right. Senator Cash?
Senator Henderson will take over this line of questioning. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted to return to the Defence property asset sale. Secretary, could you just confirm, has Defence estimated, or the government or the department estimated remediation for each particular site? The remediation costs?
I think that there has been some work done on that, but the specific remediation costs, of course, will require some further work.
So we've had the global figure, but I think you were going to come back on notice in relation to the breakdown.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, that's correct. But I can describe the process by which we work through that. We have very good data.
Just firstly to the costs. Do you have the costs for each site?
No, not yet.
Oh, right. Yeah. And do you have the costs for any site?
I've taken that on notice, so we'll just need to work through that.
Okay, look, just putting aside the process, obviously Defence, as we've heard extensively, has been in negotiations and continues to be in relation to divestment of a range of sites. I just want to draw your attention to 310 St Kilda Road, which was proposed for sale to Melbourne City Council a number of years ago. Do you know what the estimated remediation costs were at the time?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. That site's a little bit different in that it was more about renovation and restoration of the building rather than contamination remediation.
Sure. But, I mean, I guess I raise these concerns because Melbourne City Council decided not to proceed with the discounted sale, as I understand, due to the extent of the remediation costs.
I would say on the 310 St Kilda Road site that 2 approaches to market occurred, the first with the Victorian Government, the second with the Melbourne City Council on a fair market value basis. And you're correct, the Melbourne City Council chose not to continue with that sale.
So that was the divestment that was approved by Assistant Minister Stuart Robert, would that be correct?
Well, there was no divestment, Minister.
It was listed for divestment, but still surplus.
That's exactly right. So the divestment didn't proceed.
Yes, that was
because
Mr Roberts. That was Mr Roberts' decision, was it?
The divestment didn't proceed because of the extent of the remediation costs. So there were very advanced negotiations with Melbourne City Council. And in fact, the building was going to be repurposed as a veterans' wellbeing hub, supporting a number of ex-service organisations. So is there anything more that you can tell us about that, Ms Perkins?
Senator, I wouldn't propose to describe why, from my perspective, why the Melbourne City Council chose not to continue with that process. The government at the time took the decision, and we've spoken about this in this committee a number of times, to undertake some remediation work of the site, which had been vacant since 1998. And we developed some plans for adaptive reuse of that facility within the broader Victoria Barracks Melbourne precinct. So we took it off the market at that point in 2021-22.
I see. Ms Perkins, do you know whether any of those sites on your list are contaminated with ordnances, buried ordnances, yes, ammunition and the like?
Yes. So in both the work that the independent audit team undertook and the work we've done in the analysis using our knowledge of the sites, a great number of those sites we know what kind of contamination is there. We may have already done investigation work, or we have a reasonable expectation based on how the site had been used. So, for instance, there are a number of rifle ranges listed in the divestment sites. We take great care with clean-up on ranges, but we would have a reasonable expectation that more work would have to be done around some level of contamination. Yeah.
So on notice, could you list the contamination for each site? So that work has been done over and above what's already been released publicly, but if there's been more extensive work done on the contamination of each site, could we please have a copy of that advice?
What I would describe to you, Senator, in the work that we've done site by site is to understand what we already know and capture that, and from that determine reasonable estimation of what more would need to be done. In most cases, to meet our legislated obligations, that will require more environmental investigations, and that will inform the remediation that needs to follow.
Okay, so there's a long way to go in determining the extent of the remediation costs, given you have not ascertained how contaminated these sites are, or some of them are.
There is work to go. This is work that we do commonly, and in some of the sites have already undertaken. I'll give you one example. The partial divestment of the back part of Randwick Barracks, we had been progressing plans for living in accommodation on the site. We have already undertaken extensive environmental investigations and remediation. We've been working with community. All of that work is published online. So there are some sites where we're in a very mature state, and there are some sites where there will be more work to be done.
Okay. What about contamination with asbestos?
Yes, that would be quite common given the age of these facilities.
Can I ask whether Defence considered alternative models to a sell-off, particularly of these historical sites? And there are models in play. I know, for instance, Navy has repurposed a lot of its historical sites. Sydney Harbour's facilities have previously been transferred into trusts and the like. So was consideration given to alternate models rather than this horrendous fire sale?
I think what you're referring to there was some work in the 1980s and 90s that transferred properties to the Sydney Harbour Foreshore Trust. As we've discussed today, the model the government has agreed is that the Department of Finance will undertake the divestment activities, and they will be establishing the model and the approach for those sites.
No, I realise that, but I'm asking were any alternative approaches considered?
The independent review that was published last week describes the recommendation to government. The government's response to that is in the rear. That is to work to achieve market value for those sites to reinvest for defence capability.
Right, so no other alternative approach was considered?
I think the significant thing here in some ways, Senator, is that a clear plan has been established, and one of the things that the review observes is that in the past, attempts to consolidate and rationalise property holdings have been stymied by a lack of political and organisational will to overcome challenges, and as a consequence they go on to say that Defence is holding more property than it needs and is carrying the burden of past indecision to reorient the state towards more contemporary and future needs. And I just keep coming back to this concept, Senator Henderson. Sorry, I was looking at your nameplate.
That's okay.
That.
You can even call me Hendo if you really want to.
But I come back to this concept, Senator, which is that the purpose of the estate is to support our interest in national defence, and that was what we tasked the audit with assessing, the extent to which the existing estate did support that and the extent to which resources could be released to make the investments that we know are necessary, particularly in our northern bases.
Thanks, Minister. Before we look, I just want to also just be clear, in terms of the affected personnel on a site-by-site basis, we have some data on a state-by-state basis. Could we please have on notice the number of affected personnel site by site?
Senator, we can take on notice the number of personnel currently serving at a site. And I make that distinction because our workforce is highly mobile and the posting cycle will be in action throughout this period. But we can certainly take on notice the categories of staff serving on the listed sites.
All right, look, if it's any possibility of having that back today, we would be most grateful because this obviously is very important to many, many people. Look, I've just got some other questions. I'll try and move through as quickly as I can. Were the service chiefs meaningfully consulted and their views given due weight in relation to the disposal of any particular site? And can I ask if the Minister will table the advice received from these senior officers if that consultation took place in relation to the independent review's recommendations?
I can describe again the process for the independent review. The independent auditors, as I said earlier today...
No, sorry, Ms Perkins, I just want you to confine your answer to my question.
Yep.
And my question was, were the service chiefs meaningfully consulted and were their views given due weight in relation to this proposal?
I think, Senator, on the State Audit Public Report, it contains a forward that is signed by CDF, the Secretary and the 3 service chiefs.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, Minister. Ms Perkins, can I just return to my question? Were the service chiefs meaningfully consulted and their views sought?
The independent leads met with the service chiefs. Similarly, detailed engagements throughout the leadership of the services and other parts of Defence occurred by the independent leads. As Defence did its analysis, the service chiefs and the other group heads nominated their 2-star or Bantu representative to be part of that analysis. And in the work to return to government, we took Defence's analysis through the relevant Defence committees, and as the approach to government was developed, the service chiefs and group heads were consulted as that advice was formed up and given back to government.
Right, well, if we could have on notice that copies of that correspondence, please, including any advice that came back from the service chiefs or their representatives, I'd be grateful. Can I ask what screening checks will be in place to ensure, and this goes to my earlier concerns, particularly in relation to Swan Island, what screening checks will be in place to ensure potential buyers meet security arrangements?
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier today, in the work we've done today, Department of Finance will be responsible for that sale process. But at that site and others, where we might have an adjacent activity with a security overlay, there are mechanisms to include in the conditions of sales issues we would seek to mitigate, and we will have the lever of the foreign investment review process to support us in that, and we would fully intend to do that. I wouldn't mind just coming back to a point...
Just on those mechanisms, do you mind tabling what those mechanisms are?
Well, as I said...
Or is it mechanisms that have not yet been devised?
It is normal in the approach to market to include conditions of sale. The Department of Finance will be working that process such that we can consider where a condition of sale might be important and foreign investment might need to be scrutinised.
I've only got a couple of minutes left, so I just want to quickly finish off my questions. What's the... you can give me more time?
I can give you a few
Terrific.
more minutes. No need to rush.
Well, therefore, in that case, I'm going to promote the 2GB petition. It's 2gb.com. Petition Don't Sell Victoria Barracks. There's a lot of anger in Sydney in relation to the proposal to sell Victoria Barracks. More than 8,000 people have signed it already, so I would encourage...
Is this on your website, Hendo?
No, it's on 2GB's website. Thank you. Yep.
This is serious. This is 2GB
Yeah,
website.
yeah, they're right. In 24 hours, more than 8,000 people have signed this petition.
Well,
and so thank you for the opportunity to promote that, Chair.
Was it the
Michael
fire sale of
McLaren
these
is
radio stations as well?
doing an incredible job running that petition, but there is, there is seething anger in so many communities, and that what we can see with this petition alone is that more than 8,000 people have already signed it. But I just want to move to the time frame for the sites to be transferred to the Department of Finance. Is that uniform across every site? And when will they be moved to the Department of Finance?
Senator, as I said earlier today in response to a question from Senator Cash, we have an indicative goal from the government of being ready and prepared to go to market within 2 years. We will obviously focus on those vacant sites first. But as the Deputy Prime Minister has said a number of times, he understands that some sites will be straightforward in the movement and the transition, and some will be more challenging, and we will remain in close engagement with the government as the transition planning evolves. But the goal will be to support the Department of Finance on being ready to take these sites to the market within the next 2 years.
Okay, so do you have an indicative time for each individual site?
No, not at this stage.
So I will put to you, do you have an indicative time frame for Fort Queenscliff?
Not at this stage. I would say, though, that is a site that has a very low population and a much more straightforward transition plan.
Well, I am deeply concerned because I have been told the plan is to move that to the Department of Finance by the 1st of July this year, within a matter of months. Is that the case?
I haven't settled a date yet with the Department of Finance. As I've described before, we have an arrangement, a memorandum of understanding in place. We'll be working with them as we firstly do the consultation I described earlier. It is my goal to start transferring sites to them this year, and we stepped through some of those earlier. And where a site can be prepared and transferred, it is the direction of government to me to enable that.
So is it the case that it is the plan to transfer the Fort Queenscliff to the Department of Finance by the 1st of July this year?
I haven't got a specific date on that site, but it will be a site that will transition in I would imagine that site would occur earlier.
Well, I have been told on very good authority that the plan is to transfer that site within a number of months to the Department of Finance, which I am clearly shocked about. So are you putting to me that that's not the case, or are you not able to answer that question?
I think the official answered your question. This is the third time you've asked it, and the first time you asked it, she said, I have not
Ms.
made
Perkins,
that decision.
not she. Ms. Perkins.
The official, Ms. Perkins, as I have referred to her, the official has told you that she has not yet made that decision. You are now asking a third time.
Well, no,
I doubt
Minister,
that Ms. Perkins' answer has changed.
No, because information to me has been conveyed that there actually has been a date placed on this facility, and that's why I'm interrogating this matter.
Well, nobody other than myself or Mr West would be determining that date, so, Senator, I can't add to my answer.
Mr West, do you know whether there's any plan to move Fort Queenscliff to the Department of Finance by 1 July?
I can't add anything to Ms Perkins' answer.
When were the ex-service organisations notified about this sale?
Senator, we undertook a series of communications on Wednesday last week. That included outreach to the RSL. Mr West held a briefing with Department of Veterans Affairs of the peak veterans organisations on Friday, and we have a series of additional consultations planned in the weeks ahead.
And look, if we could have on notice the correspondence between the department and ex-service organisations, including the RSL. I mean,
certainly.
That's horrifying within itself that they weren't consulted in the lead up to this announcement. And has the RSL conveyed to the department and the government the views that it's now expressed publicly?
Yes, we've seen their statement on the day of the government's announcement, and subsequently and have, as I said, engaged directly.
Minister, given the outrage which is already exploding across this country, would you be prepared to put the brakes on this sale and meaningfully consult with organisations and impacted communities before proceeding any further?
Senator, I think the government's made its intentions clear. It's been through an extended, serious, deliberative policy process that has involved site visitations, it's involved consultation, it has then involved departmental analysis. It has been we are very clear about our direction, which is to ensure that the defence estate is fit for purpose and aligned with our strategic requirements. And it's not at the moment, and we intend to take the steps to remedy that.
Minister, I will just reiterate what I said earlier. You said that we stymied some of these sales, and I am very proud of the role that I played in stymieing the attempts by Defence earlier to sell off Fort Queenscliff. I can tell you, I am so proud of that. And, you know, to the current member for Corangamite, why is she not standing up against this sale? She's supporting the sale.
Henderson has a question for me.
Yes, I do.
It's not generally the case that we use this committee to make ad hominem attacks on other
I can tell you, this is a highly emotional and very controversial decision that your government has made. One of the worst, Minister, since your government was elected. And the question is, why hasn't the member for Corangamite, the current member, stood up against this sale?
I think the member for Corangamite is not a member of the Senate, and therefore
well,
I think her
that's not relevant.
Listen,
we're
here to ask if you should
have
a
disgrace. The estimates forum and an abuse of the estimates forum.
No, it is not an abuse of the estimates.
Indeed, it is to make attacks on other parliamentarians.
No, it is not. I am entitled to raise serious concerns when you have treated the community with contempt.
Thank you. We've got our social media.
The community has been treated with contempt. No, I've already got my social media, Chair.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure.
I'm about to put up a different video.
I'm sure.
But now that you've prompted me, I might use this one as well.
No, not really. Anyway, now I'm going to move the call along. Is there anyone else that has questions? You had any other questions? All right.
We definitely have questions. Yeah, we've got.
I don't know. I mean, it just feels like all we're talking about is estate today. But anyway,
we've got other questions if we can continue.
Okay, Senator Whittaker, I think, has some questions. So we're going to move the call right around. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Chair. I've got some questions still relating to Defence Estate. Apologies. Just relating to Tasmania. I know there's been some specific concerns about Tasmania. So I can see, looking through the list, that there's quite a number of sites in Tasmania that will be impacted by this decision. I'm wondering if you could talk us through the work being done specifically in Tasmania to ensure that ADF members, cadets and reservists will be supported through this process.
Thank you, Senator. The same approach to our sites in Tasmania will be taken as to the description I provided earlier. So those people have been invited into the initial consultations we've undertaken, and we will be visiting Tasmania in the weeks ahead. While there are a number of sites listed in Tasmania, the occupancy of affected people is relatively more modest, around 20 APS staff, 294 reserves and 248 cadets. The model of engagement will be the same as I described. Alternate sites identified and work through a consultation and change process on transition. A number of the sites in Tasmania are vacant or extremely low occupancy. We'll work with those cadet units on alternate locations in community. One of the important solutions in the north of Tasmania for both reserves and cadets is the planned multi-user depot in North Launceston. That has been a arrangement with the Tasmanian government over a number of years that we've now settled sort of the land acquisition pieces, and we would hope to commence construction this year and complete construction next year. That'll be a fantastic new multi-use facility. As I said earlier, for cadets, we've mapped and are considering, and will work with those groups on the appropriate or more appropriate community facilities that are appropriate for them, and that work will start in the weeks ahead.
Can you just confirm if Anglesea Barracks is being retained?
Anglesea Barracks is being retained, yes.
And am I correct in that there have been recent investments in that estate?
There
Could you
has.
Talk me through those?
Thank you, Senator. We completed a $20.8 million upgrade at Anglesea Barracks in 2025 and opened the McGee building, named for Sergeant Lewis McGee, Victoria Cross from World War I. It's a state-of-the-art facility that sits alongside the important heritage buildings at Anglesea Barracks. Has a number of my staff actually working in there, and we talked earlier about 1800 Defence, our central defence service delivery and customer support mechanism for all defence staff, ADF and APS. They operate out of that facility.
Oh yeah, great. How will Defence continue to ensure recruitment and retention through Tasmania?
I'd refer to the comments that General Fox made earlier about the recruitment model and how recruiting is happening. But as I've said, there'll be Anglesea Barracks is a prominent central feature in Hobart. The new multi-user depot to be developed in the north of Tasmania, and a number of other solutions that we'll work through with reserves and cadets for their continued service.
Great. And just a final question. Who, in the process of conducting the audit of the Defence Estate, who did those leads engage with in Tasmania during that process?
So the independent leads in each of the states and territories engaged with government officials. We reviewed those records. They did meet with 2 government officials in Tasmania during the course of their work, the State Defence Advocate and staff in Growth Tasmania.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Chair, that's it from me.
Thanks for that, Sarah. That was lots. Very efficient of you.
Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge has been waiting. So, Senator Shoebridge?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was going to ask some questions about the Hunter frigate project. Who's best placed to answer that? Now, I've got a series of questions that relate to the ANAO report, the most recent major projects report. This project has 4 major risks identified by the ANAO, and we'll probably go through them individually. But the first risk is described as a risk that the design presented does not provide a sustainable design due to restrictions on margins, platform limitations, design uncertainty, and reference ship design intent, resulting in a compromised capability. And it talks about tracking naval architectural limits and design margins. This is the ongoing problem with the Hunter, isn't it? That trying to pack so much onto it, you're hitting weight restrictions, stability restrictions, and at different times risks that it'd overturn in a heavy sea. How has this risk not been resolved to date? This project is, better part of a decade down. How haven't you fixed that problem?
Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary, Major Service Combatants and Combat Systems. It is a risk. It is a risk until we're actually able to physically measure the margins. We are monitoring the margins, and at the moment we are still on track to meet the requirements of those margins. But we have to keep the risk there, so we've mitigated it, we've got it controlled, but we can't remove the risk until we actually do all of the physical measurements, and that's when it gets alongside.
So until you float it, you don't know whether it's going to capsize or not?
No, Senator, that's not what I said. I said we are meeting the margins at the moment in accordance with the design, but we cannot physically measure them and actually remove the risk until we've done those final measurements. So we are tracking to meet the requirements at the moment.
Yeah, but what the ANAO says is you don't even have a sustainable design. It's questioning the existence even of a sustainable design. So you could meet the design, but what the ANAO says is that's not going to get you out of your hole.
No, that is not correct. That is not
Does
what
not
the
provide
ANAO
a sustainable design. That's the wording from the ANAO.
They may have said that, but that is not what we agree with. We have a design that meets the requirements. We've specified the requirements that we need to meet per the design, and we are tracking to meet those requirements for all of the margins at the moment.
Now, when you say tracking to meet the requirements, is these the new lower requirements under a minimal viable capability, or is it the previous contracted requirements with BAE?
It's the contracted requirements.
All right. Yeah. Now, the ANAO report also says they're not going to be commenting on this after this, the risk that the thing will capsize, because they say from next year that risk is going to be transferred to Navy. What's the effect of that?
That we have a risk in the major projects report that we are tracking. Navy would also have their strategic risks that they are tracking.
No, but the auditor says, please note, this risk was transferred to Navy during financial year 24-25 and will be removed from next year's major project reports. So even though the risk continues, because it's sitting with Navy and not with CASG, it's no longer going to be the subject of the audit report. What you tell me what that means.
What that means is that risk has been transferred as a strategic risk to Capability One, the tool we use. We are also, in our specifications, tracking against the design requirements in the mission system specifications that we have to meet. So we are tracking that risk as well.
All right. But essentially, you'll keep building, and whether it floats or not, whether it's within naval architectural limits, whether it's a sustainable design, that's just now a problem for Navy when they get the thing.
No, that is not what I said, Senator. I said we have requirements that we are meeting, that the design currently is meeting, and I said that we will measure that and confirm, and then we will remove the risk when we've done those measurements. The ship will not capsize. They are not the margins we are talking about.
It then says the second major risk, it's caused by design delays and accumulated technical debt, that the Hunter-class frigate design is not sufficiently mature to maintain continuous efficient production in Q2 2024. The result is schedule slippage and higher cost. That's playing out, isn't it? Schedule slippage and higher costs.
Senator, we have set the batch 1 schedule, which is approved, which was announced like June 24. So that is still the approved budget. The schedule, the vessel acceptance date is still the same. What we are doing is looking at the technical debt. That is what we have left because maybe some information was not available, and we've just done a major rescheduled production to ensure that we can still meet the vessel acceptance date.
Well, again, though, the ANAO says, well, come the next report, they're washing their hands of it. They're transferring this risk to Navy.
There will be
what does that mean?
There will be other risks that will be tracked in our risk tool called Predict that will come up and be presented in the major projects report.
All right. Well, then, assuming it doesn't capsize and presuming you can actually build it, which is the first 2 risks, the third risk the ANAO point out is there's a risk caused by the evolving combat system design. That combat system integration into the ship is not sufficiently mature. Now, that means even if it doesn't capsize and even if you do produce it, it won't be much chop in a conflict.
Senator, there are always risks, and we obviously have to document those risks and make sure we mitigate and control those risks, and that is exactly what we are doing here. So the risk there was the combat system. Obviously, we're interfacing a new radar to a new combat management system. We are also interfacing a South Australia developed Australian interface to that. We are conducting, to mitigate that risk, we have conducted several tests over in the US where we are interfacing the CEA radar with Aegis and with the Australian interface to reduce that risk. So that risk is reducing. It's still a risk until we've done the full integration.
Senator, it's David Hanley, DipSec, NSSG. I just want to foot stop on what Cheryl's saying here. None of these risks that you're mentioning here are any different to any other shipbuilding program. We always manage strategic risks this way. The ones you talk about around margins, absolutely. Every ship program, AWD, OPV, they're all managed the same way. We've got to manage these carefully to closure. And your point about moving the risk to Navy, it's just an ownership thing. It's not where the management lies. The management lies with NSSG to deliver the capability to Navy. The ownership of the risk can change in due course.
But the neat benefit for Defence is that these kind of embarrassing reports highlighting all the risks will no longer appear in the major projects
That doesn't mean they're not getting managed, Senator. That's the point I'm making.
In the dark with no public oversight.
No, that is not correct, Senator. There will be risks that we are managing that will be similar to those risks presented in the major projects report that we are managing at the tactical level to ensure we meet the specification.
So you don't have a solution to integrating the combat system.
Senator,
but
I just
let me finish my question. You said you're working on a solution, that there's some stuff happening in the United States, but you don't yet have a solution. And indeed what the major projects report says is that BAE Systems is working on refining systems and potentially having a solution, but you don't have a solution yet.
So, Senator, again...
You wouldn't expect one.
We design a combat system, we integrate a combat system, we test and validate the combat system. In every project we do that. We've done the same here. We have a design. Cheryl has mentioned that she's going through a process of integrating the combat system in the US with the unique systems, the CA radar and Aegis. That is going well to plan. And then we will test and validate that on board the ship with an independent crew to make sure that it is capable combat system.
And then the ANAO said that even if the thing doesn't capsize, you can build it and the combat system works. They then say, well, actually, there isn't a plan to get a workforce to train and sustain it. That's their last risk. Now, that may not lie with you. I accept that. But when the National Audit Office is saying that even if you build these incredibly expensive, incredibly delayed vessels, and even if all these other things worked out, you don't have a plan to have a crew, CDF, that doesn't have a warning bell to you? This is what the Audit Office is saying.
Senator Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. Firstly, your characterisation of these risks as being something that cannot be retired, I just want to put a little bit of context around. There's a difference between a risk matrix, which we establish for every single project, and issues, which is a realised risk. And the job of the delivery agency and the contractors is to burn down that risk profile during the build phase. So it's actually the department and the contractor who establishes that risk matrix, which is then assessed by ANAO through the audit process. And over time, you see those risks burn down. That's the same for combat system integration. It's the same for build margins and stability, etc. So identifying a risk at the beginning of a project that there could be a stability issue focuses the designers on mitigating that risk. And overall, we're actually pleased with the burn down of those risks since 2024. With respect to crewing plans, there absolutely is a crewing plan. Our recruiting strategy, our retention strategy is built around integration of crewing plans both for Hunter and Megami and the Naval Nuclear-Powered Submarine Program.
Well, I hear that. The difficulty you have is that the ANAO identifies these not just as emergent risks, not just as issues. They have a choice of language here, and they choose major risks because each of them, of course, are a risk to the project.
That's right, Senator. They haven't been characterised as issues. They are major risks, and they attract an appropriate level of oversight, scrutiny, and ongoing focus.
But
and
going
that will
forward,
continue to be the case.
That oversight from the ANAO is going to be removed because, and again, I'm going to quote from the ANAO report, all capability-related risks have been transferred to the Navy sponsor for management. That's what they say.
Senator,
and they say that they are being removed from next year's major project report. So These major risks, rather, instead of having more scrutiny, are having significantly less scrutiny because you're taking the ANAO out of the equation.
We haven't removed the ANAO from the equation.
They've self-removed, like a self-sourcing audit removal.
They're able to audit at any time. I'll just throw back to Cheryl.
Minute here, and then I'll move the call around.
Senator, it won't stop the scrutiny that occurs on those risks at a tactical level, through Cheryl's team in managing the risks, through BAE in delivering the capability. It's just a change of ownership. Yeah. ANAO will have the same visibility of the risk and the burn down plan.
And now...
Hang on, Senator, just hang on. I think Ms. Ludd's
there are equivalent risks. There will be similar risks to the first three that you mentioned that will be measured tactically, and the ANAO will still have visibility to those risks.
And now with the Hunter frigate project, which is just eye-wateringly expensive and incredibly slow because it's having all of these high-level boutique weapons platforms and combat systems and designs. That's why it's so incredibly slow and incredibly expensive. But now, even though that's what's causing all the costs, now the key risks are going to be transferred to Navy. And all of this exquisite whiz-bang, only for Australia, our capabilities, they're not even going to be assessed for the bulk of this project because it's now being assessed against minimum viable capability, which is maybe fine going forward, but making that switch midway through with the Hunter means we spend the money, incredible amounts of money, we have incredible delay, and then at the end of the day, we're going to get something tested against a system that's no better than an off-the-shelf product with minimum viable capability. It's the worst of all worlds for the Hunter, isn't it?
Is there a question there, Senator?
Yes. The change to minimum viable capability, which is what Navy will be assessing against because they've been told to under the Integrated Investment Program, happening midway through the Hunter frigate project, is going to mean vast amounts of lost money and vast amounts of lost time because the design and the expenses for these exquisite programs, but you're going to be testing it against a much lower standard.
All right.
Is that the case?
No, Senator, it'll be assessed against the contract specifications.
Yes, Senator, and it belies the fact that the way we deliver projects is Cheryl's team manages it with the contractor. They manage all the risks through to the point at which it gets handed over to Navy for operational test. That does not change the manner or the way in which we manage the tactical or strategic risks in this program.
All right,
this has been handed to Navy well before operation.
The time that you've been allocated now expired. I'm going to move the call round to Senator Collins. You have the call.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chief of Defence Force, you've confirmed that a PLAN amphibious task group operated in the Southwest Pacific late last year. You also confirmed that it stayed, and I quote, more than 200 nautical miles from Australian territory. Can you just clarify the closest confirmed point of approach for us, including whether that 200 nautical miles refers to the Australian EEZ boundary, please?
Senator, yes, that's a correct characterisation of the evidence I gave in my opening statement. The 200 miles was from our territorial baseline. The units, we were shadowing them with our own vessels at the time. They remain a number, I think they passed it probably within 5 or 7 miles outside of the 200-mile mark, so we're just clear of it, but we had very strong surveillance over those platforms while they were proximate to our near waters.
Given the satellite tracking, I believe, dropped off around the equator, when were you aware, when did Defence first become aware that the flotilla had moved that far south into the wider Southwest Pacific?
Senator, I can't answer that question with precision because it would give a very clear indication of our capability. What I can say, with the combination of information available to us, we had a good understanding of the daily locations also of those vessels. That was working with partners. We had our own aircraft deployed into the Western Pacific, but a combination of means that enabled us to have an understanding of what the task group's movements were.
Thank you. And did this flotilla go down the whole side of the Queensland, New South Wales coast, or was it just one?
No, its closest proximity to us was through the northeastern part of the Queensland coast. So it moved through a number of the Pacific Islands and then turned north just outside of our 200-mile zone.
Which Pacific Islands did it go by, Sidia?
It went past a number of them, and when I'd say that, not necessarily within their territorial seas, but through and near Noumea, up through the Northern Islands, then back up through near Papua New Guinea.
Did it stop at any ports along the way?
No.
Okay. And were the other Pacific Islands aware of the flotilla passing through?
So we work with a number of our near neighbours based on both what information they were seeing and contributing our own understanding of it. It was a very collaborative approach. There was strong interest from our Pacific partners on what the task group was doing and what movements it was what it was doing while it was conducting its deployment. So the collaboration between our partners was very strong.
Did it conduct any live fire exercises while it was out here?
For that period where we had ships in direct surveillance, which is when we would observe it directly, no, it didn't.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of whether it was doing any research, why the flotilla was coming down? What's your analysis of that?
No, of course that's a question for the Chinese government to answer for the purpose. As we have characterised in previous deployments of this nature, our assessment would be it's a reflection of the growing capacity that the Chinese military and particularly its Navy has. It's a demonstration of its ability to operate much further from China's shores than it has routinely done. It unquestionably is demonstrating into our region that the Chinese Navy is capable of deploying. It would be doing training, gaining familiarity of operating at a greater distance from China. So we judged the nature of its activities was both for internal training purposes as well as signalling to Australia and our region the capacity that the Chinese military has.
Thank you. Did the flotilla interact at all with any of our ships or aircraft or any partner forces?
When you mean interact, Senator?
Well, was there any sort of radio contact, any communication?
None that I am aware of, but we had aircraft surveilling it. We may have had messages from the ships just asking us to remain clear or not interfere with their activities, which would be routinely the case, but no non-routine communications that I am aware of.
Thank you. Okay, if I may now just switch to a different topic. Secretary Moriarty, in the last estimates, I thought it was worth bringing attention to a comment that you made, and it is on the Hansard record, and it is, I quote, "I don't believe that Russia would have been able to conduct the types of operations and replenish and grow capability to the extent that it has if it wasn't for Chinese cooperation and, in some ways, the provision of material assistance. A number of these things are having a really unfortunate impact on the European theatre, but they also contribute to a security deterioration in our region." So in this context, I was just interested, Australia's just given $95 million in a Ukrainian aid package, and that's against $115 billion in imports from China and $196 billion in exports of raw materials. So do you think that there is a concern at a strategic level that we might be providing assistance to the Ukrainians on one hand but fueling the opposing war on the other?
Senator, I certainly think that the support that China has provided Russia has prolonged and worsened the conflict in Ukraine. So I don't believe that Russia would have been able to prosecute that conflict in the way it has without Chinese support. And I think that government's made it very clear, and the Foreign Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister's spoken about this as well, that we have called on China to exercise the influence that it has to encourage Russia to well, first of all, cease and desist, but to come to a peaceful settlement. I think that there's a risk as well about technology transfer between Russia and China that we are closely monitoring and concerned about. And I'm also very worried about the presence of North Korean troops in the Ukraine area of operations. That I believe that the combat experience that the North Korean troops are obtaining in that theatre, they will bring back those that survived, they will bring back to North Korea, and that will heighten the risk to our partners and friends, the South Koreans. So there's a number of those connections between what is happening in this theatre and the Ukraine conflict that I think have a negative impact on Australia's security circumstances.
Okay. So can I just confirm, you said that the Defence Minister has been raising this with his Chinese counterparts?
No, but well, certainly the Deputy Prime Minister has raised this, but he's also mentioned it publicly.
Okay. Has it been raised with the Minister by any of our security allies in bilaterals over the past 6 months?
Well, I think
Senator
quite often.
Deputy Secretary, Strategy Policy Industry. Yes, look, the issue of Ukraine and the defence of Ukraine remains an issue for discussion among partners and allies. Indeed, we contribute. The government has contributed in excess of 1.7 billion in Australian dollars to the defence of Ukraine, and that defence is delivered through a number of means, including through our allies and partners and the work that NATO is doing. And so for that reason, it's always an issue of conversation. And when the Deputy Prime Minister was in The Hague last year for the NATO summit, this was, of course, something he raised and was raised with him by all interlocutors.
Okay. Has any consideration been given to providing more assistance, including more material to Ukraine?
Senator, we keep everything under review in terms of how we can usefully contribute to the defence of Ukraine, to support the government's objectives of ensuring that this war can be brought to an end in a manner and on terms acceptable to Ukraine. The support that we provide is broken down essentially into four main ways. It's direct material assistance from ADF stocks, it's financial contributions through NATO or other mechanisms, it's training assistance and working with the Ukrainian armed forces on training, and it's the provision of ADF capability, including, for example, early warning aircraft to contribute to the ability for our European partners to better understand their and to support their work around ensuring the security of their aviation domain. And this is important in particular in terms of ensuring that even though we're a long way from Ukraine geographically, we continue to, I think, have a vital interest in how that war is resolved.
Thank you. Has there been any request from the Ukrainian government for more assistance in the past 6 months, particularly material assistance?
I would characterise that as a discussion. We're always engaging with them on how we can best support. We have Australian diplomatic personnel working in Ukraine. We work through, as I said, our other partners, and it's always a question of how we can best contribute in a way that's going to meaningfully make a difference.
Okay, so do you have any examples of things that they've been asking for?
Bernard Phillip, First Assistant Secretary, International Policy. Senator, we, as Mr Jeffrey says, are in regular contact with the Government of Ukraine directly and through other mechanisms such as the Ukraine Defence Contact Group, where they will set out their requirements. Most recently, in addition to the gifting of items that we provided to Ukraine, the government announced a contribution to the prioritised Ukraine requirements list, or PEARL, and that is what it says, essentially a list of the highest priority items that Ukraine needs to prosecute its objectives, and our contribution will directly enable the provision of that capability.
Okay. Because we have, I mean, there's an awful lot of capability here in Australia, you know, with a pretty terrific defence industry, I think. So are we taking advantage of that? Are we trying to get more materials over to the Ukraine? I'm not really getting a sense of the exact things that, you know, are being requested and how much of that has actually been fulfilled for the Ukrainian government.
Officials can talk you through what has been delivered. There's been a consistent and substantial effort made by governments, actually of both political persuasions, in support of Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, recently in the past 6 months, you know, just...
We're constantly evaluating options for the provision of capability. I mean, a decision then has to be made by government, and Defence needs to provide advice to government in the first instance in terms of the cost of providing that capability, including transport, whether there are any third-party issues, if, say, it's equipment that we've sourced from the United States, and also what the impact would be on ADF capability and weapon stocks. So we're constantly assessing these issues. We're in the process of doing so at the moment in relation to a range of capabilities, and we regularly, at multiple levels, are participating in NATO and other multilateral meetings where Ukraine is putting its requirements on the table. So it's a continuous process, and that's how the governments have made decisions over the past 4 years to provide assistance defence assistance valued at over $1.5 billion.
Okay.
You asked about recent contributions, Senator. So in December, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence Industry announced a $95 million package of military aid for Ukraine. At the same time, the government announced sanctions on a further 45 vessels linked to Russia's shadow fleet. That brings the total sanctioned fleet to 200. And in January, the Foreign Minister announced a $10 million contribution to the Ukraine Energy Support Fund in response to Russian strikes on critical infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually, Minister, more interested in the technology and equipment that has been requested that hasn't been fulfilled, and wondering, we have, if you look at the Ukraine war, things like drones are having a huge role to play in that, and I'm wondering whether the Ukrainian government is requesting technology and equipment like that, and whether we are able to fulfil it.
Senator, one comment I could offer is that Ukraine now has a very well-developed and capable domestic defence industry, including drone production. So they are often looking for partnership by foreign countries rather than just gifting of capability. And again, that's an area where we are in regular discussions with Ukraine, both bilaterally, but also our membership of what's called the Drone Capability Coalition.
Okay. And what about coal? I mean, I believe that we were interested in providing energy security to them. I know that they're still being attacked on their energy supply. Are we interested in providing any more coal to Ukraine?
Look, I'd refer you to other agencies there, Senator, but certainly, as you say, the attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure are amongst the most serious we've seen in the war and are having an impact.
Okay, thank you. So, like a couple more questions. I can go through it quickly.
We'll go to break. All right.
The Australian-Ukrainian Federation of Organisations has argued that up to $3.8 billion of Russian crude oil imports made their way into Australia, subverting sanctions regimes. So I'm just interested in what steps Defence has taken to deal with sanctioned oil in our supply chain, including the defence supply chain, and whether Minister Miles has taken an interest in the issue of Iranian and Russian ghost fleets.
Well, Senator, Defence's strategic fuel supply partner, Viva Energy Australia, has confirmed that it complies with all applicable sanctions imposed by the Australian Government and does not purchase crude oil or refined petroleum products which have been extracted or manufactured, refined in Russia. We understand that Viva Energy Australia has no imports scheduled in its forward program that would address the question that you have raised. Colleagues might wish to add to that detail. Finally, I would say that officials are, led by other agencies, are evaluating options in terms of how we might put further pressure on Russia's oil revenue.
Senator, Lieutenant General Control, Chief of Joint Capabilities. Just in addition to my colleague, I would say that the mechanisms to track and monitor all energy products via third countries are not in place in those countries. Defence is working with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and other departments that ensure that we can evaluate options to place further pressure on things like Russia's oil revenues.
Okay, so we are, because I'm just going to clarify here, because my understanding from your evidence was that we didn't have that in our supply chains, but your evidence is that we just don't know whether we do or not because we can't monitor it from other countries. Is that correct?
So, Senator, our strategic fuel supply partner is Viva Energy Australia, so we work with Viva Energy. They've confirmed that it complies with all applicable sanctions imposed by the Australian Government regarding that purchase of Russian origin products, and accordingly does not purchase crude oil or refined petroleum products which have been extracted or manufactured in Russia. I mean, where they purchase it from beyond that, I mean, the mechanisms in place are as far as we know, and they're making every action possible in accordance with the government direction to not purchase Russian sanctioned crude oil.
Okay, thank you. Is there any coordination across the government on this particular issue? Are you
Yes,
aware?
we regularly discuss all aspects of how we can support Ukraine, both in terms of ending the war on its terms and imposing costs on Russia with other agencies through an interdepartmental committee process.
Okay, thank you. Just final question. I'm just wondering whether Defence has conducted any analysis of how our trade relationships align or conflict with our strategic objectives. Is there any analysis done on that?
Senator, obviously the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade will be the department in the government that will look strategically at our global trading position. We've talked this morning about the fact that part of a more contested strategic environment is that global trade is becoming more contested, more subject to intervention, and where we need to think harder about the need to address questions around supply chain vulnerabilities in relation to key capabilities. And obviously we want to ensure that Australian exporters can export across the world and that Australian consumers can access the best and cheapest goods from anywhere in the world. But in some areas, such as defence capability, we want to be sure that we're minimising the exposure of that supply chain to disruption, particularly in the event of a crisis, or through a form of coercive leverage. So we do think hard about our supply chain. We do think hard about who we partner with when it comes to defence industry internationally, and what treaties and agreements that we need to ensure that we can build a bigger, more flexible, more integrated defence industrial base with our partners. But obviously, that's just the area that Defence is responsible for, but it is a part of how we think about our approach to global trade.
Just on your point there, that the international aspect of it, when defence is deployed overseas, how do you maintain oversight of the supply chains of oil? So if you're buying through partners, if you're overseas, do you have those sort of risk analysis?
I'm looking at Susan there. So.
Yes, certainly. Senator, I'd just, if I could talk to one of the divisions inside my group is called National Support Division, and one of the roles that they're doing at the moment is they're developing and using, it's a defence supply chain analytics and resilience capability, and they're using this capability to map relationships between our defence inventory catalogue and also open source data to identify any potential risk to either defence platforms or our capabilities. It's work in progress. And that supply chain analytics capability has the ability to identify risks through the multi-tiers for our defence supply chain by connecting our defence suppliers to potential risks, and also by helping them have that relationship to understand any potential threat vectors, as such as foreign ownership, trade restrictions, sanctions and critical minerals. So there's some good work happening inside the department.
Excellent, thank you. Chair, I just wanted to ask a clarification on the evidence that was just given. It's going to be very quick. Your evidence is that Foreign Affairs and Trade would give you advice on the supply chains and the trade relationships. Is that right?
No, it was more, Senator, that discussions will be held between agencies about what options there are to put further pressure on Russia, and so that's one of the issues we're looking at the moment in relation to how Australia could contribute to broader efforts to put pressure on Russia's oil revenue.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
No worries. Okay, well, we're going to have a little break and we'll be back here in about 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, mate. All right, Senator Shoebridge, I'm going to give you the call.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sticking with the major projects theme. I was going to ask about the beautifully named C-1180 or the offshore patrol vessel. Who's best to deal with that? And we might just start with a simple question. What's the current budget for the total project of the offshore patrol vessel, and how many boats are we going to get for it?
Senator Rear Admiral Michael Houghton, Head of Patrol Boats and Specialist Ships. The current total budget for the offshore patrol vessel is $4.734 million.
Yep. And how many of these little boats do we get for that?
We are currently acquiring 6 offshore patrol vessels.
And I'm reading through the project data summary sheet from the audit office, and they put as one of the red threats, the traffic light threats, the actual weapon systems being proposed for the offshore patrol vessel, and they point out that. Initially, they were going to have some guns, then they were going to have no guns, then they're going to have a renovated gun, refurbed gun. Now, some are getting a refurb gun and some aren't getting guns, and that whole thing has been very expensive, the design and redesign, shifting and changing. What's the current situation for the 6 OPVs? Are some getting a sort of, patched up second-hand gun from the Armidale class and some not? What's the story?
Senator, I would like to pass that question to the Chief of Navy as it relates to capability issue relating to the OPVs.
Oh, and this is one of the risks that's been transferred to you, Vice Admiral Hammond.
Yes, Senator. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. The OPV program, as you're aware, was originally 12 vessels off-the-shelf purchase with an integrated forward gun. Over the last few years, that program has changed in scope. It's been reduced as a result of the independent assessment team surface combatant review down to a program of 6 ships. And the armament options now include a mix of uncrewed systems. So we're looking at the Arafura class as being a platform that will integrate uncrewed surface systems and uncrewed air systems in the future. There are a number of different options underway, but at this stage that includes potential for main armament. That remains at the moment under consideration.
You're having chats about that, that's good, but what's actually in the contract and what is actually going to be delivered under the $4.7 billion budget? What's actually in the contract? I mean, I could read out what I think it is from the major projects report, but I just thought I might give you the opportunity to tell me.
I'll refer back
yourself.
to the Naval Shipbuilding Sustainment Group for the contracted out.
The risk is now being transferred to you, Rear Admiral.
Senator, under the contracts, for the remaining 4 OPVs that are yet to be delivered, there will be no gun that is fitted to those OPVs.
Now, no gun for those, but how many missiles?
There are no other further armaments on those vessels, Senator.
No further armaments?
No other armaments are being delivered.
Other armaments?
No armaments.
Okay. But they're going to be painted a menacing grey, is that the plan?
They're going to be painted the standard navy grey of other Navy warships.
Now, aren't they based on that Brunei vessel, the Dar es Salaam class? That's what they're based on? I'm mispronouncing
That's correct,
it.
Senator. It's the Dar es Salaam class.
Dar es Salaam class, that's it. And the idea was we get an off-the-shelf one from the Dar es Salaam class and it's going to be cheap and we can deliver it early, it can be modular, you can do this with that. It hasn't worked out, has it? These are incredibly expensive and slow to be delivered.
Senator, what we found with the Arafura class offshore patrol vessel was that the design was not compliant with the Australian Maritime Safety Authority's regulatory requirements with respect to a number of safety-related issues, including structural fire protection. Notably, the Chief of Navy from the Royal Brunei Navy was here in December for our Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference, and he toured Arafura in Sydney Harbour. And his comment to me was that they have some work to do to resolve the safety issues in their class. So I'm confident that the changes that we have implemented, and I acknowledge that that has slowed down the program, has resulted in a safer, more effective platform for the Royal Australian Navy, and those lessons will transfer now to at least one other Navy.
Now look, you know, I'm looking at this project and, you know, there's a room full of hawks as a rule. I'm trying to work out how this room full of hawks thinks that delivering the last 4 of these vessels, which are based on a Brunei design, the Brunei design has, last time I checked, 4 Exocet missiles, 57mm Bofors, a cannon and 2 other secondary guns. And the room full of hawks, who like things to go whiz and bang and stuff, have decided that we'd pay more, we'd address the fire risks maybe, and then deliver the last 4 of these at incredible cost with no missiles, no guns, no weapons. How did you come to that solution? We pay more and get less than Brunei had. Who came up with this genius plan?
Senator, the program was subject to review by the independent assessment team as part of the Surface Combatant Review, and we had to integrate a number of different factors, including opportunities to enhance the lethality of the fleet in being, the Anzac-class frigates and the Hobart-class destroyers. So a view was taken across the surface combatant force as to where we would invest those lethality upgrades at speed, and the priority was the integration of Tomahawk land attack missile, Standard Missile 6 naval strike missile into the principal surface combatants, recognising there is an opportunity to enhance the lethality of the offshore patrol vessels once in service. And as I testified earlier, we anticipate the offshore patrol vessel is the ideal platform to leverage the full potential of uncrewed systems as part of an integrated capability.
That naval review said you have no idea what to do with these ships. They're too big for patrol boats and too small to do any warfighting. And it said at some point you might come up with a cunning plan for them. But we've got to keep doing some continuous shipbuilding, so we'll keep churning them out at incredible cost. That's what the review said. You don't know what to do with them.
Senator Shoebridge, you might recall that the purpose of the RFURAs when the government today made the decision was for a constabulary task, which we would characterise as border patrol activities, counter fishing, some work with our partners in the Pacific Islands where the size of the vessel is more akin to the nature of vessels that are operated by our Pacific neighbours. So the function they were intended to perform and that which they will perform are those border work where the armaments are less relevant to the type of task, but importantly, the range and seakeeping capability of those vessels enables the work to be done further offshore, sparing some of the surface combatants, the frigates and other vessels who otherwise would perform that work.
It takes some verbal gymnastics to say that the reason you've decided to take all the armaments off these 4 incredibly expensive ships is because you want to have enhanced lethality. Like, this is, you know, I represent a party that doesn't want to take us to war with China. You all seem hot to trot to go to war with China and join Donald Trump. And then you want to go to war with China with ships that don't even have a gun on it. Like, it's incredibly doubly dangerous what you lot are doing. It's like going to a bar fight and...
All right, so now have you got a question? Because I think we're keen to move things around. Minister?
I think you know the quote about sarcasm being the lowest form of wit. Can I invite you to put questions to the officials who are taking this hearing seriously in ways that they can answer seriously? And you are quite within your rights, of course, to pursue the questions you have about this particular project. But can I ask you to just dial it back a little and approach it in a way that gives officials the capacity to engage seriously with the questions you seek to ask?
Minister, I don't know if you talk to people about what's happening in defence, but if you go out into your electorate and you said to people, well, do you know what, we're spending $4.9 billion building 6 ships for the Navy, 2 of them are going to have some renovated guns that we whacked on an old armoured class, and the rest of them will have 0 weaponry, but we're going to paint them menacing grey and we don't know what we're going to do with them. You're like, do you seriously think that would survive public review? But of course, you know, you desperately don't want to talk about this stuff. You want a secret defence committee where all this happens. But do you seriously think if you told people the truth in plain language that it would survive public review without sarcasm and ridicule?
Senator, even that question engaged sarcasm, but let's move on. We are here at Defence Estimates. Officials are here to answer your questions about the nature of the project, its progress, and the deployment of this capability when complete. I'm not going to speculate about how others might judge the project, but officials are here to answer your questions. My suggestion is that you put questions to them and they'll answer them as they have already.
Well, why don't we move to one of the potential things that you say, Vice Admiral Hammond, may be paired with these. You're talking about remote weapon systems, is that right?
Uncrewed autonomous systems, and I should add to my testimony the 50 cal machine gun, which has been traditionally fitted to our patrol boats as well. And Senator, we are going to be using these vessels for, as the CDF testify, they are for border protection and Southwest Pacific engagement activities, principally.
Uncrewed autonomous systems, like, for example, the Ghost Shark, is that what you would... That kind of system, that's an uncrewed autonomous system?
Senator, that's probably on the larger side of our family of uncrewed autonomous systems. I'm talking principally about uncrewed air systems, uncrewed surface vessels that can be developed. The Arafura class has 3 seaboat launch positions, port, starboard, over the side, and a stern launch and recovery capability, and a very large flight deck.
Well, it might be a useful moment to go and start looking at the Ghost Shark, notwithstanding if it's too big for an offshore patrol vessel. Have we got the best... Is this the Ghost Shark team? No.
You've got another minute there, Senator, then we'll move the call around.
Now, last estimates, when I was asking you about Anduril, which is the US tech company that's been contracted to deliver Ghost Shark, you said that you've been working with Anduril since 2013. Now, of course, Anduril has only existed as an entity since 2017. You know, and this was in the context of me asking you about it being a recent startup and not having any defence experience. Do you agree with me that Anduril only has been in existence as a legal entity since 2017, not 2013?
Senator, in last estimates, we said that we've been working with Anduril and they've been in a research collaboration contract under ASCA in May 2022.
All right. Well,
not 2013.
We haven't got time to go back to the transcript. Transcript speaks for itself. You said you've been working. It may not have been exactly you, but it was one of the witnesses in this said that been working with them since 2013. But just haven't got the time or the interest to go back over that. Now, last estimates, I think it might have been you, CDF, you said that the $1.7 billion contract, and I think it's consistent with what the Deputy Prime Minister, Defence Minister has said, is for dozens of ghost sharks, and you wouldn't provide any further detail on that. Do you remember?
No, Senator, it was me.
Well, it must have been you, Vice Admiral.
Senator, I'm pretty sure it was me.
Yeah.
Dozens.
Dozens?
Correct.
All right.
I think you also asked me if I had anything further to add, and I said no.
Yeah, but since then, of course, Palmer Luckey has had a bit to add. You know who Palmer Luckey is?
Senator, yes, I know who Palmer Luckey is.
And Andrew is him and Peter Thiel's corporate plaything. Palmer Luckey's largely in charge of Andrew. He's gone on the record and said that the $1.7 billion contract is for dozens and dozens. Now, is he right, Palmer Luckey, or are you right?
Senator, both of these things can be correct.
So is it dozens or dozens and dozens?
Senator, the beauty of these uncrewed underwater systems lies in its stealth. And the fact that their size and their stealth affords a significant capability advantage, particularly where potential adversaries don't know how many there are of these that can be at sea at any given time. So for those operational reasons, as we discussed at the last set estimates hearing, we're not intending to disclose the total number of ghost sharks.
Now, talking about autonomous weapons systems, Palmer Luckey, who's in charge of Anduril, who's running the ghost sharks, was asked about autonomous weapons systems and the ethics behind Anduril's autonomous weapons systems. And he was asked about the ethics about having autonomous kill and not having humans involved in decisions to kill. Do you know what he said in response to that?
Senator, I understand that he was talking more broadly about Anduril's programs, which include uncrewed air systems, swarms of uncrewed air systems and other platforms. He wasn't speaking specifically to the Ghost Shark program, is my understanding.
No, but you're right. He was speaking generally in language that covers ghost sharks. And he said this: I love killer robots. And he went on, I think that the ethics of warfare are so fraught and the decisions so difficult that to artificially box yourself in and refuse to use sets of technology that could lead to better results is an abdication of responsibility. And then he went on about saying the problems of having humans involved in the decision making. That's Defence's partner in Anduril. Is that what the software is going to produce? Killer robots that cut humans out of the decision making?
Senator, I think, and we've had this discussion previously, what I'd be clear on is, of course, we are the employer of those systems. The manner by which they work are determined by Defence. That is always going to be compliant with international law, with the laws of armed conflict. So I'm very clear, as I am sure all the officials are, the manner by which we employ these capabilities will very clearly be consistent with Australia's interpretation of law.
So, does that prohibit killer robots that make decisions to kill without human involvement? Is that part of the design for the Ghost Shark?
So the requirement for all of those systems and the means by which, if they were to have lethal capabilities, those would be employed will be compliant with our understanding of international law.
Well, it's a simple question. Is the Ghost Shark going to have the capability to deliver lethal force without human intervention, without human decision making? Yes or no?
The way the Ghost Shark will work will be consistent with Australia's international interpretation of international law.
So you too love killer robots?
No, Senator, that's not what I've said.
Okay, thank you. Senator Henderson?
Chair, thank you very much. I wanted to ask about national preparedness. A number of very esteemed figures, Dr Heather Smith, Mr Andrew Shearer, have pointed out the geopolitical and economic spheres are increasingly combined. Am I correct that the Defence Minister still leads coordination of the national preparedness?
Senator Henderson, no, to my knowledge, the Defence Minister does not. If you mean by national preparedness the full national resilience rather than that which Defence is responsible for, that is the employment of our military capabilities, but the Defence Minister does not lead the national preparedness task. That work is led in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Okay, so for what about from the perspective of the Department of Defence?
So for defence preparedness and for that part which might be characterised as mobilisation or an uplift in defence preparedness, that clearly is work of defence.
I should have just clarified that. Can I just ask what is the mechanism to coordinate that policy work, and where are we up to from the perspective of the Department of Defence?
Senator Air Marshal Rob Chipman, I'm Vice Chief of the Defence Force. The preparedness work that we have done takes its guidance from the National Defence Strategy, which lays out the sorts of tasks, the operations that we might expect to get involved in. We look at the intelligence picture and then make assessments of when we need capabilities to be ready to go for what sorts of missions, and that is the framework that we lay out in our preparedness directives that both the Secretary and CDF sign.
So how much economic briefing does the Defence Minister receive in the context of national preparedness? So I'm asking about the intersection with trade and industry issues. Say, for example, the Chinese Communist Party's iron ore cartel, or its coercive actions currently being undertaken against Japan.
Senator, he would not receive any economic briefings as a consequence of the preparedness management work that happens within Defence.
But Senator,
so there wouldn't be any... Yes, Secretary.
The Deputy Prime Minister also has the benefit of reporting on all of these topics that are produced by our intelligence community, and there's, there is work done on those topics by the intelligence community. The Deputy Prime Minister also sits in full cabinet meetings and NSC meetings where it's not just the defence agenda that is advanced, and there are strategic discussions that take place around a number of those issues. And then the work that we are doing on the National Defence Strategy update, which also goes to the issues of supply chain resilience, self-reliance, national resilience. The Deputy Prime Minister is deeply involved and his office are deeply involved in that work.
Okay, so obviously last year we learned about the issue with the 6 monthly preparedness reports. They have now resumed those regular preparedness reports. Can I just get a confirmation as to the status of the most recent report?
The most recent report was compiled in December of 2025 and signed off to the Minister in January this year.
And has that, so how has that been distributed?
It is a report that is covered by a ministerial submission and sent directly to the Minister's office.
And is that available at all for publicly?
No, Senator.
So there's no part of that report that can be made public?
No, Senator. We would need, if there was to be a public document, then it would need to take a different format because the nature of our assessments are classified.
Okay. Now, Australia still doesn't have a national security strategy. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Is there any contemplation that might change into the future, Mr. Jeffrey? If your name tag is just concealed.
Hugh Jeffrey, Senator. Deputy
Thanks,
Secretary,
Mr. Jeffrey.
Strategy, Policy, Industry. So, the National Security Strategy, or the decision to form the Commission one, is a decision for government. But I'll just note that when the Defence Strategic Review was conducted and translated then into a National Defence Strategy 2024, the government, that model developed essentially a two-part way of looking at the defence of the nation. And the first is the capabilities that the Defence Department and the ADF need to build to ensure the defence of Australia. But I'd also acknowledged that given the challenges around defence today, it's not something that defence can do alone, and therefore the NDS introduced the concept of national defence, and that's the idea, and that's what the CDF was referring to, which is the multi-agency coordinated effort led by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to ensure that where the Defence of Australia requires action by non-defence agencies, that is also undertaken in a coordinated manner. And of course, that would be an element that we think that addresses the sort of the core non-portfolio areas that contribute to defence.
Is there any contemplation of a national security strategy into the future?
No, I wouldn't comment on that, Senator. That's a decision for government.
No, I understand that, but has Defence advised, has the department advised government in that respect?
So no, I won't go into the content of defence advice.
Well, there's nothing inappropriate about asking about advice to government.
Senator,
the Department of Defence has not been asked to make a recommendation on that topic. We're very comfortable that through the Secretary's Committee on National Security, the normal IDCs that we do, we have other departments involved in the development of our national defence strategy, including the domestic resilience, supply chain resilience. These issues are ventilated, and we have the benefit of other portfolios contributing to the discussion.
I wanted to ask also about the Defence Delivery Agency. Last night, the head of the ASC described the status of the Defence Delivery Agency, or the DDA, as conceptual. Can you explain to us why the Minister has just announced the concept of a reform rather than a definitive reform process?
Senator, there's a lot of work going on in this. There's an independent task force that's working on developing this for government, and I think it's appropriate, if with the Chair's indulgence, we'll get the head of that independent task force to come and talk about the work to develop the concept for government consideration.
I mean, I guess we were just a bit surprised, Secretary, with this idea after the big hullabaloo about the announcement of this new agency. We now learn that it's conceptual. So it seems like there's not, if I can use that term, not a lot of meat on the bones.
Senator, the government has considered these issues and has made a decision about the direction in which it wishes to proceed. At a certain point in time in these kinds of decisions, it's appropriate to communicate that both to the public sector but also to the public. Minister Miles and Minister Conroy made a decision to do that, and we are now in the next stage of work, and Ms Williams is in a position to talk to you about what that work entails.
Look, I would welcome that, but just on that, if I could just also ask for clarification, because government GBEs and agencies have said that beyond a briefing on the 4th of December, the only engagement they have had to date was an industry round table. Is that correct?
Nadine Williams, Head of the Defence Reform Task Force. Thank you for that question, Senator. The task force was established in December, early December, and as part of its work program and working through its advice to government on an optimal implementation pathway for these reforms that were announced in early December, we have been doing quite extensive consultation, and as you note, there was quite a long industry forum, or a series of industry forums that were conducted with a whole range of stakeholders, including industry, GBEs, etc. So yes, that's correct. There were quite a number of discussions that have been had.
I mean, it's starting to smell a little bit like a program out of utopia. It's the same work with a different slogan. And the reason that I say this is that government GBEs and agencies have now said, and consistently, that they see no difference in how this reform will affect their relationship with defence. So we are struggling with what is the point, and I'll perhaps put this to you, Minister, what is the point when there's a new name, there's a new slogan, perhaps it's been put up on a whiteboard, Minister,
More sarcasm. Perhaps we could
I think there is a proper basis.
5:05.
Proper basis to have a bit of sarcasm, because it doesn't look like this is reform in substance, Minister.
Senator, I entirely disagree with that characterisation. So we came to government and there were significant challenges that we observed in the way that procurement and the development of capability was being undertaken, and we resolved in a collaborative way with the Department of Defence and with the ADF to start to address that. Earlier in testimony today, officials have made the observation that our projects are increasingly complex. They require increasingly more complex approaches to managing, to project management, to acquisition, to supplier management, and we consider that developing a concentrated capability with deep skill in these areas is important and significant. And these are some of the reasons why our new approach has been recommended. You've made a number of assertions that suggest that you don't see detailed work underway. Ms Williams is at the table. She is leading that work and is in a position to talk to you about what she has been tasked.
And so I would start by saying, Senator, that I wouldn't characterise those discussions with industry in that way. They've been extremely constructive, and we've received quite significant feedback from particularly sort of the industry players that Defence works with, that they welcome the opportunity that these reforms present. They certainly see significant benefit in terms of the potential for the reforms that have been announced by government to accelerate capability delivery through clearer decision pathways for much more.
But is it just the one industry roundtable, Ms Williams?
No, absolutely not, Senator.
Okay,
there have been several industry
Sorry.
roundtables that were held. There were two substantial roundtables.
And what were the dates of
that
those
were
roundtables?
held with the primes on the 28th of January 2026, and that was quite an extensive roundtable. I think that was scheduled for almost 2 hours. And then there was a second roundtable that was held on the same afternoon with state and territory governments and small and medium enterprises. And those roundtables were an opportunity to get feedback from industry, from state and territory governments and GBEs and others on where they saw the merits of the reform, what they wished the task force to explore in terms of design.
Sorry, I think there's just been a confusion with my question, because what I was asking for is the GBEs and agencies have said that beyond a briefing on the 4th of December, the only other engagement has been an industry roundtable, and that was what occurred last week?
So several industry roundtables
Several
have occurred.
industries. So there's one on the 28th of January. When was the other one?
Both of those that I was referencing were on the 20th of January. Separate to those, there have been a number of one-on-one meetings that have been undertaken with a range of stakeholders, including a range of GBEs within the portfolio and otherwise.
And so who led that briefing last week from Defence, and what was the substance and purpose of that industry
So
briefing?
the briefings on the 28th of January were led by myself, and the purpose of those briefings, as I was saying, was to talk to the range of stakeholders who were represented about the design of the reforms, to seek their feedback on where they saw improvements could be made in terms of the current capability delivery functions that exist within Defence, and to seek their views on where they saw the opportunities for greater for the reforms in terms of greater benefit for Defence as a whole.
And how many industry participants attended, and could you just outline which participants actually were there on the day?
Well, there were quite a number. I'm happy to table the list, given it's quite a significant number.
No, that's fine. If you could table the list, and also...
Or alternatively, Ms Pullen may have the exact number, perhaps, of participants.
Thank you. Yes. So, Vicky Pullen, and my role is Deputy Head of the Task Force, along with Nadine. So, to date, we've engaged with 43 organisations so far, 27 defence industry primes, and 16 state and territory advocates and peak bodies.
And 16 state and territory?
Advocates and peak bodies, so that's together.
Okay, and so just at this 28th of January, the industry briefings on that day, were there slide decks or briefing packs or consultation papers, and if so, could we have those on notice?
So, Senator, there were a series of framing questions to guide the discussion, and be very happy to provide that advice on notice.
Thank you. I just want to ask some basic questions about the DDA. What will be the organisational structure of the DDA?
So, Senator, the task force is currently in the process of working through its advice to government on the detailed organisational structure, but you'd be aware that government has announced the groups that will be consolidated to the current groups within the defence system that will be consolidated under the DDA, and they're, of course, the CASG group, the GWIA group, and the National Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group. And those functions will sit at the heart of the DDA.
And what is that advice to government in terms of the proposed organisational structure?
So that is the advice that the task force has been working through and will provide to government. We are working through what a detailed implementation plan needs to look like for implementation of these reforms. That does include advice on the construction of the DDA, how it is stood up, when it is stood up. It's due to be stood up on the 1st of July 2027. And so there's a runway of implementation steps that need to be put in place.
So just to be clear, there's no proposal in relation to organisational structure?
So the task force is still in the process of providing its advice. It's due to provide that advice to government early this year, so we're still working through that.
Anything that you can provide on notice in relation to draft papers or draft advice?
Not at this stage, Senator, around matters such as structure. So we are still working through that.
Well, if you could take that on notice, please.
Certainly.
I am seeking that. What will be the resourcing in the budget of the DDA?
So, Senator, that is still a matter that we are working through, but as I said, the first stage in creating the DDA is to consolidate the 3 existing delivery groups within Defence, and then to translate those through to an executive agency on the 1st of July 2027. I would envisage that there would need to be further advice on what, if any, additional work is required to bring those groups into a single agency, and that advice would include advice on what the financial arrangements need to be for the entity.
So I guess what I'm trying to get to, and it goes back to my flippant but real concern in relation to the utopian nature of this, arguably, and we're getting this feedback. How is this going to change or shift the focus of major project delivery? So what is specifically going to change from the current CASG, NSSG and GWIO operations? Operationally, yes, we understand the merger. What is going to change operationally?
So I think, Senator, ministers have been very clear around the purpose and the objectives of this consolidation. So bringing together all of these delivery functions under a single head provides for a single point of accountability around delivery within the defence system. And I do think that that is probably the most significant sort of benefit in terms of project delivery, according to cost and to schedule and to scope, and to allowing ministers and government to set performance requirements on the organisation.
But those performance requirements currently exist, don't they, in relation to those 3 separate agencies?
Senator, they do, but this is an opportunity for us to consider how we can actually refine those, how we can bring those together under a single entity, and also the benefits of actually consolidating the skills and the expertise around delivery into a single...
So I understand how you might bring them all together and you might make those performance benchmarks maybe
Correct.
one across merging the 3 organisations, but what operationally is going to change? If, for instance, like just using something very basic, you know, Project A has got to be delivered within this time frame, within this budget, using these resources. So you set out benchmarks for the delivery of any project. by merging these agencies together, what operationally is going to change?
So what you're doing is merging together those functions under a single accountability. And I think that is a really important change. It allows for ministers to hold a single entity to account. It allows for that entity to set very clear delivery expectations for the projects that it's working with. It allows that entity to consolidate its delivery expertise and to lift the professionalism, the delivery capability and the professionalism of its organisation. And so in many ways, I think it is as much about that clarity of accountability as anything. And, you know, we are not the only country making this kind of change. We are seeing with the complexity of projects increasing, other places like the UK and Canada also coming to a view that there's a real merit in creating a delivery entity that's explicit focus is ensuring the delivery of defence capability.
So there's one funnel of delivery.
A single funnel of delivery and a single set of expertise.
So in terms of enhancing the performance of that one agency, what are the changes to the deliverables, to the performance measures that will ensure the performance of that single agency will improve? You can't, you know, if you're going to make that statement, Ms Williams, we need to see the evidence and to understand how those performance deliverables are going to change such that the single funnel is going to deliver a much better outcome than the current three separate organisations.
Yeah, completely right, and I would agree with you. And that is one of the core pieces of work that the task force has been looking at. So setting out the optimal implementation pathway includes that question of kind of what arrangements need to be in place.
So that hasn't yet been determined?
Sorry,
that hasn't yet been determined?
So as I said, Senator, we're still working through our advice to government. We were established in December as a task force and we are in the process of working through these questions.
Okay, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence because it doesn't seem, while you have those aspirations, and I understand why you've got those aspirations, it doesn't appear there is the meat on the bones, to use that basic phrase, as to how you are going to deliver enhanced performance.
So, Senator, the work of the task force and my role is to provide the meat on that bones. And so that is what we are in the process of doing right now.
Okay, right. But you don't know how that's going to be done at this point in time.
So, Senator, as I said, we are working through these questions. It's our role to provide advice to government on that matter. It's not that we don't know how it's done, it's that we're in the process of developing this advice at present.
Thank you. Secretary.
Part of it responds to a very significant loss in public sector capability, which came about when the Liberal government in 2014 caused a significant loss of public sector capability, job losses that essentially saw many of those project management functions outsourced. It is our view that that contributed to the 97 years of delay attached to 28 projects when we came to government. We consider that the core skills around managing major and complex projects do need to be lifted up. We're very confident that we can do that in a public sector context. It's different to the approach taken by the Liberal government, but we think that these reforms will support greater budget management, cost estimation and assurance and delivery across the life of defence projects. And we've made clear the direction. We've started communicating with people about that, as is appropriate, and Ms Williams is now in the next phase of this project, which is making detailed recommendations about implementation.
I'm probably the wrong person to have a crack at in terms of cuts to defence, because even in my own region, Land 400 Phase 3 was dramatically cut. The howitzer program was
Senator
dramatically
Henderson,
cut.
I'm merely laying out what occurred in relation
Minister,
to the
I've just got the call, so I just want to I want to respond, but also just to quickly move through a couple of, because the chair rightly needs to wrap me up. So, Secretary, can I just ask, what's the evidence that the DDA will be able to provide, will be able to recruit and retain professionals with engineering and complex project management skills, noting that Defence has failed to do so?
Yes, so Senator, I'll go back to what I said previously, and answer on behalf of the Secretary, which is that this question of professionalisation and how we recruit in that capability is one of the core tasks that's been allocated to the task force to consider. It is a really crucial question, I think, and I think from the perspective of consolidating these resources in a single accountability, I think there's real scope for us to consider how we can actually build that capability and that professionalism into the new entity. So we will be working through those questions.
And can I just particularly raise the concern in relation to this matter?
Yep.
Defence's use of external consultants has been reduced by more than 40%, as you know, since 2022. And so we've got very deep concerns about how the department proposes to fill the engineering and project management capability gap inside the new DDA as a stand-up.
I think there's a strong argument, Senator, for rebuilding that capability or that capacity within the workforce, the APS workforce and the military workforce within Defence itself. I mean, I do think sort of part of the challenge with sort of outsourcing to external contractors is, of course, that expertise and that experience then sits outside of the public service, and it does make sort of the need to in-house that capability is probably one of the core things that we are looking at. It does make projects more expensive. It also makes it difficult to maintain the continuity that you need of experience and skills in order to do these things well. So one of the things that we are looking at very carefully is how we build back in that professionalisation of the workforce. How do we build career streams for the APS and the military workforce, and how do we ensure that we kind of lift up that level of skill in a way that's comparative, I guess, with other countries where it is kind of done, it is done very differently. It's a very much a professional stream of work that people work to. And Defence has done quite a bit of work in this space already. But what we are looking to do is to sort of build on that and to see how we can actually enhance it in this model.
Ms Williams, this is an enormous mountain to climb, and I think the DDA, and you would accept this surely, that if the DDA cannot realistically build those skills internally, will the government concede that the DDA needs to be rescoped? And perhaps more fairly, this is a question for the Minister, as primarily a contract management and oversight body. Because here's the challenge, Minister. You can have all the aspirations you like, but if you cannot bring in internally all of those experts, industry experts, back into the DDA, then that's going to lead to huge uncertainty with project delivery, huge uncertainty with whether you have the expertise in DDA, and frankly could undermine the very essence of the DDA into the future.
Senator, I don't really think there's a question there, but I think I repeat my earlier evidence.
Will the government, I did ask, sorry, I don't want to cut across you, but
no, please.
I did ask, will the government concede that the DDA may have to be rescoped? Because this is a very live possibility that it will not be possible to rebuild that amount of expertise internally.
Senator, I'm happy to perhaps dive in with the Minister's permission. I think, Senator, the way that I would look at this is that the government has set out what I would consider to be a very sensibly staged implementation approach. The first stage is to stand up the Defence Delivery Group and to bring together the existing functions, skills, experience, staff that sit within Defence. The actual implementation of the DDA model doesn't commence until the 1st of July 2027. And then it is clearly going to be a progressive piece of work to stand up the capability, the skills, the experience and the professional career elements that you're talking about. Part of the job of the implementation task force is to advise government on how you can do that in a way that is sustainable and enduring and actually addresses the issues that you're talking about here. So we're very cognisant of that. We appreciate that it is a big hill to climb to lift the level of APS and military capability, skill sets around capability, that there has been quite a reliance on contracting and that sort of shift in the workforce is going to take some time to achieve. But part of the job that we've been tasked with is to provide advice to government on how you can do that, and how you can do that in a sensible way over time. And so I think that's it's a sensible way of doing it, and I'm confident that there is a pathway that we can chart for government that allows for that to happen.
Thanks very much, Ms Williams. Chair, I'm very happy. I've got more questions, but very happy to share the call at your will.
Thank you. Very generous of you, Senator Henderson. I'm going to take that offer and hand over to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair.
That's his last round of questions.
About the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator, and I was told that this is the session in which to ask those questions. Is that right?
Is the regulator appearing in their own role?
We can deal with them.
Chair, sorry, I don't have a copy of the program in front of me.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Did senators call the regulator as a witness? Sorry, did senators call the regulator as a witness?
The regulator. Sorry, which one?
The Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator. We had some questions of them, and we were told, I think after the Secretariat consulted with Defence, that this is the session in which to discuss the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator.
Look, just hang on a second. We'll just get some advice here as well too, because so are you suggesting that there were conversations had that the regulator would be here?
We have some questions of the regulator. We asked the Secretariat. I'm not trying to put the Secretariat in a spot.
Can we just suspend? Let's just suspend briefly. I don't want to have this conversation broadcast across the world. But anyway, All right, welcome back, everyone. All right, we're resuming programming. Now, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for that discussion, and as always, the Secretary to write.
They're always right.
They're always right. As I understand, Minister, you might be able to confirm this, you may not. The Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator actually commenced operation, I think, as a separate agency within Defence. Is that right?
They are a separate agency, that's correct.
And that was in November of last year?
I don't have the date with me, Senator.
Right. And I have a series of questions here, Minister, but I get the sense that in the absence of the agency being here, I'll get a lot of taking on notice. Is that correct?
You could submit them in writing. I think that would be the
Might
most
be more
efficient way
you
through
think?
this.
Well, for once I agree with you, Minister.
Only once?
Well, no, I've agreed with you twice. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We live in
which will then naturally leads us to the F-35 project.
Naturally.
Natural transition.
Natural transition.
Yes.
Now, Secretary, when the Australian Defence Force speaks about the F-35, or when the Australian government speaks about the F-35, they talk about it as a joint project, a multilateral project. How do you describe it now, the F-35 project? Do you describe it as a multilateral project, whereas Australia's a partner? Do you describe it as a US project? How do we describe it, Mr. Deeble?
Thank you very much, Senator. We are a partner in the Joint Strike Fighter program. We were one of originally 9 partners. Turkey was withdrawn some time ago. There are 8 partner nations. There is now a number of significant other players in the Joint Strike Fighter which have joined the overall program through FMS cases, and that's through foreign military sales opportunities with the US. And that's done in a bilateral basis. There is a governance structure that involves the partner nations, which we can talk through.
All right. So normally partners have, partnerships are understood to give the partners a say in the direction of a project, particularly over critical decisions of a project. Is that what the partnership arrangement gives Australia for the F-35?
The partnership provides us with a number of opportunities on being able to influence that program. An example of that might be how we would choose to prioritise capability upgrades for that program. We have opportunities of looking at issues related specifically to Australia. One of the largest features of the program was the industry benefits. We have achieved over $6 billion worth of industry benefits over the time that we've been involved in the Joint Strike Fighter program, and we're still gleaning those benefits through things like maintenance, repair, overhaul and upgrade opportunities for the 72 aircraft we now have in our fleet.
Sorry, so the upgrade benefits, as you described them, are about, and the maintenance benefits, as you described them, are about the 72 F-35s that have been acquired for the RAAF.
Yeah, the support that we have for the 72 aircraft, we have opportunities for Australian industry in that. But the other benefits that are gleaned is we get a vote as to how the capability will evolve. We have opportunities of being able to look at how the aircraft is supported. We have those opportunities through a range of forums that exist in the Joint Strike Fighter governance.
And Australia is as part of the global supply chain?
Correct.
And is that where some of the $6 billion comes from, selling parts into the global supply chain?
Yeah, the $6 billion has been accrued through the acquisition process. We have a number of companies that have provided component parts and been engaged in the development of that capability and parts that are used for the construction of those capabilities. I can give you some examples, like Morand is a very successful company in that place. In terms of support arrangements, we have a company called TAE based out of Queensland that provides support to the Pratt & Whitney engines on the aircraft.
And indeed, we produce the lift for the engines that takes them and for maintenance at one of our facilities.
Yeah, the Morand capability included an engine jig that allowed the removal of the engine. That was produced by Morand.
All right, and I think it was RUAG, I don't know if it still has that title, produces the uplift actuators for the bombs.
RUAG, now Rosebank, is associated with doing the maintenance, repair and overhaul and upgrade of a number of hydraulic and other components.
And produces the uplock actuator system, I think, as described.
I'd need to confirm that, Senator. I don't know the specifics around that, but that is part and parcel of their expertise.
Yeah, which is the bomb bay door things, opening and shutting. That's how they describe it on their website.
I'd need to confirm that.
The uplock actuator system opens and closes the bay doors in seconds to enable the F-35 to drop its payload more quickly.
I'd take that, if that's coming off their site, Senator, I'd need to confirm that, but I'd take that as you stated.
Now, in November of last year, the US President announced that the F-35 jets would be supplied to Saudi Arabia. And of course, that raises a number of issues. Are we, as part of the partner of the F-35 project, are we obliged to produce those parts and send them to Saudi Arabia and produce parts to go into aircraft that will then go to Saudi Arabia now that decision's been made? Is that one of our obligations?
We produce parts in Australia that could be used on any of those aircraft. We don't discriminate. We have obligations under our arrangements, the production, sustainment and follow-on development to provide those parts. That still gives us the industry benefit, and we don't discriminate or track those parts in terms of Australian manufacture. They support the broader global supply chain and acquisition processes.
Well, one of the reasons we don't discriminate is because the agreement doesn't give us the ability to discriminate. We have an obligation to produce parts and feed them into the F-35 global supply chain.
And glean the benefit of that from an industry perspective.
Yeah, may make some money from it, but there's an obligation to provide them into the supply chain. We can't choose which country they go to or not, is that?
Those contracts are provided to Australian companies through Lockheed Martin, the agent of the US government, and that is an arrangement between those companies and Lockheed Martin from a commercial perspective.
And I should have indicated in the previous questions, I saw you nodding, Mr. Deeble, but as you know, nodding turns up very badly on the transcript.
Understand.
So, now, when the US made the decision, when the decision was made to extend the F-35 project to Saudi Arabia, were we consulted about that before it was made?
I don't believe so, Senator.
But we're a partner. How is a partner not even asked about a critical decision like that to extend the program, substantially in this regard to a country like Saudi Arabia?
The FMS arrangements are bilateral arrangements between the US government and that nation. We don't get visibility of those FMS cases. The advantage of having FMS customers, including non-partner nations, is that increases the fleet size, which increases the benefits through global supply chain and otherwise.
But we also end up supplying parts which go on F-35s that go to a country which has an appalling record of using its military, most recently, in circumstances that raise enormous human rights concerns in the conflict in Yemen. And we weren't even asked. So now Australian industry is supplying parts to go onto F-35s, to be used by Saudi Arabia, and we know what Saudi Arabia does with its military. It's used it in appalling circumstances in Yemen recently. And we weren't even asked, we just have to keep pumping the parts in.
Senator, it's not my place, not my role to comment on those particular policy issues. I would probably refer to Mr Jeffries in that regard.
Well, but it is your role to make sure the parts flow, that the partnership agreement is complied with, and that the F-35 project remains on track. And in that role, questions about morality, ethics, war crimes, ethical questions, they're all outsourced to the United States in its FMS project. Foreign military sales approval. It's all outsourced to the United States. That's the reality of it, isn't it? Ambassador.
Senator, our general framework in terms of how we approach these issues, we've been over that several times in this committee before, but all of those policy frameworks remain in place in relation to those.
What policy frameworks are we talking about? What does this mean?
About the provision of support to a program, to programs, but there are terms and conditions of our participation in this program that are set, and we have benefited from participation in the program. There are other issues around where we have a decision about whether we provide, material to which countries, but in terms of the parts for the Joint Strike Fighter program, that's governed by sort of these arrangements between Lockheed Martin and several Australian companies.
Mr. Deebles made the position quite clear. Issues of ethics or morality don't come into it. We have an obligation to provide the parts, and the US decides which countries will get them. It's not complex. That's just the arrangement. And in this case, we're supplying parts that will go to the F-35 that will be used by Saudi Arabia when organisations like Amnesty International Australia, the Medical Association for the Prevention of War, other human rights organisations have said, well, we should have no part in supplying weapons to Saudi Arabia because of their human rights record, and most especially the appalling use of military equipment by Saudi Arabia in the conflict in Yemen. But it's just not relevant, is it? We're what the US decides, we comply with.
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. As Secretary said, we have discussed this before. In terms of the policy issue that you're talking about, or that Mr. Deeble referenced, it's what we have discussed, which is Australia's export control regime. As you know, Senator, we take our export control obligations very seriously. Each export application is assessed on a case-by-case basis to determine whether it would be prejudicial to Australia's national interests, as you know. Any item that is controlled, that is exported from Australia, would need an export permit, and we assess that on that basis.
Well, previously, Mr. Jeffries, you said this, and was asking about weapons parts going from the regional hub north of Newcastle to Israel. And you said the F-35 supply chain is a particular arrangement. You can use the word special if you want. It's a unique arrangement. It's a global supply chain. We participate in that. Goods are moved around the world. These are US-owned goods. They're managed by Lockheed Martin. Australia does not direct the export of these goods. It does not control the export of those goods. Is that still the case?
Well, I think, Senator, the context of that answer was that you were, I think it was the question that you had, which was we had decided to export a controlled item to Israel. I think I was making the point that I was describing the supply chain agreement that we have under the F-35 program, Mr. Deeble has explained. I was also setting out that under that program, Lockheed Martin moves goods around internationally to support the maintenance and sustainment of the platform, but it doesn't change what our obligations are and then how the regime works. So, Senator, as you know, if Lockheed Martin needs to move that item into Australia, they'll need an import permit. They want to take it out of Australia, they need an export permit. If it's a controlled item, it's still owned by the United States. It's still owned by Lockheed Martin. It's still their supply chain. But when it's coming inside Australia's jurisdiction and leaving Australia's jurisdiction, and it's controlled, it will require a permit.
Well, I assume a bunch of the parts that are going for the F-35s for Saudi Arabia are going to be going from Australia to the United States for assembly in the United States and then export. AUKUS Pillar 2 says you don't need an export permit to go to the United States, or am I wrong in that? Is that not in place?
You're half wrong, Senator, or half right. The under AUKUS Pillar 2 and AUKUS more broadly, we have sought to streamline our export control arrangements with the United States. There is, however, a list of technologies excluded from that exemption. So it depends on the technology you're talking about, depends on the item that you're talking about. Whole range of things, particularly sensitive issues, sensitive things on the that are controlled, will be excluded from that exemption.
It would be, under its own terms, an arrangement between Australia and the United States for the sharing of military equipment and knowledge. It would be bizarre in the extreme if that didn't include the parts for a US-controlled fighter, jet fighter system. Are you saying the F-35 parts are not on the list? They're not subject to...
Well, I'm making the point, Senator...
Because if so, then, you know, well, what the bloody hell are you doing if that's the case?
I'm losing track of the question, Senator. I think
you said they're only covered by AUKUS Pillar 2 if they're on the list. And I'm putting to you it would be bizarre in the extreme if fighter parts for a US-designed and controlled fighter plane were not on the list.
So what I was referring to was the excluded technologies list. So if it is on that list, then it requires a permit.
It would be bizarre if they were excluded on the list. It's US technology for a US weapon. It would be bizarre if they were excluded. But are you saying they are excluded
It would
technology?
not necessarily be bizarre, Senator, as we've discussed before. There are a whole range of items that would go into a complex capability like the F-35 that would not necessarily be controlled and would therefore not require a permit. Permit under the Defence Export Control regime.
What I'm pointing out to you is the F-35 parts to be exported from Australia to the United States will not require a permit.
Senator, if I could just interject here. David Nockels, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Trade Regulation and Industrial Collaboration. I'll just add a little bit to that. So the AUKUS licence-free environment that you're talking about provides a significant range of technologies on the DSGL that can move between Australia and the United States and the UK, licence-free, but not all. And I think Mr Jeffrey was referring to what's referred to as the ETL, or Excluded Technologies List, and there are some items on that ETL that will not be able to travel licence-free, and they will need a licence or a permit in our context, and some of those are in fact parts related to the F-35.
All right. Are you saying that Australia can refuse to export parts to the United States, even though we're contracted and obligated to provide them as a partner to the F-35? Are you saying that there's some independent sovereign capability for Australia to say, actually, notwithstanding the partnership and the obligations to produce the parts and feed them into the system, there's some sovereign capability for Australia to say, actually, we're not going to send them to the United States?
So I think what I said, Senator, was there are some aspects of what is on the ETL that will require a permit.
All right. We come back to the point that the United States could choose to extend the F-35 project to any country, regardless of their human rights record, regardless of our own strategic interests. And we don't even get a letter. We don't even get asked. And once the US decides where the planes are going, we pump them in. We pump the parts into the supply chain. That's the reality, isn't it, Secretary? We're not a partner. We're a contracted supplier / vassal. We're not a partner. They decide where to go and we don't even get a letter. Do you seriously think that's a partnership?
I think that the terms of the partnership benefit Australia. There's obviously that the terms of the partnership does not give Australia a veto over certain sovereign decisions that the United States government might make, but that we have a partnership. We have the ability to input on important aspects of the program. That's the nature of the partnership, and it is very successful, and Australia's voice on those issues that are covered by the partnership are made often, and they are listened to by our US and other partners.
Minister, does your government, the Labor government, have any concern about Australia supplying parts, sometimes the only parts, for fighter jets that are now being sold to Saudi Arabia, given the human rights record of Saudi Arabia and given the role that Saudi Arabia has taken in the civil war in Yemen? Do you have any concerns at all about Australian industry being a critical profit-making part of that?
Senator, I think the last part of your question really reveals where you're coming from, and we've canvassed this so many times. You object to the existence of a defence industry, and you object to the participation of Australian companies in such an industry, and you object to the relationship.
Well, Minister, if you don't want to address the human rights record of Saudi Arabia and respond in that way,
Senator Shoebridge, it's not your time to interject. I mean,
does you no credit?
Senator Shoebridge, thank you, Minister.
Saudi Arabia is the question.
Thank you, Minister.
I think the point that officials have sought to make is that this is a very long-standing partnership. It's a very important one for Australia's national defence. It allows us access to a very significant capability that is critical to our national security, and it has downstream benefits for some of the industry partners that are also critical to our national security.
Do you have any more questions?
And it's on that basis that we participate. You disagree with that, I know, Senator, because you've raised it on so many occasions in this forum.
Minister,
but it's an area of elemental disagreement between our parties.
Well, Minister, I've asked about the ethics of supplying F-35 parts to Israel while it's engaged in a genocide in Gaza, and we get the bizarre responses from your government that only non-lethal parts are provided. It's embarrassing for you, I know, but that's your response. I then ask about the ethical issues of providing F-35 parts to a regime like Saudi Arabia, given its human rights record and its appalling record in the conflict in Yemen. Are they also non-lethal parts? Or is this just an ethics-free, moral-free vacuum because Australian industry makes some money from it? I mean, would you address the issue, address, if you can, for once, the moral and ethical issue about supplying to Israel and Saudi Arabia, and don't try and avoid it. Address the moral issue for once.
Do I have the call, Chair?
Well, you do, Minister. Depends how you choose to answer. But
Senator, it's been explained to you and to the committee on many occasions that Australia takes its obligations around our export control arrangements very seriously. You have, I think, at this point, engaged in many hours of conversation with officials, particularly Mr Jeffries, about this question. You wish for a different arrangement to be in place, but our arrangements respond to our international obligations. We take them very seriously. We have the administrative arrangements in place to enact and respond to those responsibilities. We do consider continuing our involvement in the F-35 program to be a very important part of our national security arrangements.
Right, I want to move the call around. Senator Collins, I think you might have some questions.
Chair, My question is on the Puck Treaty.
Yes.
Thank you. During the October round of estimates, Defence officials were reluctant to say that Australia had signed up to accept 10,000 PNG nationals under the new Puck Treaty. We then, and that was at the time, said that it was a PNG number, not one of ours. Minister Miles has since said that it is a shared ambition. So we're just wondering whether we can confirm whether that number is something that is shared with us, whether the 10,000 is something that we're working towards.
Susan Bodell, First Assistant Secretary for the Pacific. Senator, as the Minister has indicated and the Prime Minister has made similar comments, they both have ambitions of reaching high numbers in the future. But as they also announced, we're at the very early stages of working with our newest alliance partner to work out the pathway for that recruitment. We have commenced the consultations with senior officials from the Papua New Guinea government and are together working on a pathway towards establishing a suitable recruitment pathway that meets the requirements of both governments. Those consultations are in the very early stages.
Okay, so no number has been settled?
No, not at this stage.
So, I mean, it's been quite a few months now. Do you think it's going to be revised down to just a few thousand, or is 10,000 quite a reasonable number to be expecting?
At the moment, we are working out the pathway, and that's going to dictate the numbers. Numbers of that magnitude happen over a long period of time, and the pathway that the two governments agree on once they have established that policy will dictate how long it will take to reach certain numbers.
Because I guess the issue would be, and this is going to be a question, but the issue would be that if you do have 10,000 PNG nationals joining the Defence Force, there are caps on the number of personnel that you can have in the Army. Does that mean that 10,000 will end up displacing 10,000 Australians that will want to join the Army?
Senator Collins, Admiral Johnston, if I could help you there. So I think the 10,000 number that's been expressed by our ministers and Papua New Guinea ministers is a number that can occur over time. I don't expect to see 10,000 in the first year or second year. Our focus very much is on making sure we get the pathway settled well and that it is successful. It is a very important initiative to the government of PNG, as it is to our country. It has enormous strategic value to it. So we're making sure that we can establish a pilot mechanism that has the ability to scale up over time, but there is a lot of work to be done to ensure that as we go through and meeting the requirements that we have for Australians entering the Australian Defence Force also would apply to Papua New Guinean citizens, that we are able to build to that standard to make that pathway successful. So those numbers will prove initially to be constrained as we bring people in. We make sure the mechanisms are working satisfactorily, with that ambition over time that this could be a very successful means in a variety of circumstances. And you could see if we were in an environment where we had to increase the size of the Australian Defence Force quite substantially, having this as one of the means to bring more people into the Defence Force and enhance that capacity has great utility for us.
I agree, but do you think that if we're focusing on the pathway now, there are constraints with the number of personnel that we can have. We do have a recruitment drive. are you discussing whether an Australian applicant might have to be prioritised over a PNG one, or vice versa, in terms of trying to get these numbers?
Senator, at the moment, as we've discussed, we're not meeting our recruitment targets, and while the numbers that are entering the Defence Force are improving, we're not in that problem where we have yet met our targets with Australian citizens seeking to join, which is why this initiative is attractive as it is for those other countries that we've opened to enter the Defence Force. I think we will be able to meet both ambitions in terms of that we will open up the array of potential positions in the Defence Force, and it will be a balance between what we need and providing Australians the opportunity to enter the Defence Force as well as Papua New Guineans. But we have, even at the moment, in the order of our recruitment targets exceed 8,000 people in a year. So that number, as we seek to grow the force over time, will increase, which will mean the opportunities to draw both from Australian citizens and Papua New Guinean citizens will increase over time.
Sure. So that 8,000 would include both Papua New Guinean citizens and Australian citizens?
Yes.
And you said in October estimates that the number was being negotiated with the Papua New Guinean government. Is that something that you're aware of is still happening, or have you just totally put that to the side so that you can work out the pathways first?
In the agreement, I don't think a fixed number is represented in the treaty arrangements or the agreements that have been made between the two countries. It has been, as we mentioned earlier, a statement by ministers in both countries, so we've got a very clear target of what that may grow to over time.
Okay. So the turning to the eligibility for the program, it appeared to only extend to permanent residents already in Australia. The Minister has said we're looking at direct recruitment from Papua New Guinea into the ADF, and that these personnel will become Australian citizens. So can you give us, in terms of the pathway that you're sort of talking about now, can you give us a sense of how long that might take? So if you've got Papua New Guinean nationals coming to Australia that would have to become citizens, is that going to be quite a speedy process, or will that take some time?
Senator, if I could talk to the first part. So as of the 1st of January this year, we started open recruiting for permanent residents who were Papua New Guinean citizens. We had done that previously for our Five Eyes partners. So you were a permanent resident in Australia and you had to have not served in foreign military for 2 years, lived here for 12 months, and of course meet our entry standards to join the Australian Defence Force. That opened for Papua New Guinean permanent residents as of the 1st of January. And that's the initial pathway while my colleague works out the longer-term negotiations through the ongoing PUC treaty conversations.
Okay. Has it been successful? Have you had much take-up?
We've had 25 applications to date.
Okay, and have they all been successful? They've all.
They're in their early stages.
They're in their early stages. Okay. So, but in terms of the Papua New Guinean, well, the residents that would have to become citizens. So, just tell us about the pathway, and especially, for the second stage, for the citizens that would cut the Papua New Guinean citizen residents that would have to come to Australia. Are we talking weeks? Are we talking months for that process for them to be able to become citizens?
Senator Collins, I think many of your questions go to, quite detailed questions of implementation. At the moment, we are actively discussing this with our partners in Papua New Guinea. That's planning that we do together, and it's a respectful approach that involves acknowledging their interests and our interests, and that's the way good partners cooperate with one another. And the consequence of that is that we're really not in a position to preempt the outcomes of those discussions, which are appropriately happening between countries. So some of the things you are asking officials to provide information about are yet to be settled, and it's really not possible or appropriate to flag them here while those discussions are underway.
Okay, well, I am pleased to hear, though, that there has been some take-up, and hopefully there's a little bit more on that. I'd just like to quickly turn to the East Coast Submarine Base, please. Okay, thank you for your patience. On page 108 of the Defence Strategic Review, it states that, and I quote, "a decision on the location for this facility will be made late this decade," end quote. But we have heard since from the Minister that it's not, and this is another quote, it's not in the 2020s. The making of that decision is around 2030 and beyond. So I'm just wondering why there's been a big shift in that timeline from late this decade to one in the 2030s.
Thank you, Senator. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. As the Deputy Prime Minister has said when he has referred to the time frame, he has quite explicitly said that our focus this decade needs to remain on the important work to prepare for the optimal pathway, particularly through the priority works at HMAS Stirling and the Osborne site, and that's where our focus will be, and we will return to consideration of an East Coast base in the 2030s and beyond.
So I'm just intrigued, why can't we make the decision now? Why can't we sort of turbocharge that? I mean, we've heard all day about the strategic circumstances and how quickly they're deteriorating. We heard just before about, you know, the second time in 1 year that the PLAN has been circumnavigating Australia. So why is this decision pushed back so many years?
I can only refer you to the Deputy Prime Minister's comments. Thank you, Senator.
Does the Minister acknowledge that there has been a shift in this timeline?
The Minister has publicly stated on more than one occasion that the consideration of the siting of an East Coast base is a decision that will be taken in the 2030s and beyond.
Okay. When does Defence assess that an East Coast submarine base will actually need to be operational? Because we're talking here about a decision. These things take a long time to build. When do you assess that it's actually going to be operational?
Senator, so Australian submarines already operate along the East Coast, and we do have the ability to use Sydney facilities. A number of our submarines have operated out of other ports. I think that's so. We're not operationally restricted along the East Coast at the moment. Obviously, a forward operating base gives you some enhanced capacity, and that is important. But I think in an operational context, the East Coast is well in play in terms of submarine operations.
Absolutely. I believe, though, that we are preparing for nuclear-powered submarines. So can any of them, are any of them able to host a Virginia-class submarine?
There are a number of existing sites that have in the past hosted visiting nuclear-powered submarines, and I think the Chief of Navy, who will be much more qualified to respond, is here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. We have hosted Virginia-class submarines in Australia at a number of different East Coast ports, including Gladstone in Queensland and the Port of Brisbane most recently. The sovereign requirement for an East Coast submarine base has been discussed for some time, and the timeline for making a decision is later this decade rather than the here and now.
Thank you so much. That's it from me.
Thanks a lot for that, Senator Collins. So I was going to call you Hendo there for a moment, but you've got to stop following your socials. You have the call, Senator.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, just to clarify, obviously, as Senator Collins has prosecuted so well, the government has agreed we need a new East Coast submarine base, but can you say when we need this by?
I would say that, I think the way in which we will work through that is in our National Defence Strategy and that evolving strategy. As the State Capability Manager, we'll work closely with Navy on and the Australian Submarine Agency on the work that would be required to identify the best site and the way to build that.
Do we have a date?
As I've said, the Deputy Prime Minister has been clear that his direction to us is that the decision-making framework around that siting will occur in the 2030s and beyond.
All right, look, I just want to turn to some questions in relation to Mr Miles's social media. And Mr Moriarty, you might help with the best person to answer this question. Is the department aware of, or did the media team provide any comms support to a social media video put on Mr Miles's Instagram page on Saturday the 7th of February that opened and with a quote, "So this weekend, if you are rewatching Heated Rivalry to get yourself in the mood for the Winter Olympics." So for those at home, this is a program described by its own creator as a Harlequin romance fantasy written by women and consumed by women. But I guess I am a bit concerned because it is an R-rated program with some fairly explicit scenes. I haven't seen it myself, Chair, but I'm just wondering whether the
Neither have I, Senator.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary.
It is after 6 p.m. It's okay.
I'm just wondering whether anyone in the department provided the Deputy Prime Minister with support in relation to the production of the social media video, which includes the reference to Heated Rivalry.
Senator John Reid, Deputy Secretary Governance. As far as I'm aware, no, we wouldn't ordinarily support those posts.
I've got a question in my pack that I'm actually not going to read out, and I'm going to blame someone in my team for that. But The Guardian reviewed the show and it made some fairly explicit comments in relation to the content of this particular film. I just, in all seriousness, is it appropriate for the Deputy Prime Minister to be referring to an R-rated film in his social media?
I'll take it on notice, Senator.
Do you have any other comments at all, Secretary?
I've nothing to add to the Minister's.
Have you heard of this particular film or watched it yourself, Minister?
No, Senator.
No, I haven't either. Could you maybe ask the Deputy Prime Minister to review whether this is appropriate to include in his social media?
No, Senator, I've taken your question on notice. I don't intend to add advocacy to my list of responsibilities. I represent the Minister here at the table.
All right, I would take that as a no, probably quite reasonably. Thanks, Minister. Look, I just wanted to return to the last estimates and talk about the renovation of the Russell office. So there's just a bit of... Just wanted to raise some concerns about the total cost of the renovation. We were told it was $2,731, not the previously reported $800,000. Is that correct?
So, Senator, there's two different references that you have there. The evidence that we gave was in relation to the $2,490. That was the cost of refurbishing office space for use by Defence portfolio ministers, and that was around signage.
Right.
That was all that was done, and I can break down those costs for you around the signage that was installed. There was separately, your reference to, I think you said almost $800,000, there was separately media reporting at the time around other refurbishment. This referred to an Estate Works program approved refurbishment of executive offices that are inside the Russell precinct. They're different offices than the one we were talking about last estimates. As part of that program, there was an office space that was refurbished at a total cost of $796,000. I can break those costs down for you as well. That was never used by any Defence Portfolio Minister. It is now used by executive staff. There is some confusion around which offices are used. Again, the cost imposed for the refurbishment of the office that is now used by Defence Portfolio Ministers was $2,491.
Well, I don't think we were confused in relation to, we were referring to that media report and we were asking about the cost of nearly $800,000 and we got back something that obviously now relates to some signage. So can you just take us through what the breakdown of the nearly $800,000 was?
Certainly, Senator. So this was a separate program. It is not related to offices that are used by Defence Portfolio Ministers. It involved the construction of walls, ceilings and partitions, some installation of joinery, some electrical installations, some hydraulics that needed to be put in, some additional security, some mechanical installations and some signage. As I say, that all amounted to $796,000. It was offered as a space for portfolio ministers after the refurbishment was done, but the other space that I've referenced, which involved only a $2,000 refurbishment, was used by the officers. The other space that involved the larger refurb, it has not been used by ministers.
So it was offered to Mr. Miles?
I think it was offered to our portfolio ministers, Senator.
To all of your portfolio ministers?
That's right, Senator.
So never used, but it was used by senior leadership of Defence?
It is used by senior leadership.
It is used by senior. And so when we were asking about this at the last estimates, why didn't we receive that information?
Senator, I think that was my mistake. I think I misunderstood your question. I think I corrected that in writing. I think I corrected it with a question on notice about the $2,000.
Because my understanding is that the cost of nearly $800,000 for the Russell office, which was offered up to portfolio ministers but not used, went uncorrected in the media for the best part of 4 years?
I'm not sure, Senator. I'd have to take on notice when different comments were made in the media.
Right. So it would have been preferable if we'd understood that the 2,731...
2,491.
Oh, 2,000, right, we've got 2,491 was actually just for some installation of signage.
That's right.
So it wasn't a renovation?
No, Senator.
And what did the sign say?
If I can recollect, Senator, the sign says Deputy Prime Minister's suite, or words to that effect. It's simply indicating a suite that's used by our portfolio ministers, Senator.
Right, so it says Deputy Prime Minister's suite.
Or words to that effect. I'm happy to take on notice. I don't have in my mind what the sign says.
But he's not using the suite.
Sorry, Senator. If I can be very clear.
I think the official has explained to you that you are confusing two quite distinct spaces, which he has described.
Oh, I'm just seeking to clarify that, Minister.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
the signage is for which office?
The signage was installed in the office which the Deputy Prime Minister and other ministers now use.
Right.
At a cost of $2,491.
And that's a separate office from the office that was refurbed at a cost of $796,000.
Yes,
so where is the office that is used by the Deputy Prime Minister?
It's in Russell. It's in the Russell.
Oh, it is in Russell, but
That's
it's a separate office.
That's right.
Okay. Are they near each other?
They're in the same building, Senator.
Same floor?
No, Senator.
And so why wasn't this office that was refurbed at a cost of nearly $800,000 taken up by the portfolio ministers?
Senator, if I might, Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. As Mr Reid has said, we'd undertaken to develop another office. One of the pressures in Russell offices over the last period of years is that our senior leadership group has grown. There are more group heads and service chiefs, people serving at the Deputy Secretary and three-star level. We had always maintained an office suite in the Russell complex for ministers. I recall the Building F office. We've always had a space in Russell, but over time, as that group head and service chief cohort grew, we consumed all that space with our leadership team. When the government commenced its first term, our portfolio ministers wanted to work from Russell, and we didn't have a space for them. The office with signage that Mr Reid's referred to was an existing Band 3 office that we repurposed, but we took a decision internally that we had a need for more space for that cohort. The office that was developed...
Sorry to interrupt, because I know we're talking about two separate offices, so just to make it clear, which floor is the office that the ministers are using in Russell? Is it on a separate floor, or can you, just so we can identify it?
Second floor.
Okay, so the second floor office is being used by Mr Miles and other portfolio
ministers, yes.
And where is the office that was refurbed that's not...
It's on the 5th floor.
Okay, so the 5th floor office, that was offered up to the portfolio ministers.
Yes.
And did they decline to use that office?
Yes, Mr Miles, in some engagement, was happier using the suite that had already been provided.
So why then was the 5th floor office refurbished?
As I said, we had always maintained a ministerial office suite. We had more people working in Russell at that rec level. We were in the middle of a refurb, and it was a decision that we made to refurbish the space to a standard. It's a common standard for all of our offices. That would give us more capacity for both the increase in the group head and service chief cohort and portfolio ministers to have a space to work with us in Russell.
Do you mind if I ask for a timeline as to what happened when the refurbishment was commissioned, when it was offered, when Mr Miles declined to use that 5th floor office?
I think we'd need to take that on notice.
Yeah, no, on notice. No, I'm sorry,
ago.
I meant to say, could you provide that on notice? Was it because he didn't like the view, or the couches weren't as comfy?
It has the exact same view.
Same view? Is there any other reason why the 5th floor office wasn't as good as the 2nd floor office?
I think your question assumes certain things about Mr Miles's decision-making. Ms Perkins is undertaken to give you a timeline.
I'm at liberty to ask the question, Minister, so I'm just asking that question.
And I'm answering.
Was there any other reason why
in your question that make it challenging for
that's why I'm asking.
in those
That's why I'm asking the question, Minister. Was there any other reason why the 5th floor office offered up to the portfolio ministers was not taken up?
I couldn't add to my previous comments. I wasn't involved in that engagement.
All right. Well, if you could advise on notice why that wasn't taken up, just so we can understand precisely what's happened, because it is a lot of money, and if $800,000 was incurred when perhaps arguably it shouldn't have been, then that's obviously a live issue for Australian taxpayers.
I would say it has been developed in line with a standard fit-out as part of the rolling upgrades to the Russell offices, which are now dated, and is being used actively by a Deputy Secretary.
So is it also correct to say the Department of Finance also spent $600,000 fitting out a new office in Geelong for Minister Miles?
Senator, you have to refer that question to the Department of Finance about whatever costs they may have incurred.
But are you aware of... Can you answer that question?
Senator, I am aware that after the 2022 election, there was some work done in Geelong by the Department of Finance.
Yeah, there was, and it was a ministerial office, wasn't it? So a separate ministerial office was established in Geelong.
I think the official has referred it appropriately to the Department of Finance. Defence is not involved in managing.
I'm just confirming this was a ministerial office, though.
The office that Mr Miles has a ministerial office in Geelong, yes.
And that $600,000 was spent fitting out his ministerial office, not his electorate office.
So I don't know, Senator. If the Department of Finance incurred those costs, you'd have to speak to them.
All right. Could you please take that on notice and provide any further information?
To the extent that our department can, Senator, yes.
Or if anyone else in the department has got knowledge of that. Because if it's a ministerial office, I would have thought the department would have plenty of information about the office.
Certainly, Senator, we support the running of his ministerial office in Geelong.
Yeah.
What I don't have in front of me is...
Does Minister Miles use a defence-issued or defence IT-administered phone and other network out of that ministerial office?
Yes, Senator.
So there's no suggestion, for instance, that any defence resources are being used by the Minister for any purpose other than for ministerial purposes?
Certainly none that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay, all right. I just want to, and I know we have committed to wrap up by dinner. In October, you took on notice questions about how Minister Miles chose to manage conflicts of interest regarding his ministerial duties. The answer we got back was fairly vague. Can you just walk me through what steps the Minister Miles makes or has made to manage conflicts of interest in his portfolio? Clearly, we're talking about a very substantial amount of money, $59 billion a year. Could someone step me through how he manages his conflicts of interest?
At a general level, Senator, on occasion where perceived or potential conflicts of interest have arisen with the ministerial responsibilities of Deputy Prime Minister, he has signalled his intention to recuse himself in relation to departmental engagement, and he has put in place arrangements in writing with alternate portfolio ministers to manage those issues. I'm not aware, Senator, of other arrangements he might make, for instance, in relation to cabinet things that might happen within the cabinet room, but where it relates to engagement with the department and briefings that the department might be required to provide or support, arrangements are put in place with alternate portfolio ministers.
All right, if I could just ask for more detail on notice, because we did get a fairly vague answer, so if we could just get some specifics on notice, we would be grateful. I just want to quickly move in relation to questions were taken on notice. Last estimates about the ministerial action the Deputy Prime Minister took when he learned of reports into the procurement activities in the ASD. So I'm not, just to be clear, not seeking any revelation of IGES details whatsoever. I'm just seeking a very plain explanation as to when the Minister found out and what the Minister did, which I think are fairly within the remit of this committee.
Senator, I don't have anything to add to what we've provided in relation to what the department is aware of. I think your questions went to what the Deputy Prime Minister did in relation to those accusations and allegations.
And when Minister Miles was first made aware of the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security's investigation into the procurement activities of the ASD.
Yeah. I don't have anything to add to the evidence we've provided, Senator.
Minister, do you mind taking that on notice? Thank you.
I can do so.
And just, thank you. And when was Minister Miles first made aware that the probe extended to contracts regarding Director General Bradshaw and her husband as well?
I can't confirm the assumption in that question, but I'll take it on notice and that matter can doubtless be addressed in any response.
I accept that. So I'm not asking about the substance of the allegations. I'm just asking when Minister Miles first became aware of the investigation. And I just quote Michael Reid in the Fin Review, wrote that Minister Miles' office is regularly briefed by the Inspector General. So that was reported. How regularly is he briefed?
Sorry, Senator Bowen.
How regularly?
Just in order to take that question potentially on notice, which Inspector General? The Inspector General of Intelligence and Security? Or?
That's right.
Okay.
The Inspector General of Intelligence and Security. So I'm just keen to understand how regularly he's briefed.
We will take that on notice.
If you can take that on notice. Was Minister Miles made aware of the investigation and the allegations within it before or after Ms Bradshaw's appointment in November 2024?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
And then I appreciate that you don't have personal knowledge of this, Minister. I assume so. And then I'm seeking on notice, what action did Minister Miles take after he was first made aware of the investigation? So did he seek to have a conversation with Ms Bradshaw? Did he make any requests for her to stand down while the investigation continued? How many meetings has Minister Miles had with the Director General, Ms Bradshaw, since January 2025? So if I could also ask you to take those on notice. And Secretary, to the extent that you're able to assist as well with those questions, if you could also take them on notice.
I'll take it on notice, Senator, but I'm not aware of anything in relation to those matters.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I will leave my questions there. And thank you very much, everyone.
So I have some good news. The department can go home. Yes, sigh of relief. As well as the committee has agreed to release ASD, ASPI, as well as the Veterans Review Board. Okay.
Mr. Mott, can I?
Just hang on a second. Shh. Not quite yet. Sorry, Senator. I'm not saying anything. All right. On that note, thank you, Minister.
I think on behalf of the government, I have had the great pleasure of appearing alongside Mr Moriarty for a number of years now in these estimates hearings. I've appreciated working with you, Greg. I know you have a new task ahead of you, and I'm sure that you will execute your responsibilities as diligently there as you've done here. But I thought I should acknowledge that this is his last estimates, and the committee may wish to do so as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. And I guess on behalf of the committee, I just want to echo what you've just said. Thank you, Greg, for your service. I know we've enjoyed having you here on the committee in estimates. I'm sure
you've enjoyed it too.
and I'm sure you have enjoyed as well too. But I think also it's fair to say you're a quality candidate, an individual who will do great work in representing the Commonwealth in the United States. With your experience, you are the right person, obviously, to fill very big shoes, but I'm sure you will do it very well. Many individuals who have taken the role of ambassador in the United States do so with great recognition of the service and the quality that you will bring to that office. And I look forward, as I'm sure many members of the committee, maybe even meeting you in Washington one day. But can I just, on behalf of the committee, congratulations, and we wish you all the very best whenever you officially start that role, unless we decide to have a spillover in the next few weeks and get you back here. But probably, no, I won't jinx it. I'm not sure if Senator Henderson also wanted to add some words as well too.
Chair, thank you. Look, I just want to also echo our very best wishes to you, Secretary. I know Senator Cash, if she was here, she would also want to reiterate our congratulations, which of course she has publicly said that in her statement. We know you have an incredible, impressive track record. There's obviously very, very strong bipartisan support for your appointment as the next Ambassador of the United States. Thank you so much for your service to date. We wish you all the very, very best in this very important role. And I too look forward, hopefully, to visiting one day in Washington. So thank you again.
Thank you, Senator. Chair, if I could just
please
say thank you for those.
You got all night too, by the way,
Minister. And I just want to say it's been an honour to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Defence. This is vital work, and it's been a privilege to be part of the leadership team for this department. Thank you.
No, my pleasure. I'll go well and look forward to seeing you over in the US. Congratulations. All right, everyone. On that note, on that positive note, happy to say the department and all the officers of the ADF are now happy to go and you are released. We will have the Australian Submarine Agency after our dinner break. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your night.